because there's apparently one way to officially end the game within 10 minutes. I feel like it's almost going to be like there's going to be multiple official endings that you can try and speedrun. And then it's going to be speedrunning for those endings. Because the any ending is pretty much going to be that one, right? Like that's 10 minutes. So I feel like there's going to be with all the endings, there will be official endings, whether they are grouping of 3 or 4. Like you get this type of ending and it's like, you know, a bunch of endings with one major overarching thing. And then how long it took to get to one of those big endings. Let's spend $60 to $70 on a game and finish in 10 minutes, right? Whereas like, I'm like, hey, so I've spent like, wait, how many hours? I mean, I do have multiple hours probably sitting here like this. I have about 4 hours spent in character creation, but I have spent 30 hours playing this game so far. 30 hours in Baldur's Gate. I think I'm doing great. I think I'm doing wonderful. Gonna get going on mine. So gonna lurk. No worries, Ninja. I hope you have a good one. I do appreciate the lurk. $67. I mean, you can pretty much, as long as you're getting enjoyment out of the game, I don't really mind how you're spending, the time. The main thing is just like, I know that I'm not a speedrunner. I know that I'm not a 100%er. Yes, I like getting as many quests as possible. But at the same time, I'm not, if I left this one tiny thing behind, I'm not going to go searching for it. I'm too lazy for this shit. That is too far behind. Like, I want to get as many quests as possible and try to do as much as possible, as much lore as possible. But if I forgot one item 10 hours behind me, fuck off. I am not going near that with a 10-foot pole. That is gone now. I have forgotten about it. It's okay. Getting your money's worth, exactly. But they counted your early access time. Okay, Blue, that makes sense. 10,000 hours of Skyrim, paid full price for the game in 3 expansions. So penny an hour. Look, why not, right? That's how I am with The Sims, except I kind of refuse to keep buying packs because they're way too expensive. Hi, Kran! Gnome Care with a 10-foot pole. Is that not her like magical staff that she has right now? Yeah, you missed another shovel. Go back and find it. It's like, fuck. Apparently my partner sold all of his shovels. I don't know if it was an accident or on purpose, but apparently he sold all of them. And then he found a dirt pile and doesn't have a single shovel. And so it's just like, fuck. I'm like, why did you sell your shovels? You might need them. Like, but again, I'm a loot hoarder. It's like, he's also like, yeah, so I just give all of my magical scrolls to Shadowheart, and that way she, like, you know, she's a cleric. I don't really use her for the fighting up close. So I just give her the scrolls and just like, they're one use, but I have tons of them. So I just give them to her and that way she utilizes them. Like, you use your scrolls? I feel horrible using my health potions. I don't like using my stuff. This is my loot. I don't want to use my loot. What if I need this? How dare you? Hi, sweetie. You need shovels. I still have those milk cans. Yeah, like what? I might need a milk can. I'm just talking about how you sold your shovels and I don't have a shovel for dirt piles. It's not even shiny. It's shiny. How dare you? How dare? How dare? Anyway, let's go to the game. Anyway, let's go to the game. All right, it is time. What do we remember from yesterday? What? I got mixed in with the crappy goblin weapons. So you can't. There's probably gonna be mods to call a goblin. There's probably gonna be mods to play a goblin, but you actually can't play a goblin at the beginning. That's not one of the characters. You have left rotten food behind. Apparently, according to someone, they were using rotten food to exchange for goods and stuff at the shops because each rotten food, I think, is worth like a gold. So it's like if you collect enough rotten food, that pays for a health potion. So why not? So yeah, where did we leave off? Where did we leave off? We left off just rescuing Halsin from the prison. We took a long rest. We had a cutscene with our guardian for the first time. I do not trust our guardian. I am pretty sure I am terrified of our guardian. Like, we just met and I'm so fucking scared, but it's just, it's fine. It's fine. It's like, we're just gonna save you. It's like, as you're using like magic and things, that is terrifying me. I don't know if you're on the right side. And then we woke up, and I want to talk to everyone at the camp. That's what we're starting with. Talk to everyone at the camp. The Texas Chainsaw game comes out on Friday. It's on Game Pass. Cran! I literally canceled my Game Pass because I'm not playing on there enough to like pay 14 bucks a month for it or whatever the fuck it is, 20 bucks a month for it or whatever it is. So I literally canceled my subscription, but because I'm just not playing the games actively, and I know I can always turn it back on when I need it, but that's actually really, really fun. Send a letter to make a goal. I mean, again, mods, right? For now, mods will do the job. Ooh, let's not load game and just continue game. Mod to turn all your companions into schmexy goblins. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Oh, it's too funny. Too funny. Look. I do not need schmexy goblins running around. I don't need that in my life. I'm already having troubles. There's enough here. Game Pass goes up in price next month. Do you know what it's going up to, Jinja? Whichever currencies I can figure it out relatively. Do you know what like how much of a price jump it is? Because that kind of, I mean, like it's valid. There's a ton of games and everything on there, so it's totally valid. But wow. All right. So we've woken up. We unfortunately went to sleep before we could talk to everyone because I know that YOLO had a thing over his head and all this kind of stuff. So I'm gonna try and still talk to everyone. Wow, some things have not loaded in. Ha! Hi, Finn, and thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. Let me add my experience to go up. I appreciate the bits. How are you doing today? What's going on? From 14 to 16. Okay, so it's not a horrible price jump, but yeah, definitely a bit rough. A bit, just again, per month, that's gonna be an extra 20, or per year, that's 24 bucks. Cran, what? For the price of Burger King meal, you can get a game. Yeah. Cran, what? What? Cran.
Ah, my good fellow. Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Volo.
I was just settling in
Let me
and
check after this conversation.
my latest findings. Mind flayers, cultists, and of course, your esteemed
company.
My
esteemed company. Of course. Of course. Cran? Coran? Do I need to have a Coran? Accept gift. Access is denied. Okay, but I got the... Thank you, Cran. I appreciate you. Do I know who Volo is? If it's any lore that came before, no. Or any lore that comes after, no. He is a bard. That is all that I know, and... it's fine. The shower curtain caps are kind of next level. They're hats? The hats are top-notch. What do you know about mind flayers?
Well, I'm practically an expert.
An expert.
They've tentacles, you know?
Yes, they
Quite
do.
Shocking. The druid Halson had some kind of mind flare specimen in a jar in his quarters. A replica, no doubt, but truly fascinating.
You were in Halson's quarters? Oh, they probably got captured in the same spot, right? And they're parasites. Do you know anything about them?
As a matter of fact, I do. But why do you?
Not only have I encountered my flayer, I've killed one.
That can't be.
I totally killed it. I was captured by mind flayers before. I'm lucky to be alive. I killed a mind flayer in the lair. Aboard a nautiloid. I've been infected. I was captured by mind flayers before. I'm lucky to be alive.
You're mad. But
I am mad, to be fair.
Have you noticed
crazy. I mean, furious.
Psionic malaise since the alleged encounter?
Do you see Karlach dancing? Do you see Karlach dancing behind us? Stop. Please, guys, just hold on. Hold on 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Please tell me you saw that cute little jig that she just did. That was so... I'm literally just staring over here now, just watching her bopping along. Just fucking like, look, I just gotta go. I gotta go fight stuff. I've got all this pent-up energy. I just woke up from this nap. Are we going? Are we moving? Let's do this shit. Looking here, but he rated. Was a oh, no worries, lovely. Like I said, it's all good. I hope that you enjoy your lurk. Don't even stress, and never be afraid as well to raid a bigger streamer and everything. Like most streamers, like even if they have a lot of people in there, will fucking love every single raid. Like do not stress, do not fear. It is all good. The goblins, oh god, goblins are not. Karlach's so happy to be out of Verna. She's just like Jigs when you're not looking, right? Ugh, such a cutie. Psychic transference? Malaise is one word for it. More like psychic transference.
Curious.
Yes.
Illithids, their technical name, form a hive mind. One shouldn't be able to hear their dark whispers unless...
I think he's guessing. Say nothing.
Are you familiar with the process of ceremorphosis? That is what happens when a mind flare parasite infects a living host.
I'm listening.
I can't attest to the specifics, but I do know that not long after insertion, the host, that's you, turns into a mind flare.
Okay.
As there's not a tentacle on your head, I can only assume you haven't been infected.
Do I tell Volo I've been infected? Do I tell Volo I have I keep telling everyone, and it's like, some people have tried to kill me, some people have also been infected, some people are just confused. I feel like he has a lot of information, so I feel like I should just be like, yes, I have a bug in my head. Anything over 50 gives me anxiety. Yeah, that's understandable, love. That's understandable. And again, like, no stress at all, and I hope that you enjoy your lurk. I really appreciate that raid. It's always nice to start a stream with a raid. Tell him for more info. Yeah, right? Like, I feel like we gotta tell him for more information. Like, whatever the case may be, we need to get information.
If what you say were true, you'd be a mind flayer by now.
You'd think, wouldn't ya?
Infected by a mind flare? Huh, ridiculous.
He doesn't even believe me. Okay, Brosive. Okay, Brosive. Of course, utterly ridiculous. Doubts aside, you should keep your distance. Examine me. Find out for yourself.
Perhaps that's for the best. I'd be irresponsible not to debunk such a strange
Bard
claim.
or doctor? Why not both? Wait, what are we doing? Wait, what are we doing? Wait, what are we doing? You saw the little dancing? Isn't it so cute? I'm asking. Cute.
If I just peer in your eye, I could quickly... Oh, my dear sweet God!
What are you... Can you... Quit the shouting. Can you help?
I mean, yes. I suppose I can.
Did we just...
I'll need to research the particulars, however. Give me a bit of time, and I'll have this little issue sorted.
Do not tell me the Bard. Do not tell me the Bard is going to be able to help me out with this bug. Do not tell me the Bard is going to be able to help me out with this fucking bug. Rando Bard is also a brain surgeon. Like, literally, the Bard is a brain surgeon. The Bard has literally been the most help of any healer I've found so far. This guy right here. Response for like also story checks out. Like, what the fuck?
My apologies. Huh. Not quite myself just yet. I had the strangest
You
dream
also
last
had a
night.
visitor?
A visitor came to me. A vision of unparalleled beauty and power. She told me she was watching over me, protecting me, and that our tadpoles could prove beneficial if we embrace.
Do we all have the same dream?
what
Oh my god, I
powers
have to
they
talk to
offer.
everyone.
An uncanny apparition. Not entirely sure what to make of it.
Oh my god, I bet everyone had the same dream. Oh my god, I bet everyone had the same dream. I had the same dream, a similar visitor with a similar message.
Very curious. In all my readings on the effects of illithid parasites, I've never come across any accounts of correlating dreams between infected parties.
Why is everyone
Nothing
such an
in
expert on these
quality of our
parasites? Like,
predicament,
honestly.
perhaps.
Like, why does everyone know everything?
Are you inclined to take these visitors at their word?
No. No. Of course not. It was I'm not sure. Such an apparition has its own motives, whatever it told us. Don't the orbs affect your thoughts? My thought process is, again, do not spoil if you already know, please. I would love to be surprised because there's already so many spoilers on the internet. My thought process on this is that this vision of a person does not like, it's giving us the image of this beautiful protective, this beautiful guardian, but it is not a beautiful guardian. I just like, I feel like, because I don't know what Gale's guardian looks like, but I feel like, I mean, I have no idea, Rain. That's going to be something to Google. I feel like everyone is going to see their own vision of like beauty and protection. And I think it's a front. So I don't trust this worm. I think it's a fucking trick. But yeah, I have no idea, Rain. Like, I don't think so. But again, who knows with this game? Truly, who knows? Like, I'm assuming you can pretty much romance everyone, but I don't think that's actually the case. Such an apparition has its own motives, whatever it told us.
Nothing wrong with maintaining a healthy suspicion in such matters.
Yes, suspicion.
Still, it might be wiser to keep an open mind on the matter. Our visitors' promises of aid might yet bear valuable fruit.
I mean, I guess. So what do you think about pictured when we were, oh god, no, it's fine. But yeah, so I don't know if it's necessarily a trick on purpose. Why didn't I see it? And no, because it's the guardian that I chose. So it's the guardian that I built at the beginning. That is the image of that is the person that I saw.
Glick.
The fuck was that?
I had a dream. As we all did, I suspect.
Okay.
Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower me. The parasite has taken root, it would seem.
She does not trust this shit at all. Gale's like, we should keep an open mind.
Deception.
Fucking Lae'zel is like, fuck no. This is a trick. It is the parasite. It is taking over our minds. We should kill ourselves. Okay, Lae'zel. But yeah, so the Guardian is the character that I created at the beginning. So it literally is your idea of a Guardian. It is who you made. Gnome is not one of the options. None of the shorter species are. Guardians were all like larger species, average to tall heights, more than anything else. And I think that's because they're supposed to be that protectorate feeling. So it's kind of like, yeah. Characters looking up and their eyes just say, mommy. Literally, zombie. It has been so funny. All the cutscenes with my character being at crotch height. So there's like a super serious like moments going on. And then my character's just like looking up and everyone's looking down. And we're just crotch. Like a group of crotches and then my character. I fucking love it. How are you doing today? Yeah, right? Why can't he find his own magical items? The parasite and the powers, I say we should let it. You're right, we should ignore the stream figure at all costs. You're right.
A wise choice. These parasites are a threat to be destroyed, not an opportunity to be exploited.
I agree. Anyway, fighting the urge to buy this game till I have more spending money. Don't worry, no judgment. Hi, cutie! Look at your bear! Oh, I love you so much. I'm sorry.
I had a wild dream last night. This beautiful entity
always be responsible. Don't worry, zombie. No judgment if it's something you have to wait for. Check out more. No judgment at all. Sounds like a pretty. I had a similar dream. A side effects of the tadpole. I do have so Astorian, the white hair guy. Yeah, I have him. He is fine. I'm into Karlach.
Sounds like it.
I mean,
what did you make of it?
Yeah. I think it's a sign, kind of sign, a trick. I didn't believe a word of what it said. It was a dream, nothing more. I think it's some kind of trick. I didn't believe a word it said.
Damn right. Things like a splinter. We just need to find a way to squeeze it out.
Yeah. Isn't in all the thing is, like, again, like with every game and NPCs, like I'm gonna have people that I love because like there's such interesting people and everything else. But at the same time, I don't necessarily care to romance them, so that's why I wish there was an option and like availability to not have to get the extended lore of characters without having romance be the only way to get that extended lore. Like that's what frustrates me about these type of dynamics. That yeah, like I don't like have me be an option, have that be an option. Like we are going to battle with these people, right? We are going to fight with these people. We're going, like, we do not have to have romance as an option. Give me the opportunity to just like click no. Like, oh my god, cool, you have all the MTG cards that came out with the game. Yeah, I did hear that it was delayed. Yeah, they were made into they were made into Magic cards. I saw some of them. They look fucking awesome. But I did also hear that it was delayed a little bit, which is a little bit sad because I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more like built up that hype together. But I do understand. Astarian's better than Gale. Poor Gale. Poor Gale. You guys are gonna make me choose Gale just for feeling sorry for him. Let's ask a little bit more questions. You and Mizora seem to know each other. How?
We were both part of Zariel's inner circle. Her by choice, me by force. In the grand scheme of things,
that makes sense.
I'm inconsequential to Zariel. Sure, I've got the engine, but I wasn't even her strongest fighter. But she favored me like a child favors a captive pet. Mizora envied the attention, I suppose.
Oh, my poor
when
baby!
Zariel gave her the order to hunt me down, Mizora was delighted.
Oh, my poor baby. All right, I'm gonna leave. Annoys you, but you respect those who disagree. Yeah, like it's like he's a totally fine character so far. I'm interested in what I feel like he's gonna be more interesting later. Anyway, hi. Oh, I didn't put my talks to animals on. Fuck, we need to do that. Delay in the game. You saw the cards almost a year in advance, making a lot of Forgotten Realms fans confused because the character's not. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I love you. All right, I need to do my talk to animals, otherwise I won't be able to talk to my animals, and that's very important to me. That is very important to me. Let's do my talk to animals. Let's do my familiar. Wild magic. Goddamn wild magic. Well, it's already gone. It was literally for only a couple. The thing with wild magic is usually only for a few turns, so. Cran, thank you for the hugs. And thank you for the game, Cran. I'm so excited now. Hi, JJ. Happy Wednesday. I'm going well. How are you going? What if I just put a spider? Oh, I have a little spider pet. Oh, look at my little spider pet. Oh, you're so cute. Can I pet the spider? Oh, I can't pet the spider. Oh, it's so frustrating. But yeah, what's going on? Gale's great, but I don't need a wizard in my party. I think, yeah, so it does a little bit, it's frustrating as well sometimes because it's like, because you want to balance, again, it's why I'm thankful for the experience all versus you have to use a party member for them to gain experience, because I want my party to be balanced when I'm fighting. But if I need someone for the lore and I want to bring them out, I don't want them to be completely unbalanced. So I do appreciate that everyone gets the experience when you're fighting, even if you weren't a part of the fight. So that way, if I do want to bring someone else out, they still hit, I can use them and not be like, oh, fuck.
Making me
like, I don't know how to utilize this person. Right. Where's the, yeah, speak with animals. The cards were already released, yeah, like last year, because the game was delayed, not the cards. Game was delayed, not the cards. All right, Shadowheart, what do you have to say about that dream?
Did you have any strange dreams of late?
I did.
Vivid ones?
I did. It happened to you as well.
Damn. I was hoping my imagination had gotten the better of me.
No, we all had the same one.
This must be something more. This dream companion wanted me to use the tadpole, use its power. Whoever it was claimed to be an ally,
I hate people who claim to be allies. I think that's what it is.
Seems like we can't escape this mess.
But again, they did rescue us, so it's not like they claim it without showing something. They did technically rescue us. Long extended. pick the 3 might fit your party. Yeah, and I think that's kind of it. When you have an option of tons of people that you can play and utilize, you kind of have to pick the people that balance and fit the party, not just necessarily the people for the lore, which I do appreciate why everyone kind of stays at camp here, so you do kind of keep the lore. Artifact you carry, it seemed to just come to me.
I felt it.
You felt it fly away from you?
Yes. No. I don't
Rain!
know.
Rain,
The
thank you so much
artifact
for
seems
giving
to
a
have powers
sub.
and a will of its own.
I appreciate that. Holy shit
Protects
nuggets.
us. I don't know how or why, but I'm glad.
I am glad too.
I felt it go from me to you. You need its help, just as it needs us. Still just a box after all.
It is just a box. It's true. Yeah, Zombie, enjoy your email, start reviewing in your sub badge. And Rain, seriously, thank you for gifting those subs today. That is so freaking kind of you today. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Finn, and you're eating sticky right. Oh, that sounds so freaking good. Dozen followers were there. They all needed to be leveled up. They didn't have gear. You hadn't done their personal quest. And anyone who doesn't like you switches sides and fights against you. That's too much. Yeah, that is frustrating, because it's just like it is what. So I kind like I said, I kind of explain it like the gonna back to lurking. No worries, I totally understand. Especially like right now, like this isn't even like gameplay spoils. This is just like I'm trying to get some backstory lore spoils. Like I just need to talk to everyone in the camp. My main spoiler for you is you don't need to talk to everyone all the time, but if you don't want all the choices when you do talk to them to pile up, talk to your crew every so often, just to like get some of those choices off the list. That is my only spoiler to you when you do play the game. If you don't talk to the people and your NPCs, all the options will keep piling up and you're just gonna have so many choices. So just get the conversations out and done. It might be a good idea to make sure you're not piling up conversation. Just a little bit. You have like 9 choices with everyone right now. Yeah, I get it, but it's not even decision paralysis, and just so because it's not like choices for conversation. It's here's all these things you have to talk about with this person right now. Here's all the starting topics of conversation. So it's kind of nice. I suppose you'll want it back.
Might not be possible. It's stubborn that way. Prone to lashing out. Keep it for now. We can all help to protect it.
Okay. So she's like, it's totally fine. You're allowed to hold on to it. She had a couple more options, and I just want to kind of get them done. See, why were you in pain before? I want to talk about your shore worship. Want to get to know you more. I want to talk about all that's happened to us. We should, like... Why were you in pain before?
The wound on my hand. It never quite heals. And sometimes it causes terrible pain to rip through me. It's my burden, though, from Lady Shah. I can feel her influence somehow.
So she follows Lady Shar, and a few of the team members were kind of like, ooh, that's kind of like dark side. Is that basically like a goddess of the night, goddess of darkness, goddess of evil in some way, like, or like that kind of thing? Basically, okay. Is there anything I can do to help with it?
I don't think so, but you're sweet to ask. Maybe just be patient the next time you see me wince or cry out.
Okay.
It'll pass quickly.
No worries, Edgar. Have a good one.
It always does.
So it'll pass quickly. It always does.
Pain is sacred to followers of Lady Shah. Pain will give
No wonder
way
she
to
liked me
loss
getting
and
hit
into the
over and
peace of her
over.
eternal darkness. You can tolerate a great deal of suffering so long as it has meaning.
That... turn to other matters, I guess, for now. Like, I'm assuming she doesn't want to, like, she's someone that doesn't like to talk, right? I'm assuming she doesn't like to talk. Why was Char subject to you to such a thing? So you knew you were letting on before. I hope you'll be more honest in the future. What causes you? Yeah, she's... Again, everyone, all of your NPCs have got that tragic backstory. All of them have the classic D&D, something is wrong with these babies. I just want to give them a hug. What is wrong? How can I help you? Like, it is so ridiculous. They're all of them. Yeah, so I don't want to do one. Definitely Shadowheart. With every interaction, when I ask her to tell me more, she's just been very closed off, and it actually makes her, like, uncomfortable. So I'm just turned to other matters. But that got rid of both those two options, because I think it's been a while since I asked her why her hand was hurting. So it gave me two options for, like, the two separate instances. So I want to talk to you about your shore worship?
I'm sure you do. But please try to understand that it's not something I can just talk about.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I just, can we consider traveling? My apologies, didn't mean to pry. I have no problems with her worship with you. That's what concerns you. You should trust me, we're in the same boat. I have no problems with Shar worshippers if that's what concerns you. And I'll just, like, let her know. And you're gonna, oh, I could Tides of Chaos. Oh, it's a difficulty class 5, and I have +5. So as long as I don't get a 1, I got a nat 20 on that. Want to vibe and enjoy snacks and not feel bad for the racist characters.
Very well. Perhaps there's potential in you.
I know.
Let's see how you handle this.
I feel like it's almost
a disciple of Shar, mistress of the night and lady of loss.
Okay.
I assume you've heard of her.
So I do know. So with the game, you don't have to play your own custom character. You can play as one of these NPCs. So you kind of get the backstory and everything at the beginning. So you could play as Gale, you could play as Lae'zel, you could play as Shadowheart. So you don't have to make a custom character, and you could play as one of them, which I feel would be actually interesting to do for instances like this where you don't necessarily like the character, because then you get to make your own choices for them. But hold on, I have a work call. I understand, like, it's more for convenience than. Never mind, I do not have a work call. It was a junk call. It was just coming through on my work phone. Okay, let's go. Like, I was just like, yes, of course, a work call. Let's go ahead and answer this. It's like, nope, never mind. Okay, well, all right. Well, I guess we'll move on. Hey, Ashash, how are you doing today? Good old, yeah, just a good old robocall. It's fine. It's fine. See, on my phone, I assume if it's a random number, I assume that it's a robocall, right? But it's on a work phone, I assume that it's a work call. Like, it has to be like a client or something like that. But apparently not. It's all good. Hi, gamer. It's going good. How are you? And you're doing good, Hush Hush? That's awesome. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're just we got back into the game. We're talking to all of our NPCs, just getting a little bit of lore before we go into some fights with some goblins. And possibly dying a bunch. But yeah, so the other thing, so you know how difficult it is to truly play evil. Like, unless you're someone who's really good at role-playing evil, it's really hard to, like, play evil. There is a character in the preset character creation where you are basically being controlled by an evil force. So sometimes, even if you want to do something nice, it will force you to do the evil thing. So if you want to play an evil playthrough, you don't have to, like, have that indecision moment where you're just like, I don't want to hurt this thing. This is horrible. It kind of makes you. And so for, like, the storyline and for the the process. So, like, if you played a nice playthrough and it's really good, you can choose to do that one, and that way it's like you want to see what would happen if you chose pure evil on a playthrough, but you're not good at it. You can have the character be forced to do it, which isn't great, but it is a preset option in the game, which I will never be doing. However, if you do want to play evil, you're just having some breakfast, amazing. I seen you heard of her. Honestly, your faith is your own concern. I won't judge one way or the other. She doesn't tell me you're purely giving away titles. I've heard Shar worship is vilified by many, forbidden outright in parts. Here, remind me. We're gonna get some lore about Shar.
My Lady Shar is the Night Singer.
Night Singer.
Patron of darkness and loss.
Oh, that sounds sad. Oh my god. Hold on. Let's see if this is actually junk. Yeah, I found the big one apparently without trying. Fucking loot, though, arrow of fire, gold. Like, you're just gonna be finding new things for ages. Fire, amber, amazing. But yeah, so we can make more alchemist flame. More fire! Hold on, I just want to steal everything from everyone. Loot everything, fuck yeah. I need to... Apparently the child has nothing. Sad panda. Am I gonna fall in this grease? Why? Oh, prison.
Well, fuck it, are we YOLOing this shit? Let's fucking go! Come on, bitch! Bring it on! Bring it on, motherfucker! Oh, we can definitely get a wolf spider if that's the case.
Oh
like,
my god! Of the stream before I end the game because chaos. Absolute utter chaos. If you want to use if you got any points, if you are subbed or anything, you have some crowd control points. That's the overlay. Go ahead and grab those. You should, even if you're unsubbed, I think you get 50 free points. So feel free to get on in there. Do the hectic. I'm just gonna go like this. It's really annoying. No, fuck balls. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. Nope. You shouldn't have said anything, Cat! How dare you say that I'm playing well? How dare you say I'm playing well? That fucked me up. It's all your fault. Definitely not my fault. I'm still erratic. No, I'm so fucking erratic. I can't tell where I'm supposed to put the hammer. Oh wait, shit. I never did that. It's fine. Do you see this? Just the mopping up the kid. I know, the baby's so stinky. And she won't give the kid a bath. Please, give the kid a bath. I beg of you. Big sisters do the most work. They do. What? Where are you going with the child? Where? Little stupid ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you. Snuck on. Read that. Could have orders delivered. You literally read by the perfect timing. It was perfect timing. I don't give a fuck. It was perfect timing. Yep. This song is. You know, I am so confused. So it's someone for work. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, hold on. Let's go ahead and continue. I'm fine. It's just confusion. They hung up on me, like, as I was getting information to pass it along, because it wasn't for me, it was for someone else. And they hung up on me. So it's like, okay, well, I didn't get all the information, so I can't really take notes. That kind of sucks, don't it? That kind of sucks, don't it? Anywho, continuing onwards. Sounds like a miserable realm of influence for a deity to hold. Fascinating, please continue. I think fascinating, please continue is our best bet.
Most fear the dark, like children, because in darkness they see their fears reflected.
Oh,
but
of course.
Shah teaches us to step beyond fear, beyond loss. In darkness, we do not hide. We act. Pain, hope.
It kind of sounds like
of better days.
A cult.
All of these
where it targets people that have had a lot of pain and loss.
Burden our hearts.
Just saying.
We shed those cloaks. Before Shah, we stand gloriously naked, beyond the vanities of mortals.
It sounds daunting. I think it's for me. When you put it like that, it sounds strangely comforting. How exactly shore whispers turn people to their goddess? Sounds strangely comforting.
There's comfort, yes. But often there has to be pain beforehand.
Yeah, it sounds like
We
you have a lot of
tear down the
loss, and then
lies
you
the
bring
world
those
is
people
drunk
in,
on.
and
The institutions
yep,
they trust, the so-called gods they worship,
of course,
the lives they cling to.
the lies,
We destroy false idols.
false idols.
Topple corrupt organizations, fight heretics wherever they're found.
This sounds like a lot. This sounds like
There's
a
often
lot.
suffering, death even. Many people break before they embrace Shah's truths.
I won't cast judgment on your beliefs.
Curious. Most are afraid of my lady.
I don't actually care
think I
either
did
way.
well by joining you.
I'm
Most agreeable company.
I really don't care. I just wanted some more lore. All right, I will go ahead and leave because she doesn't like it when I pester her too much. So I figure we've asked her 2 questions, right, about her. We've asked her 2 questions about her. Hopefully that's enough to kind of be like, get a little bit of lore and move on.
Dream last night.
I know, everyone's having a dream.
And so did you, judging from the way my tadpole is tingling. Someone came to me and promised to protect me while claiming that the parasite could empower
Your tadpole
me.
is tingling, eh?
Tempting as these powers sound,
Sounds
we
good,
should
bro.
recognize this dream for what it is.
My
the
tadpole sense is
tadpole's
tingling,
little
yep.
trick. No good ever came from trusting honey-tongued strangers
See?
conjured up by illithid
Like,
worms.
literally, Gale is the only one that says we should keep an open mind so far. Only Gale, the one NPC in our group that we're like, Gale, could we not? He's the only one that's like, we should be opening our minds to these guys. I did not. He said it. Here's the stream figure. We should have little to do with these tadpoles as we can. We should have as little to do with these tadpoles as we can.
Well said. This dream figure is no friend to us.
I agree, Will. If the thing is, if I leave these conversations too long, they're going to start to pile up. So I feel like I need to at least get one of them each long rest, right? What's it feel like being the son of a Grand Duke?
Not so enchanting as you'd think. The Portiers, the
Portiers.
Caldwells, they were the
Blue Bloods hosting
the
fancy balls.
and drinking from gold goblets. Father's
Privileged
the son
kid
of a
that
blacksmith,
got out of the privileged
born with
life.
barely a coin in
Maybe.
the coffers.
Kind of.
He made a name for himself among the Flaming Fist. Brave as Baldur and stubborn as a deep Rothe. Daring, outspoken.
Wait,
but
is this supposed to be
hardly
his
posh.
father?
I spent more time dueling with father
Oh, his
than I
son.
did rubbing elbows
Queen
with
Tut!
lords. Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine and the talent for courtly dance.
Thank you, Cam, for shouting out. I appreciate it. Welcome on with Raiders. How are you doing today? Hi, how are you? Well, oh my god, ignore the mess. I just noticed how many like dog treats and like drinks I have over here. Welcome on in, Raiders. If you want to tell me your favorite thing about Queen Tut, streamer, community games, whatever they may be, I would love to hear about it. Tell me your favorite things. No!
Fuck you. You're a fucking wanker. We're gonna punch
I'm
you
really
right
sorry.
in the balls.
That is,
fuck
it's not part of
you
music.
with a fucking anchor. You're
I'm
all
really sorry.
cunts,
Welcome
so
in, Raiders.
fuck
If
you
you want to
all.
tell your
Fuck
favorite thing about Queen
you.
Tut,
You're a fucking wanker. We're
I'm
gonna
really
punch
sorry.
you right in the balls.
I don't want to punch you in the balls, I promise.
With a fucking
I
anchor.
hope you're doing
You're
well.
all cunts, so fuck
It's going
you
good.
all.
How's Tears of the Kingdom? What the
Hello, sweetie.
Hi, Erica. Okay, everyone that came in with Queen Tut's raid, I'm gonna read all of the nice thing about Queen Tut. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Everyone that came in with Orca's raid, tell me your favorite thing about Clumsy Orca. Put it in the chat. I want to hear all the lovely things about these amazing 2 beans. While you're telling me these amazing things, I'm gonna go through the chat. For those of you that don't know me, no, do not run an ad right now. We just got, God fucking Jesus. Liam, we just got raided. I am so sorry, guys. I am so sorry. It's a 30-second raid, 30-second ad. I'm so sorry. Oh, so hold on 1 second, guys. I appreciate, fuck. Yep, this is fine. This is fine. 1 second, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry about that. How are you doing today? I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. I am currently playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. I would love to hear your favorite things about these amazing streamers that just came in. If you are Queen Tut or Clumsy Orca, I appreciate both of you. I've actually stopped in both of their streams before. I actually know them and everything, so please go say hi. If you would like to talk about your streams, I would love to hear about what you're doing. Orca, I know that you're playing Baldur's Gate as well. Where are you in the game? And Queen Tut, how's Tears of the Kingdom going? I've still yet to play anything with Zelda in like the longest time, so I would love to hear how it's going at the moment. This is standard, exactly, right side. Exactly, but hold on. I'm going to scroll back because I know I saw some nice words about Queen Tut up here. I know I saw some nice words up here. Derps, she likes to gaslight her viewers. Apparently, I don't think that's nice, Derps, but I'll go with it. Okay, Warp. She's good at repelling bugs because she never showers, so she smells. Okay, well, there you go. Apparently, Queen Tut, I'm so sorry. Apparently, there's just chaos going on with Queen Tut as well. And Orca, where you go? I go back to scroll. It's like, I saw someone write something when Queen Tut's stream came in. It's not true. Don't believe them. Okay, so Queen Tut definitely showers and doesn't gaslight anyone. Okay, understood? 100%. Never bully me. Of course not. Who comes in playing party music that calls everyone wankers and immediately runs an ad as a raid comes in. Yeah, of course not. Doesn't like to bully me at all. Never. Of course. Anywho, so welcome in. Like I said, this is my first playthrough Baldur's Gate 3. If you are avoiding spoilers, I definitely understand. I'm currently on the first act, so I'm not far. There's 3 acts in this game. It's a pretty big game. I am not far in this game at all. No worries, go get some food. I love you so much. Look, I'm practicing my super cool heart. I'm practicing my cool heart. I'm really good at it now. So I'm not far at all, so don't worry. I'm currently getting lore. Like, I just woke up from a long rest, and I'm like talking to all the NPCs that I have. It's very important. This is a non-spoiler spoiler. Talk to your NPCs. If you don't, all the lore will keep stocking up and you're just going to have tons of dialogue options and you won't know what to do. So talk to them every so often. Don't forget about them. Make sure that, you know, you talk to them. But you're playing it next week? Hells yes. But yeah, Orca, go get some food. I love you so much. I hope you had an amazing stream. Thank you so much for the raid, love. And I'm so excited that you're going to be playing it, Queen Tut. It's really, really good. It's really good. I'm really enjoying it a lot. Love talking to NPCs. Yeah, definitely talk to your NPCs. That's what I'm doing right now. So my character is a forest gnome wild magic sorcerer. The character creation took me about 3 to 4 hours. So wild magic basically meaning that I can pull the tides of chaos to give myself an advantage on rolls. So basically I can roll 2 dice randomly. However, that does mean that sometimes the tides of chaos, when it's active, when you used it recently, means something random will happen. I've been turned into a sheep mid-fight. I have had giant clouds of smoke surround me mid-fight, so I became blinded to the fight around me. I have gotten teleportation. It's great. It's absolutely great. Oh yeah, you can put explosive barrels everywhere if you're playing with friends. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, and I love it. Like, there's just so many possibilities with this. It truly is... Like, I literally, I didn't know I was exploding a bad thing off a cliff, and I did. I won't tell you what bad guy. If you're in chat and you knew, if you were here yesterday, don't say anything. I thought I was just exploding something. I thought I was causing fire, and instead I accidentally exploded a bad guy that's supposed to take multiple attempts off a cliff, and I lost the loot, but it meant I didn't have to do the fight, so yay. There are so many options in this game that you can't just like be like, ah, yes, we're gonna run in and fight. It's like you gotta slow down time so that way like you're doing turn-based mode and set your players up and have someone sneak in, and you can use explosive barrels and all this ridiculous stuff, and there's so many options. You're pretty much option full of options. Run in and fight or talk yourself out. Yeah, like you got to talk yourself out of fights too. It's great. Anyway, we're talking. So if you need to raid and run so that way you don't see any spoilers, I totally understand. We're currently talking to Will, who is a lovely bloke. Oh, you can't wait. If you can't wait to romance you, I will give you a hint. Go after Gale. He is easy. That's, yeah. If you can wait to romance someone, feel free to choose. Gale is the easiest of the group. Just FYI, if you're easy like Sunday morning, easy like a boy who just needs a hug, easy like a boy who just wants to share common interests and needs a hug, because everyone has a tragic backstory. Truly, just everyone has a tragic backstory, and they all need a hug. I am not into Gale. Thank you, Commander, for the hug. I need one too. Hold on, okay. Not to say I didn't develop a good taste for good wine and courtly dance. I'm talking, hold on, what? What? Last pick of the bar, last pick of the party being easy. That's literally what it is. Hi, Milo.
The Grinch.
You've been busy. No worries, Carta. Thank you for coming in with the raid. I do appreciate it. When did we raid? Like, 5 minutes ago? 5 minutes ago? Or I had to go get eats. Had to go get some foods. But yeah, like, it's truly poor Gale. Poor Gale. Not cause any more chaos. Perfect! Too late. No, you were not too late. You were just on time. Just on time. Now you're the Blade of Frontiers. Quite a change, don't you think?
Yes and no.
So...
Father taught me the 4 pillars of power. Courage.
Ignore all the
insight,
hats.
Strategy, justice.
Ignore the hats.
He reckoned I'd follow in his footsteps. First as a fist marshal, then as a duke.
No worries.
Evil,
Go ahead and learn.
Order,
I'm just getting some lore, so I don't understand that.
But a duke makes bedfellows with more
Not at this part. I
monsters
feel
than
that.
he slays.
Get all the hats.
Father
Put them on
called
the
it
hats.
diplomacy. I called it hypocrisy. In the frontiers, there is no posturing, no diplomacy. I slay
Yeah, that's why I said
monsters.
raid.
don't
If you need to raid
consort
and run,
with
so
them,
you
even if I might look like one.
Yes. Yes. Getting raids and new peeps. New peeps. Jump off the Gale boat for Halsin. I feel that. I actually talked to Halsin except for like after he stopped being a bear. The Frontiers was the Wild West, like, and that's why I gave him this super cool hat. I appreciate you, Tiff. I love you so much. No worries. Yes, go ahead and lurk. Make sure you don't get those random spoils and everything. And I go get some rest. Thank you so much for that raid. Everyone, like I said, Queen Tut and Clumsy Orca both raided, as well as Alex today. So definitely, I feel like I need to set up something that, like, where do I post that someone raided me now that Twitter's become shitter, become whatever it is. Where do I post like, hey, these amazing people have raided me and we should check them out? Like, I need to figure out, do I go onto Threads? Is Threads a thing? Help me. I got him on your party. Oh yeah, I do know that that's supposed to be possible and everything, right? And we'll figure it out. It's totally fine. Don't tell me. Push his horn through the leather hat. Magic. He's got magic. Hi, Nixus! I'm going everything with fashion that doesn't make sense in this game. Magic. Alright, leave. Alright, we got a little bit more lore. Right? We got a little bit more lore. Hey, Astarion. Alright, here's your vampire boy.
I had the strangest dream last night.
Did you?
There was a visitor promising me protection.
Protection.
And all sorts of delicious powers.
Delicious powers. You would like the
Given our
powers.
shared affliction, I suppose you had a similar dream.
I did. Stay silent. We got Subnautica below zero. Oh, Nixus, I hope that you enjoy. Have you started it up yet? Stay silent.
No need to be shy. This is a good thing.
Is it, Astarion?
Now we can see what these tadpoles can do for us.
Stoic for eternity. So, like, again, if you want to get all the characters to love you, you have to know how to work with said characters. Astarion doesn't mind being good, but from what I've seen so far, he doesn't want you to outright say, yes, we're gonna help you and be heroic. He wants to be kind of like wishy-washy about it. Gale doesn't mind. Will wants to be good. Karlach wants to be good. Shadowheart likes pain. 18 hours in the save file mixes. Nice. We should take every advantage we can get. Let's explore these powers and see where they take us. I don't trust it. We should avoid using them. He's probably gonna be like, yeah, every advantage. But I need to be honest with him. He's probably gonna disapprove this. He's probably gonna disapprove this. I don't trust it.
Is there a reason you're such an utter drip? I mean, do you have some sort of condition? Honestly, it's like
I am a drip, like coffee.
Did you actually want something, or are you just here to spoil my fun?
I'm here to give you a. I'm here to tell you I'm gonna get you a bigger, fancier hat. What do you think is waiting for us at Moonrise Towers?
Who knows? Drow?
I don't even remember what's at Moonrise Towers. I kind of forget already.
Hopefully not ours.
Where were we going?
But maybe.
And where were we going?
If we can convince the right people to talk.
So I guess I could tell all the. I probably could have gone through and told all of the NPCs a different answer, like whatever they wanted to hear. I don't want Astarion like using this power without me like being there for it. No, we can have all the fun. Oh God. All right, I will leave you. I think we've now officially talked to everyone that's at the camp because I don't think Halsin is here at our camp. We'll go ahead and throw a ball for Scratch before we leave for the day. Here, Scratch, can you catch the ball? Oh, good boy. Oh my God, such a good boy. Yes, you are. Oh, yes, you're so good. Oh, yeah. Who's Skelly Boy? That's Withers. That's Withers. Withers is the person that we go to when we need absolute healing. Oh, let's send this to camp. Withers is the person we go to when we need healing. Where did my ball go? Here we go. Okay, we threw our ball. We threw the ball for our good dog. Such a good dog. Such a good dog. I'm also going to Thieves' Tools. Can I stack these, please? Thank you. Tool disarm kit. Cancel club. To here. Send to camp. Here to here. Camp. Here. I'm gonna have these be wares, I think. All of these I'm probably going to sell. Send to camp. Send to camp. Can I fix this? Another stream, a skill tree, but for the parasites. Oh yeah, so it's probably something like, so I don't know if you guys have ever played, what's that Alien game? Not Alien Isolation. The other one that we played where it's really, really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Oh fuck, my brain is not having it right now. Prey. So with Prey, you can utilize the powers and everything like that that are there, but it definitely feels very, you're very unsure. Very, like everything is just like, you can use it, but it's not great. Thank you, Zika, for the hug. So I will definitely say Prey. It kind of feels like Prey for me with that, which is why I think I'm also very unsure about it. Because it's like, I didn't use the powers in that because I knew it probably wouldn't go very well. Send to camp. We'll keep some water on us in case, like, because I think we can probably use those. These coins can power Isn't Karlach's heart is an infernal engine. Stretch my legs. Can I stretch them? Can I stretch my top body? Thanks. I'm gonna stretch my top body and hydrate instead. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I make the choices. You can offer suggestions, but I make the choices. Mwahahaha. But I hydrated. I swear. All right, I'm just like getting rid of all the stuff from my inventory. Cause I think we can like get these from camp pretty easily when we go to like buy things. Send to camp. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do that real quick, so I don't have to worry about that. Send to camp. Do you cancel? I'm gonna add you to here. Gnome Bard, more fun than my door fighter, not gonna lie. Bards sound like fun. Leaves. Aw, mean. What? I need a better weapon for these guys. I need better weapons for these guys. I swear, I'm not good at this. Confirm. Send to camp. Oh my god, Astarion.
Oh, hello.
Hold on. Too much stuff. Sort by type. I forgot I put so much stuff in his inventory. Get the kneecap. Yeah, you gotta get those kneecaps, right? Send to camp. Like, their clothes are neat, but they're not that great that I have so far, I mean. Like, what is that stone? I want to know what this stone is. Send to camp. Send to camp. Send to camp. Send to camp. Send. But yeah, if you look at the rotten food, these rotten eggs are worth a coin. So I bet we can trade with them. It's gonna be so great. Sort by type. Brilliant. We at least have space in our inventory now. So I am I'm just carrying so much stuff, you know? So much stuff. Let's go ahead and give some fire to you. Also give some water. Simple toxins. Didn't we have an antidote? I feel like we had an antidote somewhere. I can't remember where I put it. Saying Subnautica Below Zero feels a lot more easy to accidentally stumble into late game areas early game. Yes, 100%, because it's just so like in and out, right? Kneecaps are all character. That what? My gnome has a big pull. All right, let's go ahead and head out. We've already talked to pretty much everyone, so I think we're pretty much set. I'm gonna go ahead and quick save. Yeah, look, it's fine. Sometimes you gotta punch a dick. And when you're a gnome, that's pretty much all you can reach. So it works. Hi, Stiggs! How are you? It is not my boss's birthday. Well, but that's fine. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate picking up my phone on my birthday. Hey, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. I'm picking up my phone on my birthday. Click. Oh, thank you so much for those bits, love. That is so fucking kind. It's going good today. We are not. We just literally have been playing this game for an hour and finally just left camp for the morning. What's this game about? So basically, this is kind of like intro stuff. So in case you missed it, it's all set in the D&D world. But your main character, whoever you decide to choose at the beginning of the game, has a worm in their brain that is giving them telepathic powers, right? Because I can't erase you from my mind, never. How are you? What a line. What a line. I was so confused, though, because I thought a pen was a weapon in this game, because who knows? This game could definitely have a pen as a weapon. And now I want a pen as a weapon. How are you going today? What's happening? So they have like these telepathic powers. We're trying to get these worms out of our brain. Shadowheart, seriously, I went in this skinny part here so you wouldn't go in the grease. Pen is a weapon. Pens definitely can be weapons for sure. So at the moment, it's the very beginning of the game for me. So I'm kind of just trying my best to kind of go through, pick up as many NPCs as I possibly can. But yeah, it's great.
Here we go.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta use a pen as a weapon and it'll be fine. John Wick, the movie I refuse to watch. The movie I refuse to watch. Sarcophagus. Are there... Oh, look at that! Can I talk to you?
You feel the rat twitching on the edge of panic. Something waits in the great hollow below.
What awaits in the great hollow below? Where did you come from? Hi, Zerka.
You look like you could kick the ass of half the scrubs in here. Bunch of drunken layabouts. No, me though. I'm hard as they come. And
yes, my gnome is fucking tough, mate. I could take out the whole camp, you included. Fuck it.
Ha. Could do with more like you in my next
And you should like it. I knew she'd
Keep
like
your
it.
blade
We're gonna
sharp.
make best friends with gnomes. Goblins. Fuck, I'm a gnome. Can I steal from your sarcophagus? It's gold, so that says you won't get mad at me. So yeah. Then camp. Look, I'm just taking stuff from the sarcophagi, okay? You're not angry about that, right? Wait, are there more rats? Wait, are there more rats? It's just the one rat. The one rat didn't talk to me. I have speak with animals on, right? I do have speak with animals on. Huh, interesting. Wait, what? Gnomelins? Oh. I mean, mixed race are definitely a big thing in the D&D world, right? So that's actually quite like a interesting fish. I thought, where was the elixir? Did you see that? Elixir of poison resistance. Where? Where? Where is this elixir of poison resistance? Did you get? Is it over here? Over here? How do I get there? Oh, I think I have to go into this room. Scrying eye.
You have already failed me once.
Yeah, this is where the night. This is where this is where Mithra is. I think she's one of the bosses. I think she's one of the bosses. So I think we have to go in there. Poison resistance probably would have been a good thing before we went and fought spiders. I'm so good at finding the things I need after the fight. Blackberry pie. I will give that all to you. That blackberry pie is all yours. Go for it. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. All of us have healing potions, right? You only have one. So I'm gonna actually give you these 2 big ones, okay? That's what she said. Because I have 9 small ones. You have 5. You have 3. Yeah, that should be good. But yeah, I'll let you have that pie. What the shit? Okay. Look. I'm just giving him the 2 big ones. Oh wait, how do I get to that room? Is there a door? Oh, do I have to go up this way? Oh, I have to go up this way. Hi guys, don't worry about me. You guys aren't mad that I'm gonna like touch this vase, right? You're not mad. I'm just gonna look in these like little things, right? And just look for more like potions. You're not gonna be mad. Oh, there's a war drum over there. I could touch it. Oh, I bet if someone gets alerted, they'll talk. Okay, remember, if we need to try to make an escape, there was an escape hole in that prison cell. We need to remember there was an escape hole in that prison cell where that dead elf was, and we pulled out that body. Okay? Warrior Bez, let's talk to you real quick.
Unless you like big, bristling,
I do
hairy
like
legs.
big, bristling, hairy legs.
Wouldn't go down there, mate. That's the spider pit.
Ah, the spider's already dead. I'm sorry, your spiders are already dead, mate. Unless it's a different spider pit. Is this a different spider pit? That's not a pit at all. Do you have multiple spider pits? Also, true soul of the absolute. Hi, can I go in here? Hello, scrying eye. I'm just gonna poke my head in here. I'm sure this isn't gonna get me killed. Your axe got broke. Spider pit. Spider pit. Coming down on... I mean, I have a pet spider right now. Mag Lubiette, your axe got broke. Your whips don't sting, your priests all croak. Show your face and we'll take your eyes and chop you down to goblin size. The absolute will make you kneel. Beg and grovel, bleed and squeal. Hold on, I think I need to read this in a voice. I need to read this in a voice. Shh. Quiet, guys. Quiet. Quiet. Med check. This is a med check reminder for everyone in chat. If you had not have your meds yet today, set a timer. If you need to take them later, take them now. You need to take a snack, eat them with food, get a snack for yourself now. Do a self-care check. Have you eaten yet? Have you had water recently? Quick self-care check. Thank you for the self-care check, Liam. I appreciate it. Maglube, yet your axe got broke. Your whips don't sting. Your priests all croaked. Show your face and we'll take your eyes. then chop you down to goblin size. The absolute will make you kneel, beg and grovel, bleed and squeal. Beautiful. That was poetry. That was some, see, goblins can write poetry, guys. They don't seem to care. Hearken close to me. Beware the vampire.
The village to the east. It's abandoned.
I have a vampire in my group.
Scout said there had something moving around out there.
Are you guys mad at me for looking in your vases? It doesn't say that you're gonna get mad at me. It doesn't say you're gonna get mad at me, so I'm going to take them until told otherwise. Everyone loves it. You're eating your breakfast. Oh, sorry. Several chapters, cited source, it claims contain first-hand transcriptions of the oral history of several storytellers throughout the realm. Oh. There's so many conversations happening in this group. There's a scimitar, a scroll of scorching ray. I'm taking it. If you guys tell me I can take it, I'm gonna fucking take it. I'm looting. I'm literally just like, look like, hey guys, thanks for inviting me to your party. I'm just want to steal this stuff real quick. Hi guys, how's it going? Hi Night Warden Minthara. I don't know who you are. Are you one of the people I have to kill?
Your scouting party has not returned, and half of the intruders escaped your guards.
Sorry, mistress. We mucked up.
Mucked up, okay.
Found. I will take something precious from you every hour that passes. A trinket, a tongue, a limb.
Ain't no use without my limbs. The lad'll make the prisoner squeal soon enough.
That's a hell of a threat.
Now.
Every hour you don't do the thing I want, I will take something of importance.
You forever.
As she turns to you, her thoughts mingle with yours. A cold hand.
Ooh, wait, is she one of the leading people?
The chamber melts away to reveal a dark, endless nowhere.
Wait, is she one of the three major people that the worm wants us to listen to?
Woman whispers in her ear. One of those the voice spoke of. One of the chosen. The vision.
That she's one of the chosen?
A true soul? Praise be. Are you here to join my hunt?
No. A hunt? Who's the target? I have my own business to take care of. How do you know I'm a true soul? Okay, so this is where I'm wondering how we should kind of play this, right? Like, I think I don't remember who we have to kill. I'm pretty sure we have to kill 3 people, and those are the 3 quote-unquote chosen. So I think she's one of the ones that we have to kill to kind of stop the goblins, right? I think. I have my own business to take care of. A hunt. Who's the target?
Worshippers of a false god. Their existence is an
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Like, pretty much. Like, that's what I feel right now.
There is a weapon the Absolute seeks.
Discover the artifact secrets.
I'm sure those wretches have it hidden away there. We will find it.
I think I have this weapon that the Absolute is seeking.
Her excitement is palpable. She lingers on thoughts of victory,
of murder! Time for murder!
And of the weapon. She will seize it in the Absolute's name.
Of course.
You feel Shadowheart's anxiety. The weapon the Absolute seeks. It's the artifact that she carries. The same one
I have it in my inventory, and it won't let me.
Focuses. The cultists cannot discover that the weapon they seek is within their grasp.
Oh.
The thief, whimpering in our dungeon, tried to flee to their sanctuary.
Oh.
We will continue to remove parts of him until he tells us exactly where it is.
Awkward.
He's been resilient, but he'll talk.
She is seeking the grove you visited. Already you feel her mind
so
around yours.
The tieflings should be worn together. You can outnumber her warband. Leading her tieflings might doom them, but it would earn you her trust. Perhaps you could misdirect her or kill her. Misdirect or kill? Misdirect or kill? Saving. I'm going misdirect or kill. I don't know if this is a good option, but I feel like it could be, you know, choices. Literally choices. I actually might do like a hard save here. I might do a hard save. Talking, chosen. Wait, fuck. Caps lock. Talking to first chosen. Just in case I royally fuck this up. Can't make decisions, I'm a person. Perhaps you can misdirect her. Or kill her.
Speak, true soul. The hunt must begin soon.
I spoke to the prisoner. He told me everything. We don't need the prisoner. I already know the place you're looking for. My hunt ends here. You're my prey. We don't need the prisoner. I already know the place you're looking for.
You are sure? And how did you find it?
Nothing stays hidden from me. The Absolute guided me. Nothing I feel like if I bring on the Absolute will say, no, she didn't. Don't listen to this bitch. So I feel like, hi, Kraken. How are the dice treating you today? Pretty good. I got a nat 20 on something that I only needed a 2 for. So I just needed to not crit fail and I would have succeeded. And instead I got a nat 20. But yeah, I have spent an hour at camp talking to NPCs and haven't progressed the game. I hope that you're doing well, Kraken. How's everything going? Telepathic people are rude? No, she's not rude because she's telepathic. She's rude because she's a bitch. That's all. Nothing stays hidden from me.
Excellent. Now, show it to me. Be my eyes.
Her mind enters yours, a splinter of ice piercing your memories. Tiefling faces flicker into view as she attempts to learn the grove's location.
Okay. Allow her to read your thoughts. Get out of my mind. Intelligence. Obscure your memories of the grove, so half images. I only have a +1 from intelligence, but I'm good. Probably have a bonus. The dice are cheeky. Obscure memories of the grove with images of half remembered places. She's gonna be angry if I do get out of her mind, but I feel like the intelligence is probably gonna be the worm, and I didn't want to use it at all, but I feel like this is gonna be the best bet. So let's try. Fuck. Oh, tides of chaos, you fickle god. How I love thee. All right, chaos, this is why I appreciate you.
Fragments. Your mind is confused. Do what you
Let's
must.
go, right?
No prizes for guessing what this weapon thereafter really is.
So
the artifact.
Did that? Now I'm not sure what that did. You know what I mean? Now I have no idea if that even did anything. I am so confused. What are you? Potion of healing. It's saying I can take you. You're doing well. Sipping on some cold brew, trying to stay cool. I feel that. It's gonna be a hot one here as well today. Finally, to be fair, our area has been quite cool recently, which is good considering the amount of forest fires in Alberta and BC, but it is definitely odd sometimes. Okay, so wait. Let's have a quick look. Journal. So we have defeat the. So she is one of the goblin leaders. So we have her, one there, and one there. So I guess it's a matter of how we feel we can kind of tackle this, right? Because I have a feeling that the war drums are going to be hit and everything. So we kind of gave her fragments. We didn't give her the information on the tieflings, which is good. I half want to just know where everything is first. Fingers crossed the fires stay far away from you until the, yeah. It's been pretty good here, and where, like I said, where we are exactly is quite. I really want to open that door. Where are you? Oh, the drawer. Where we've been has been very rainy and cool, and then. But even in our own city, it's been a little bit different in each area. Hi, guys. So what do we got here? We have Kagran. Wait! Are these the guys from the... No, they're not. These aren't the guys with the gnolls. These weren't the guys that we rescued from the gnolls. Okay, I think they're just 2 other white guys, so I got confused because they all look exactly the same. Hey, guys. Let's join this party. Let's just see what's in this room. Let's just see what's in this room.
I command you, corpse. Speak. Reveal truth to the absolute.
What?
Nothing. Must be reading it wrong.
Oh, you want speak to dead? I've got 2 people that can do speak to dead right now.
The goblin turns to you, and the parasite squirms in your skull. You taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul.
Why are you
The
surprised
visions cloud your
that he
inner
can't
eye
bring
for a
people back
brief
to life?
moment once again.
Or that there's a mind flayer here? More than he's trying to bring a mind flayer back to life.
Elf you'd glimpsed before.
I wonder if it's the same
speaks of the
one.
hunt for a great weapon and the rewards that will go to whoever finds it. The hobgoblin's
so all
eyes
3 of
gleam
these
hungrily.
leaders are basically trying to find the thing on their own because they want the rewards. So they're not even working together, really. Like they're together, but they want the rewards.
You ever talk to a dead squid?
Those are dangerous.
Now's your chance.
What? No. Study the corpse. Was this the mind flayer that tortured you? I haven't made a habit of it. What kind of ceremony is this? Settle in when to watch the proceedings. Move in for the kill. Turn away from the right. Study the corpse. Was this the mind flayer that tortured you?
This mind flayer's build is smaller.
Okay, so it's a different mind flayer.
cleaner. A fearsome creature even in death, but not the one that tormented you.
Okay.
Yet it too roamed the Nautiloid. It would have seen you, known you.
It would have information.
Says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon
It would know us. It would possibly give up information.
We find who killed it, and we find who took that weapon.
That might be Shadowheart.
So settle in.
Oh, that might be Shadowheart. Leave before the mind flayer can identify you. Oh. So this is what's going to be interesting, right? So if the ceremony proceeds, then we can have a little bit more control of the situation. But at the same time, if this guy knew who took the artifact, it would know Shadowheart. It would know us. And we would be immediately called out. I know that I have to eventually kill these guys, but I'm trying to get a little bit of information before we get there. So this is kind of like a, well, shit. Well, shit. F5. Let it proceed.
You choke on black smoke.
I want information. I want information. I want information.
I command you, corpse. Speak and say sooth.
Are you sure? Are you asking the dead questions or actively bringing it back to life? That's also my question.
The hideous corpse rises, tentacles writhing.
So, like, is it like
your heart seizes? Under questioning, the creature might recognize you as its killer.
Did I actually kill it? Wisdom, dig into Raglan's mind and controlled interrogation. Allow the hobgoblin to speak freely lest it sense your intrusion. Attack the hobgoblin. Leave before the mind flayer can identify you. Like, I half want to leave so it can't identify me. But I am also like, I feel, the problem is I literally said I didn't want to use this fucking worm anymore. But at the same time, I feel like this entire, all 3 of these, because they are like the protected, they are the 3 that the Absolute has chosen. I feel like I'm going to have to use this wisdom. And I think that's why it's kind of like bringing that up, right? So I wonder, I could also just attack and see what happens. Allow him to speak freely lest he sense your intrusion. My indecision is kicking in. My want to make the right choice is kicking in. But also, let your inner barbarian out. Yeah, but also, I just saved, right? I just saved. So let's see what happens if we fight, because otherwise we're never gonna know. Otherwise we're never gonna know how bad it is if we don't attempt it. So why don't we...
Boys, crush the heretic!
Oh, it does involve these guys out here. I wonder if we could have closed the doors beforehand. I wonder if we could have closed the doors beforehand. That would have been interesting. Novice, 14. We have a lot of level 2s and level 1s, but he's level 5 at 75. Right? So the thing is, there's going to be a lot of fighting that comes in from this, right? There's going to be a lot of fighting that comes in from this. So let's see. Oh, I wonder if I could have charmed beforehand or something. I wonder if I could have charmed beforehand. Piercing strike. Let's try and kick someone's ass.
Spill some blood.
Good. Again.
Oh goodness. Not a ranged attack, this one. Slice. Bye, bitch. Got one down. End turn. Can you close these doors? Does that, it's probably gonna be an action. Probably gonna be an action. And if we go out, it's gonna alert more. Like, these guys aren't alerted yet, so I wonder if... I can definitely reach people, so Rage Wolfheart, because I love you, and you are my favorite wolf bean. And now let's go slice this bitch. Oh, yes, bye! Alright, end your turn. What do we got over here? True Soul of the Absolute. Oh, Astarion. Oh, yeah, you're kind of a big baby. I know. Hex on Karlach. Got a leadership from this guy. Grease on the floor. Grease I need to utilize more. Like, I feel like so many of these guys utilize grease, and I do not even think to use it ever. Let's go ahead and... Oh, animal friendship. Convince a beast not to attack you. There's no beasts around this fight, but maybe for the future when there's those wolf guys. Maybe in the future, right? So let's go ahead. Oh, I forgot to put on my mage armor. Damn. I do not have good armor right now. 40%. Okay, well, let's get... If I get out of the grease, that way I can see a little bit more sense with everything. Chromatic Orb. So we have Chromatic Orb. Let me just have a look at my spells. We have Enhanced Leap, Chromatic Orb. We have those. A level 2 spells. Of course, I have the Missile. A level 2 Chromatic. Why don't we do a level 2 Chromatic with some Poison? Cold? Frosty. Oh, Frosty Ground. Frosty Ground.
No time for mercy.
Excellent. Awesome. Save failed, so we've at least got one prone right now. And then... just, you know, good things to have. Good things to have. Bonus actions. Misty Step. Up here. Okay, end turn. Yeah, we've got these guys out here. They're gonna dash. Are they dashing to come in or dashing to beat the war drum? Yep, they're gonna go tell a friend. Fuck! That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm literally worried about. It's fine. Guiding Bolt. Okay. Not enough movement. Can I... Oh, I can't jump out. Okay. Guiding Bolt. 50% possibility. Or 21, 30, 24. You. Fuck it. Miss! God damn! Anyway, let's go ahead and heal this dumb butt who's fucking... Where is this dumb butt? Astarion.
Take two.
There you go. There's a little bit of health for you. why Grease can do that. Okay, information I did not know, and now I do. Am I right? Like, damn. Did not know, and now I do. Fuck. Okay. Yes, I know. We're gonna get you out of the fire, honey. I know that you're just such a weak baby. It's fine. Here's a big healy potion for you. Here's a big healy potion, okay? Hamstring shot. Oof, it's too far. Can I get close enough? You already used your bonus action to heal, so you're not gonna be able to get close enough to this guy. You don't have enough movement. Yeah, I have a feeling just not gonna be enough no matter what kind of shot that we do here. Yeah, not enough, not enough, not enough. Unfortunately, I have a feeling that's not gonna be good. Improvised melee weapon, water bottle. Improvised throwing. Okay, it's melee. I want improvised throwing. Throw. How far can you throw things? Yeah, not enough movement. I didn't think so, sadly. All right, resume. Oh, firebolt. Still not enough movement. God, this Grease is a pain in my butt. Truly. Let's see if I can grab him. Enter. Hey, Karlach. I'm gonna have you come over. Oh. Reckless.
Keep going.
Pommel strike with an advantage. Love you. Save from the pommel strike, so we didn't get knocked unconscious, unfortunately. But cool. Karlach, I love you. Please don't die. Karlach, I love you. Please don't die. That's all I ask. Oh my god, my baby. Weakening strike. Oh, my baby. Oh, no. God. Oh my god. Oh, this is a horrible life choice. Horrible. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. They've gone. Find them. Okay, bro. Who's gone? Us? We're back there. Detecting presence? Oh, of me? Were they detecting presence of me? 13 plus 5, 12. Cool. You should be dead, right? Oh, because one of them was a 3! That's just a pain in the butt. That's just a pain in the butt, truly. I wish I could, like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Yeah, I know. Gathering drumbeat. He got there in time. He got there in time. My mage hand didn't have its turn this time. Oh, that's revealed. Well, there goes the mage hand. And we have more people coming to this fight. This is gonna be great, guys. This is going great. Absolutely amazing. 10 out of fucking 10. Definitely not stressed. Oh, critical miss, awesome. Get out of the fire, please. I'm worried about you. Definitely not stressed whatsoever. Can you shield yourself, please? Thank you. End turn. Watch your clips. This game makes me want to play. It's so much fun. It's so much fun, Honky. Yep. Cool. My spider just died. This is fine. This is fine. There you go. There's a nice... Oh, I should have just vampire bit someone. Oh, well. That's fine. Let's go ahead and... We're doing great. We're doing absolutely great. Definitely not stressed.
Again.
Are you fucking kidding me?
This is gonna feel good.
Definitely not stressed whatsoever. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Hello. Disadvantage because we're frightened. We're frightened? Oh, my poor baby. Oh, well, then that's fine. We'll switch over to a reckless attack so that way they at least don't have an advantage on us. But we can do on this guy because he's 70%. He's only 15. That way we have that. And then I'm gonna push you. Oh! We can push them in the spider. I have so many questions. Knowledge for next time when I die. Knowledge for next time when I die, because death is 100% happening right now. Death is 100% happening right now. So this is just knowledge for next time. Because someone just, oh, critical miss on the Elder Blast. Or Elder Blast. Elder Blast. Critical hit. Oh, God. Missile snaring. Nice. Oh, fuck. Blinded. This is going great, guys. This is going absolutely wonderful. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. It's going absolutely fabulous. Piercing shot, not enough movement. Yeah, I don't think I have a clear target really except for this guy. So why don't we got magic missile, level 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so at least we got some damage on him. He's still 46 out of 75. Definitely coming in and fighting was a poor life choice. Just FYI, in case you're curious.
Very well.
Let's go ahead and make a spell slot for level 2 for this turn, because that way we have at least one. And that turn. Oh, God. Oh, God. I know, it's fine. I'm so sorry, my love. Here, take that big potion real quick. And then guiding bolt. Disadvantage. Are you terrified as well? Oh, we're blinded right now. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. All right, let's go out of the blinding. Out of the blinding. Guiding bolt. 60%. So level 2. Don't miss. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, she got the hit. It was only 18, but she got the hit. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into me making poor life choices and trying to fight all the goblins in the entire place, instead of making smart choices. All right, you, my dear, can you vampire bite this guy real quick for me? Thank you. Got a little bit of health from that. I appreciate. And then we're gonna go ahead and here for the poor choices. Welcome on in, Tim. I hope you're doing well. Be threatened and blinded. So why don't we have a disadvantage against this guy, which kind of sucks, honestly, because we're blinded, right? And if we move away from him, we're gonna have attack of opportunity against us. Are we no longer blinded? Okay, we're no longer blinded, so we no longer have the disadvantage. So poor choices are great. Yep. Fun fact, for the record, I love the vibes switching to starting whiny baby to Karlach. It's frightened all over. Can you tell my preference in character? Can you tell my preference in my NPCs? It's like, oh, you, like, god damn it, you want, like, you're such a whiny baby to Karlach. Look, I love, okay, missile snare. Thank you. I love those gloves. Those gloves are perfect. Gloves are perfect. You, chromatic orb. Ooh, arrow though. I want to be able to push you back. I want like a force. I don't think any of my chrome thunder. Does thunder push back?
Let's get this over with.
Thunder does not push back, but should be dead. Yeah. Cool. Probably should have saved that for the big boy then. No. Fuck. Can I throw that? Hold on. Oh shit. Damn it. I forgot that the healing potions are just... We're gonna die this round, guys. This was very poor life choices. I did not... I was just like, let's just see what happens if we fight. And we're just fine. We're fine. Absolutely fine. Yep. Anywho, the problem is I want to go over here and get out of the, we're fine. Fine as fuck. Totally okay. You heal, please, real quick. And then I know you're threatened 60%, so Guiding Bolt is up, though. So it has that advantage. So it's not going to have advantage or disadvantage. Let's try. Got him. Okay, cool. You're at 17, though. I probably should have done the bigger one to see if that helped at all. Let's go ahead and end our turn. We've got 2 more goblins. The 2 people I have before... Oh, now we have a war companion. Oh, God. Oh, so much death. Oh, Shadow... Oh, fuck you, dude! Oh, no. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, we're dead. Yeah, we're dead. Oh, God. You're double killing my crew? You bitch! Oh, my God. You suck balls, man. Trying to double kill my... Oh, you're up here. Hello. Okay, great. Great. So, things I didn't know. Missile snaring. Range attack. So cool. You're making sure my companions are dead. Awesome. Love that for you. Love that for you. You fucking dick. I'm slowed fucking wild magic. I swear. I swear. Wild magic. What is wrong with you? You fucking... Wild magic. Why are you slowing me down? Anyway, this is... Don't run in and do crazy shit. Yeah, that's right. Jump towards me. This is brilliant. How long am I slowed for? 2 turns. 2 turns. Yep. Poor choices have not disappointed. Poor choices are just... They're just the vibe. They're just the vibe. It truly is just the vibe. Wild magic is wild and unpredictable. I know. What the fuck is that about? Yep, Shadowheart's officially dead. Karlach is officially dead. Astarion is officially dead. Yep. Yep, you've murdered all my friends. Good job. Good job. Yep, and now you're about to murder me. Yep. This is totally fine. Totally fine. You're dead. You're dead, bro. All right, let's go ahead and... We've got these guys all on me, which kind of sucks. We got that guy. We've got those 2 guys. Where is Big Boy right here? Okay. Refresh. It should be okay. Maybe. Yes. So sorry about that. It decided that the stream itself was fucked. The game is fine. Literally the entire computer was fine. Just the stream. Just the stream. Kara didn't die if stream dies first. Exactly. I didn't die if stream dies first. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's alive! However, unfortunately, I'm still here. I'm still here. You literally missed nothing. I turned and looked at chat and noticed that the screen was frozen. I was like, ah, okay, cool, sounds good. So, we're doing great. We're doing great. I was looking for the big boy. I lost him. He's like right over here. So, let's see if we can kill him with a guiding bolt. Because all he needs is 5 down. And then enter. But I have a feeling we're about to die.
My wounds are much to bear.
Yep. Anyway, so load game. That we didn't miss much. Actually, you missed nothing. So I don't think going in and attacking with the door wide open is the best life choice. Putting that out there for your consideration. I don't think it's the best life choice. So I'm wondering if we should go talk to that princess lady first, who's on the other side, so I can go back to talking to the first chosen. I know that's back a little bit, but I might skip that guy, go talk to the princess lady, who's kind of more towards the beginning, like when you walk in to the goblin encampment and that goblin like tower or whatever that built like their little campment. So I'm wondering if I should do that instead. So, woo! Let's go ahead and give it a one more time. We're gonna die. See, this, it's just, I gotta not get into fights. I gotta not get into fights. It is going to get me murdered.
She is seeking the grove you visited.
Tifa should be warned.
Around yours.
Might do them anyone in her trust. Do you think should be warned together? You cannot number our director or kill her.
The hunt must begin soon.
Oh, we already did. Fuck! I should have gone to the other quick saves. My hunt ends here. You're my prey. We don't need the prisoner. You know what he's looking for. I spoke to the prisoner. He told me everything. I spoke to the prisoner. He told me everything. We don't need the prisoner. I already know the place they're looking for. This is the one that I use. Let's do the spoke to the prisoner this time.
You know. The Absolute will reward us with such power if we find this place.
Point to the direction of the map. Deception. Place your finger on a patch of forest far from the grove. Add bonus. Guidance. All I need to do is not roll a 1. So... perfect. Amazing. This actually is... I feel like this one went better. I feel like this one went better with this lady.
Fool! You have fallen for his lies. We know that area well. There is nothing hidden there.
Okay, but it makes it sound like we fell for his lives.
Way. Scour the area and hunt them down.
Okay.
And report back to me.
Okay. So that didn't work.
Prizes for guessing what this weapon they're after.
What are we waiting for? Spears are sharp. The lads are all riled
That,
up and ready.
so that didn't work.
You have already failed.
Let's mage armor real quick.
And now you dare.
And then sorcery points make a spell slot for number 1. And then... okay. I think we're pretty much set up. I have my spider familiar, right? I do. Karlach. I think you're pretty much set as well. Okay, this will be fine.
No one stopped me yet.
It's gonna be great.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
So basically, so that's that. This guy's trying to talk to a mind flayer, so we're not gonna interrupt him right now. We're gonna go over and talk to, I think the princess lady is this way. Over in this direction. I'm pretty sure that's where she was. So we kind of know what he's up to now. Ooh, there's a scroll of Revivify over here if we can steal that later.
Might be useful.
If we need a scroll of Revivify and we have everyone murdered, that's where it is. Just heads up. Ooh, potion of healing down here. It's saying that we can take it. It's saying I'm allowed to take it. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fucking take it. Where is it? There it is. Thank you. They apparently don't care when I take their potions of healing. Fun fact, if you did not know, they really don't give a shit about their potions of healing. Apparently there's scroll of revivifies, their leather boots, all that kind of stuff, yes. Oh, hey guys, who... away? Oh, you guys seem angry. Who are you, Ural? Can I convince you to let me in whatever's in that room?
You don't have permission to be here. You're about to be ejected.
Hey. Morning! Hope you're enjoying the game so far. Yeet your tiny people with bigger people can't make jump. Don't get frustrated. I appreciate it. I actually haven't had to throw myself very much. And I think I just got a skill now where I can do big jump. I'm not sure. I think I have a magic thing that helps my leaps go further. I'm not really sure. But no worries, enjoy your work. Try to convince them that I belong here. This seems like a great life choice after I just had that fight. Deception, intimidation, and persuasion. I'm here, aren't I? You would have let me in if I didn't belong, would you? Did not work. Fun fact, did not work. I'll just let that be. I won't use my inspiration for that.
Outstayed your already flimsy welcome, and now you will leave.
I tried. I attempted. Oh, who are you? Are you a It says you might be a traitor.
That the jingle of coin I hear? You've timed it well, my friend.
Okay.
Already turned quite the profit today, so I'm feeling generous.
I do love me a good profit.
You recognize the crest she bears, the winged serpent of the Zentarim.
No normal trader, you're part of the Black Network. What business does you have being in the Bible? Let me see where. No more trader, are you? You're part of the Black Network.
Half right, sharp eyes. As then is a normal trader. Just a matter of what's for sale.
Okay.
Weapons and other exotic goods, true enough.
Okay.
But most of all, we offer discretion.
I just sent so many things to camp. I have nothing to trade here because I was not expecting a trader.
Good deals and bad. That a problem for you?
No, it's fine, bro. It's totally fine. Not a problem at all. Let me see your wares. Oh, like, look! There's better armor! Look at that great axe! Oh, I bet Karlach could use that. Is Karlach proficient with great axes? Got a monster slayer glaive. Oh, what? Gold wormling staff. Oh, there's so much cool stuff. And I put so much stuff back in my camp. Mommy's proficient in all weapons. I love her. That's so valid. She can have what she wants. I love her. Roaring different arrows, scroll of invisibility, scroll of crown of madness, light crossbow with a weapon enchantment on it, which of course would be nice to have some of those. So I believe the greens are just a light weapon enchantment, right? Like that they're just slightly better. They're like a +1. Some of them are gonna have, so like this bow, seldom caught unawares, you get a +1 to initiative rolls when you have it armed and stuff like that. So some of them are gonna be like slight cool, like +1 to stealth checks, but they're kind of just light +1s when they're green. It looks like the blue, superior metal, you take material, you take 1 less slashing damage, disadvantage on stealth checks though. So interesting. And then we have a potion of invisibility, scroll of lightning bolts, tons of little scrolls and stuff like that. I mean, cool. I have 10 coins that I feel like spending. Just that silver cup. I don't feel like spending anything else. I have, wait. I have 19 that I feel like spending. I don't think anything you have here is 19. So it's fine. It's fine.
Pleasure.
Anyway, bye. But good to know there's stuff here, right? Good to know there's stuff here. I think through here,
let's see what this does,
is where the princess is. Come on, guys. Why don't we come in and then we'll close the door behind us. Can you try to barter? You can, but it usually does better when you have a higher relationship. Excuse you. I want to close this door, please. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the points. I appreciate it. It usually does better if you have a higher relationship so that you've already kind of traded with them before. So I have a lot of items at camp. Like a lot. And you can basically, all of your items and everything else that you have, whether it be rotten food, whether it be silverware, bowls, whatever you've picked up, has a gold link attached to it. Which means that you can no, get out. This door is now locked. Get out of here. Everyone get out of this place. I want to murder this girl. Which is quite interesting in its own sense. Oh, there's a chasm here. I wonder if I can Okay, okay. What do we have? What do we got going on? We don't have that many. So we have the Traitor, Erna, and the True Soul Gut, who's a High Priestess of the Absolute. So I think we need to talk to her first. I don't think she's going to be a healy. I don't think she's actually going to be able to heal us in any way. But I wonder if she can give us some more information. But I believe that she's someone that we do have to kill. Let me look really quick. Defeat the Goblin leaders. Yeah, she's one of the ones that we have to murder.
I need a quick word.
Ready to clear
Thank you,
your
Travi.
head.
How are you doing today? This is my favorite hat. It is one of my favorites. I love it very much, but I appreciate it. Welcome on in. What exactly are you gonna do? Change the plans. I want to kill you. Are you ready to clear your head? What exactly are you going to do?
Whatever the Absolute tells me to. Don't worry, she loves you. I can tell.
I don't want her to do anything to me. I don't. As much as I want to know what she does, I don't. Don't worry, she says. It's the same as all the trust me's. Do it. I literally have gotten no progress today because I was like, fuck it, let's go for the fight. And then died. Fine, fuck it. You want me to do this? I've done a save. I have done a save. Kill them all at the Absolute, sort them out. Should I do it? I've done a save. Do we need to make progress today? Is progress something we are doing, or are we just doing chaos? Are we just, progress is overrated? Are we just seeing what happens when we, like, this woman, like, what is she going to do? Chaos? Chaos is fun? Fuck it. All right, I did a save. All right, I'm ready.
Don't want a crowd of gawpers. Everybody else needs to leave.
Karlach approves, Astarion disapproves. Crowd of gawpers, everyone else needs to leave. You're telling me I have to split up with my team? No!
Ready to clear your head?
Never seen you fail, not once. Nope, not once. Yes.
Don't want a crowd of gawpers. Everybody else needs to leave.
I don't trust you. This will end so well. Literally do not trust you. Like, this is the worst. Okay, ungroup.
My faith protects me.
You. Group. Have you guys come over here, please? Because I want to see if you guys can jump over here. Yeah, you can. Cool. Amazing. These guys are ready and raring to go if necessary.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Look at her face. How could you not trust her? How could we not trust her? She might have candy.
Ready to clear your head?
Yeah.
Smart. All you need to do is open yourself to the Absolute. And I'll do the rest. Don't want anyone peeping on private matters, so... There we go. Secret and safe. Well, secret.
There was someone else that...
Psionic feelers creep across your mind, like a pickpocket's fingers seeking flaws in
I have no
fabric.
plus guidance. Steer your mind against the intrusion.
It's all slippery in there. What are you hiding?
Directing the memory of your infant, shut her out completely. Like, I wonder... Going for to enter belt. I don't trust her, so I am definitely going to be shutting her out.
This ain't right. Why are you resisting me if you're one with the Absolute?
She prizes your mental barriers
Shit!
apart.
Save failed!
And sees the mind flare from the ship.
Hells, that is horrible. Can see why you'd want to keep it secret. But there's no secrets between us, True Soul.
Why?
Let me take a look and find out what it did to you.
Get it out of me. I have my senses. I still have my senses. I'll find another to do with it. One of those things inside you too, you know.
No. It's messing with your brain. You're seeing things, probably hearing voices too, yeah?
Yeah. I still have my senses. I'll find another way to... I I just want to kill her. I just want to kill her. Can now that she's literally locked us in the room with her, right? So we should be fine. So we can just murder, right? I still have my senses. I'll find another way to deal with it.
No. You ain't leaving till we get to the bottom of this. You
Time to die.
Dangerous.
Do whatever you have to. What exactly does your plan involve?
It involves you putting your trust in the absolute.
Be crazy plot twist, right? Narrators the whole time. Stand aside. I'm leaving.
Guess we're doing this the hard way then. Sweet dreams. Wakey, wakey. Don't bother struggling. You ain't going nowhere.
My team was literally right there. Why wouldn't you let me do my team?
Critter in your head.
Why wouldn't you let me do my team? Literally right there. I don't appreciate that. Like, I actually don't. I want to be able to have a moment to literally be like, okay, my team comes in. They were right. What is suspect a nice dog? We have a bondage fetish, right? You're out of luck. I don't know anything about this more than you do.
We've both seen the monster that put it there, and I know what happens.
I'm a little bit frustrated. I half want to go back to save because my whole plan was to be like, if she started fighting me, to bring my team in, and apparently that I don't even have the option to do that. Your infect is going to happen to you too.
Stop trying to confuse me. You're a liar. Everything's
make her
clear
pay.
since the
Absolute
Absolute chose me.
Frustration.
You're the one that's broken.
You're
Do you
broken.
even know who you
Nothing's
are
changed.
anymore?
I'm in control. I have power. Something changed me. I know I'm gonna kill you. How about that? Nothing's changed. I'm in control.
Maybe that's what the creature wants you.
That is frustrating. I just wanted the opportunity.
It's gonna start
right?
eating your flesh too, changing you. And eventually your skull will split and you'll cough up a mess of tentacles.
So will you then? Not gonna let that happen. You won't live to see it, trust me.
You might have put up a fight in another life, freak.
Plot twist, you like
but
it?
Not in this one.
You would like the other guy that like literally but not in this one. Keep quiet.
You're gonna be my new pet. A ferocious squiddy.
All
The other
for
guy that like literally hit us over and over and gave us a
the weight of
permanent
the
buff.
chains, looking for weak points.
Acrobatics. Dislocate your wrist and wriggle free. Strength. Tense your muscles against the chains. Preserve your strength. Acrobatics. Let's, I guess, try. Difficulty class 12. It's not gonna, yeah, no. Of course not. Literally, as soon as I saw that 12, I'm like, no way it's giving me a high roll. No way. I could roll again. We could attempt it one more time. I have 2 inspiration on this. So fuck it. But I don't have any other bonuses. I don't have my tides. Yeah, crit. Crit fail. I don't want to 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 crit fucking fail. Fuck you. At least it's just a normal fail. God! What the heck?
A sharp pain shoots through your arm as the bone pops out of place.
Trust the
chains hold
dice. I
tight.
know, right? Should have just saved my strength. Preserve your strength. I know that strength's not gonna do it. God. Fucking goblins.
Open your papers, freak.
Dude, don't slap me.
You should be sprouting tentacles
Yes.
by now.
I
But you're still the
know.
same kind of ugly
That's
you
what I
always
keep
was.
telling you.
Disappointing not to have my own squiddy. But your giblets will make for a tasty supper.
Sorry. I may have left that a little late. No lasting damage, I hope.
Who the fuck are you? Your new girlfriend, apparently.
Done. And before you thank me, save your breath.
Oh yes, of
You'll
course.
meet my master soon.
Your master.
And have a chance to show your
I
gratitude.
don't want to. Where's
In
my
the meantime,
group?
Try not to get yourself killed. I won't always be watching.
Karlach, couldn't you have saved me before? Couldn't you have saved me before? Right. Right. Well, complete. We asked her for help. And also, we've taken care of. Yep. We were drugged and imprisoned. She hopes we'll turn into mind flayers so she can study us. We have to get out of here. Guess what? That's complete now. However, save the druid. Let's see. Main quest. Save the druid. Asked us to kill the goblin leader so we can restore peace. Well, we killed one of them's dead. I broke my arm for nothing. It's true. But we've got lots of stuff. Oh my god. Look at this. Absolute Talisman. Absolute's Mercy. If the wearer bears the Absolute's brand, they have an advantage on death savings throws.
This one is a true soul parasite. It can enhance you. You can absorb its potential.
No.
Open your mind to it.
No.
You already know how.
Yeah, definitely according to plan. No. No. I don't want any more of these in my head. Guys, we need to have a quick conversation. I do not want any more of these in my head. I don't, it's my friend. It's my friend. No, this is the same. This is the fucking same as so many games where it's like, yes, these will give you power. And it's like, yes, it gives you power now. However, later down the line, it will make your life a living fucking hell. And it's going to basically take away the bonuses that it gave you at the beginning. I don't need this drama in my life. I don't want this drama in my life. I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm okay. I'm totally okay without it. I'm not sure about this.
Don't worry. You won't come to harm. I'll protect you.
Poll. One's in the chat. One's in the chat if you want me to open my mind. Two's in the chat if you agree with me and you're a smart cookie and I should not have this parasite in my brain. One in the chat if you want me to put it in my brain and listen to this hot bitch. And two, if you agree with me and you know this is a dumb life choice and we should not put this thing in my brain. Commander's like, get that friend up in there. Travi's like, hell yes. So far, 2 people saying yes to the tadpole and 3 agreeing with me and saying no. I'm just putting that out there that currently there are more people saying no. So I think I'm going to say no. It's a trap. It's a trap. It's obviously a trap.
You are not ready.
Can I hold on to it for later?
But try to overcome this resistance sooner rather than later.
Can I hold on to it for later? Can I put it in a jar? Can I put it in a jar and hold on to it for later? Like, is it in my inventory now? Like, I just want to, look, I don't want to make the decisions now. So I have this guy now. Is this the same guy? Like, oh, I think we can hold on to that for later, just FYI. It's in a jar. Yeah, don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We can always come back to it. We can always come back to it. Scroll of Hold Person, basic poisons. I love some scrolls and poisons. So we can always make this decision later.
How further can I go?
Oh, shoot. Sit back here. Thanks for the hug, Liam. Appreciate it. Let's grab... Oh, God. Can things stop disappearing? I just want to, like, loot everything. Okay, thanks. Alright. I guess we'll move on. Polma? Polma's... Oh, the lady even killed the big thing. Big lady. But yeah, books are like worth 14 gold each. 100% worth it to pick up all the books, by the way. Like, you might be like, what are these random books for? I think you can even, like read them all, can't you? Yeah, like, I think you can even, like, read all these books and have a look at them all. Lessons for sensible living. Yeah, that's what my character needs, some sensibility on death and resurrection. What is the value of life? Far too esoteric a topic to warrant any serious critical consideration. I mean, okay. We're gonna get to our friends in a hot second, so we can go out that door, I believe, but let's look around here first. Because I don't think there's any enemies in here right now. I think we're all clear, and we got 2 keys from the Priestess. We got 2 keys from the Priestess, so I'm actually kind of like, let's have a look.
Killed without a mark.
Like, there's gilded chests over
Who
there.
the hells does she serve?
Oh, there's no marks on that one? Okay. Yeah, take all of the books. A pleasurable deal. The shocking truth. Like, thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome on in. I do appreciate it. Soul coins! Ooh, there's information about soul coins! Wait, we have one of those! Eat rando tadpole, snooze with rando companions, pick up all the rotten vegetables, cauldrons. You know what, you're right. Hold on. There was a book about soul coins. The concept merciless simplicity, frequently traded. 50 pages, painstaking written legal document in Infernal. Oh. Oh, it's a legal look at coins. Oh, scroll. Melf's acid arrow. Okay. Am I loot obsessed? Why, yes. Yes, I am. But there's some gilded chests over here. Some more books that we can sell. Hi, gilded chest. Oh, we can give someone this and someone else. Can we give this to Karlach? Would Karlach be able to Misty Step? Could me and her be an animal talking Misty Step companions? Oh my god, amazing, guys. I may have a plan. An aged journal. Okay. I may have a plan. Animal carcasses. Oh, bed. Yeah, that's. No one's in here. Fuck, let's open it. Oh, yes. Elixir of fire resistance. Chest back to camp and use it to sort your loot there. Oh shit, really? I mean, that makes sense. Because I know that you can put like backpacks and like things in your inventory and like the pouches and stuff. So that makes sense that you can kind of like organize it like in your inventory that way and have all like the chests and stuff. What's over this way? I want to have a look. I don't want to have to come back here. I know my friends were left behind. Hopefully they're okay. But look, a scroll of aid! Like, how is that not freaking awesome? Always loot. Oh.
That might be worth a look.
Oh. Rocky crevasse. Okay, we're in the same place as my friends now. Want to know a fun fact? Always. I love fun facts. Oh! Hi, Joji. Hi. I want to give this to Karlach. Oh, there's smoke more out of barrels. Oh, I want to give this to Karlach. I don't have the key for it. Wow. How do I get my white here? How do I get my, because I want these barrels. Oh, I want to take these barrels with me. Oh, I want to take these barrels with me. Okay. Hi, Stigs. I know the room you're in. You can add those barrels to explosives in your inventory and send them back to your camp one by one. Ooh, I don't know if I can pick them up as my character, though. Can I? Can she pick them up? I can! But I have to literally, in my inventory, right-click, send to camp with all of them. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Stiggs. That's actually very helpful. I wasn't sure if I could do that with her, because she's a gnome, if she could pick them up. But apparently they're not too heavy one at a time. Beautiful. Bags of holding. I unfortunately have not found one yet. Okay. Send to camp. Deal. Pick things up. Of course she can. She's fucking badass bitch. It's true. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Yes. Oh my god, there's so many. Steal. Send her drop it herself to hide and sneak around. That'd be freaking hilarious. Oh my gosh, I have so many explosive things. I'm gonna give these all to my wife. Send to camp. I mean Karlach. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Thank you so much for that update. Like seriously, that is so helpful. Send to camp. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Steal. Inventory. Send to camp. Can I steal this? Oh, I can lick pock. Oh, that's right, I have lick pox.
Don't give me trouble now.
Oh, cancel. Let's difficulty. Let's steal this, and Astarion can open it later. Because he's good at lick pox, right? And I think these are just all normal chests. So I don't think there's anything else in here, right? I think we're all clear. Character lifts the barrel. Yeah. I know I've seen a little bit of spoilers of there possibly being like bags of mundane, so it's not like a bag of holding, but instead turns everything into plates and stuff. So we're back at the defiled temple. Over here. Just look how much stuff there is! Wait, this is a whole, like... Am I gonna get, like, caught down here? I should not be soloing this. I shouldn't leave my friends up there at all, should I? Oh, this is so dumb, but am I gonna do it anyway? Why, yes. Yes, I am. I am gonna check out this defiled temple and just see if there's anything cool. Like, look, there's a silver plate. Some silver plates. Let's take that. Yeah, and just... Oh! Perception failed. Oh, I don't like it when perceptions failed. Oh, I don't like it when perceptions failed. Why? Why? Why did my perception fail? Is it a trap?
What kind of contraption is this?
We're gonna have to come back with our group. We're gonna have to come back with our group. All right, so we're gonna head, hold on 1 second. Let me mark this. Investigate. You can't do question marks with your custom markers, by the way. Just in case you're wondering. I apparently am not good at investigating, and I want to be able to know what's going on with this. So I'm gonna leave that for another time. We're gonna go ahead and take our spider, who's now with us, which is really kind of nice. And we're going to leave out the front door. So that way we hopefully don't trigger anything. I don't think there's anything of importance over at this. Oh, scroll of burning hands. Never mind, there is. There's the loot and poison.
Something over there.
Oh, and a pouch. Oh, with gold. Yes, I'm also gonna pick up the pouch because pouches are cool. No worries, Liam. Not something that really needs to be discussed in chat, but you are all good. All right, let's go ahead and continue. And vase and... Okay, you guys are gonna start a riot. We're gonna walk out the front door. Literally. Like, it's like, cool, you kidnapped me. Guess what? Some random lady murdered you, and now I get to just like walk out the front. My part of my plan is done. It's all I needed to do. All right, let's F5. Let's save real quick. And hi guys, Karlach. Hey guys, can you like group up and come over here, please? Thanks. Is the traitor just hanging out with me now? Yeah, IRL D&D sounds like a lot of fun. The main problem with me again is time. I always mention that when someone asks.
There you are. Glad you're all right. What happened in there?
Oh, she tricked me. Priestess Gut wasn't as friendly as she seems. I had to kill her. I thought Priestess Gut was gonna kill me, but someone appeared at just the right time.
Really? Who?
She was a warlock, but I'm not sure if she was a friend or a foe. I'm telling Karlach everything. She deserves the truth, okay? She deserves the truth after being like basically forced to do things her whole life. I don't want to deceive her. She deserves love.
Ugh. Warlocks. They always owe someone something. And it's
I
never
know.
Me. Let's meet her again if she means to get under our feet. Until then, I'm glad to see you're in one piece. Though just as tadpoley as ever.
You're so
Search continues.
You're so cute.
There are enough absolutists in
She was
this
a
place to
warlock.
fill a
Very
reserve
interesting.
trench.
Very interesting.
One of them must have something interesting to say, right? Let's find out.
Stop. So fucking adorable. All right. So, real quick, I now have explosive powders. Also, who are you? Brackall. I kind of want to let you escape because that sounds like fun to me. I now have explosive powders, you know? I'm just saying, explosive powders can be very interesting. They honestly really can. I also think, so I have a bit of silver, but I don't think it's enough.
Should speak up.
Need something else?
To buy anything, but I just want to check really quick. Like, because we have some mail, like some armor and stuff that might be good. Chainmail, scale mail, medium armor. Disadvantage on stealth though. About to have a good time with explosive powder. I want to, I just want to test a few things. I just want to test a few things. A war pick. I bet Karlach would love a good war pick. I bet she would do so good at war picks. Oh, I know she would. Amulet of an elemental torment. When the wearer stands in certain surfaces such as fire. Traitor following you. Super convenient, but she didn't follow me. I guess my character's I have no idea. I literally have no clue. 760 gold. Wait, let's do no, apparently I can't control click when I'm trying to sell stuff. 91, 98. Yeah, apparently I can't shift and pull over, which is what I was hoping to do, which kind of stinks. All right, how's that? How are we looking? 222. 222. Supposed to power on a trader, picking up skulls. The skulls are worth 2 gold each. Skulls are worth 2 gold each. I'm just saying. That's 4 gold right there. I'm not saying I was ever smart. I'm just saying that it's definitely an option. I have enough for at least one of the lower things, because those all are about, there's like this one's 520. So I think like the heavy, I don't think anyone of us can like really do heavy armor right now anyway. Value, exactly. It has value and it's not that heavy. It just kind of takes up a lot of space. Scroll of gaseous form, scroll of fireball, scroll of fear, lightning bolt, hand crossbow, hunter's dagger. On hit, a target must succeed a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or become ruptured. I might get this for Asterion. I might get this for Asterion. Because I have him using the dagger a lot. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, it worked. Exactly, it works. It's fine. Scroll of revives are about 400, so that's good to know for the future. That's good to know for the future. We need... Can you... I might grab an antidote. Although I could probably grab 2. I'm just worried I'm gonna get poisoned again in the future. And then fill the rest up with gold. Cool. Thanks. All right.
Pleasure.
Excellent. Okay, we have our team back together. I've got tons of explosives back at the camp. Right? I've got a makeshift ladle. Look, there's water. This is, guys, it's always important to loot everything. You never know. Can I steal this? Okay, and then send to camp. Send to camp. Why? I want them. Oh, sadly those ones don't have anything, which kind of stinks. All right, so I'm thinking we figure out how to use those explosive barrels on the big guy. No worries, Milo. I hope you have a good day. This is locked. Right. I have the key. This is fine. I can't. Oh, I think they're just following me around because I have the key to this door. Like, I think that's all it is. I think they were just stuck in there with me. I'm assuming they were just stuck in there with me. Yeah, you can build a barrel fort back. Yeah, exactly. So I can get all the barrels there and then kind of like get them all out of the thing. Yeah, I think, oh. So, are you guys really following me? I don't understand. Why are you following me? Guys, are they on my team? I don't what is happening? Why are they following me? My brain hurts. Why are they What? Like, what? All right, let's check out over here before we go and do that thing. Hey guys.
This ain't the party, pal.
This ain't a party.
We're working here.
Ah, you're not. It's fine. Are you sure? Hi, Sharp Eye. Sharp Eye. Zanny and Warrior Cook. And hi. Who's this? Who's in control of this prisoner? Who is this guy? Hey, Brackled Faithful of Maglubiet. Hi, Sharp Eye. How you doing?
If I were you, I'd get me ass back to the party before somebody put me to work.
Couple hundred goblins. I'm just convincing everyone to follow me. I'm just a natural born leader.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe. Praise his throne of flaming iron. Praise Maglubiet.
You know Maglubiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves.
Ah, there we go.
Trying to interrupt
okay.
my prayers.
Yep, I'm definitely trying to interrupt.
God.
No.
You're as ghoulless as the rest of them.
So you're a fanatic. How'd you land yourself in that cage?
Because I'm loyal to Maglubiet.
How to be a cult leader. Exactly. That's what it is. I'm just a cult leader. I have everyone follow my animal-speaking cult. The Absolute, the other goblins seem to love her.
They like feasting, fighting, and fornicating.
The 3
Who
Fs.
doesn't? Absolute gives them that.
The 3 Fs of life. There's the 5 Ds of dodgeball and the 3 Fs of life.
That's what a god's supposed to do.
Okay, cool. Sounds good, bro. What's over here? Rat? Okay. I don't really know, but praise your spaghetti monster! Yep, spaghetti monster sounds great. So I'm gonna go in here, and I'm gonna close the door behind me. I failed a perception check. A critical fail on a perception check. What do you mean? Why do I like playing dodgeball? Because there are 5 Ds. There's a 3 Fs to life and 5 Ds in dodgeball, so dodgeball is life. Come on, get in here, guys. Get in here. I'm just gonna close these doors. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Just making sure. All right, real quick, I'm saving. I want to try something. Let me just go to camp really quick. All right, we're not resting. We're just going to camp. Okay? Don't worry. Just a quick little. Oh, are you scared of my spider? Oh, Bolo is scared of my spider! Oh, that is too fucking funny. Oh, that is too freaking funny. I love it. Wait, who says anything about... Oh my god. Five Guys Burgers and Fries is not what I want. Now I want a burger. Alright, let's just... sorting options by type. Let's see. We've got lots of stuff in here. That's all fire wine, right? Fire wine, fire wine. Water. There we go. Smoke powder. So smoke powder does explosives, right? Force damage. And then fire wine's gonna cause fire damage. Ooh, also, let's see if we can get, hey, Astarion. Can't see, of course not. We're gonna just put that there. So like, I think that would be reasonably good. Drop things on the ground on one of these auxiliary campsites. I'm gonna be putting them back in. I'm gonna be putting them back in my case. Just, you know, taking my time.
Touch me.
Let's real quick tab. Get Thieves Kit, give that to Astarion. I'm gonna give you 5 of them, so that should be fine. Can you come over here and open this for me? Can you lockpick this?
For a skeleton key.
Thank you. You should know what to do because you're a rogue, right? Oh yeah, because he's got my gloves of power for sleight of hand. So he's got the tools kit, dexterity, gloves of power, sleight of hand proficiency, and sleight of hand expertise. +8. All you need is a 10. Not one. No, honestly, I might real quick. Shadowheart. Can you real quick cast guidance? Can we not cast guidance on Astarion? Okay, so we're gonna have to have you come over here. So I'm gonna real quick enter turn-based mode just so that these guys stop moving around when I don't want them to move around. Can you get over here, please? And Shadowheart, can you also get over here?
This way.
I'm gonna end.
Let's get going.
My turn. End turn. End turn. End turn. Astarion. End turn. World, whatever the world's doing outside of our camp. Yes, this is dumb. Don't judge me. It's fine. Anywho, Astarion, can you come over here? Shadowheart. Can you not move? What?
Need to keep going.
Okay, guidance. Enter turn-based mode. Astarion. Need to get over here. Doing therapy. No worries, love. Have a good one. I hope it goes well. End turn, end turn, end turn, end turn, end turn. Hope it goes well. End turn. Astarion, can you please lockpick this? All right, we've got guidance, gloves of power, dexterity, thieves' tool, sleight of hand proficiency, sleight of hand expertise. Fine. Oh, try. We have the toolkit, so we can. That's how you try again. Okay. I'm very sorry. I didn't. Yeah. I mean, I could have just used the and just kind of like kept rolling, and I'm sure we would have eventually got it. But I just wanted to give that extra bit of success. Okay, thank you, Astarion. You can leave now. I'm good. I'm done. Thank you. Oh, nice. Amazing. Amazing. Brilliant. Pick up. 200 something gold. Freaking love it. Let's just send that to camp and arrange by type. So we now have like 1600 gold right now. Just ridiculously in every sense. Hey, Karlach. I would like you to pick this up. So the thing is, I feel like we have too much stuff in our inventory. Right, so we're currently encumbered. I can leave the camp and come back, and those barrels should still be there when I place them, right? So I'm just gonna quick F-save, because this is something that I haven't played with yet. So I'm gonna leave the camp. Oh shit, I needed a... Ooh, I hope those are still there. Oh, I hope those are still there. Okay. Can you, like... put this down over here? Target's too far. Like, do I have to go through... Wait, ungroup.
No one back home
If I walk in...
this. These boots have seen everything.
We're gonna get that cutscene, aren't we? Yeah, we're gonna get that cutscene. Fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm just gonna... The cutscene's happening. We've already seen that cutscene, right? We're just walking up here. Don't worry about it, bro. But you want to have access to a particular campsite most of the time, but you haven't tested yet. Yeah. Inventory. I'm gonna put this here. Okay. And we're gonna put this one behind you here. And we're gonna put this one over here. And we're gonna put this one over here. Okay. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna go to camp. Cool. Let's see, pick up.
Nice.
Nice. Pick up. Pick up. Pick up. Okay. Go ahead and I think that's all of them, right? Let's go ahead and leave camp. But yeah, that's true. So like if you left that specific area, that makes sense. All right, let's, you know, we'll just kind of go over here. And we'll just, that's a smoke powder barrel over there. So why don't we put another wine one over here? Another, put a smoke barrel over here. Right, and then we'll put a wine one over here. And then, what else? Oh yeah, and then we'll put one over here. All right, cool. Maybe we should put this one closer to this. Like, the big guy's the issue, right? That's fine. All right, let's go to myself.
Nothing. Must be reading it wrong.
Character select.
The Hobgoblin 10.
Group together. Can you, there was a ladder, right? Yeah, can you guys climb that ladder? Thanks.
Taste the ale on his tongue and the bile in his soul.
We're gonna finish this conversation, and we're gonna try leaving. We're just gonna try leaving the conversation and go up the ladder, okay?
The Hobgoblin bowing.
Let's see how this goes.
The armored elf you'd glimpsed before.
Saving.
The elf speaks of the hunt for a great weapon.
Just one try.
And the rewards that will go to
just
whoever finds it.
I don't know how it will go.
Goblin's eyes gleam.
I don't think I have grease. That's just it. So you know how there's like the grease that kind of burned? I feel like grease would also be really helpful right now.
His next words, yet they still rattle your skull from within.
You ever talk to a dead squid?
Like, so just he was so distracted by our conversation and the dead squid, and the dead mind flayer that he didn't realize that Karlach's just like, here's some barrels. I'm just putting these barrels around. Don't mind me. It's for decoration. It's for the proceedings. I'm gonna turn away from the right.
Your skull sizzles with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth is still, yet you hear his demand.
I speak for the Absolute, and I say...
Oh, fuck.
You stay.
Go ahead. I'm watching. It seems you got an audio history to study mind fire. Go ahead.
Choke
I'm
on
watching.
Black smoke as the hobgoblin bellows his incantation.
I command you, corpse, speak and say sooth. Lucan ok al Koldek.
Like, cool. Now we have this. Can I leave now? Can I go? I would like to go. I would like to leave.
His corpse rises,
right?
Tentacles writhing.
Like, if Shadowheart wasn't there, it would be better because I can at least Misty Step.
Absolute says the dead squiddy had a weapon. I reckon.
Yes, I understand. This thing that I have is a weapon. I get it.
We find who killed it, and we find who took that weapon. So settle in.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned.
Under questioning, the creature might recognize you as its killer.
I know. I would like wisdom. Speak really lest you sense your intrusion. Let's see what happened this time. Let's see what happens this time. What
the
happened?
creature responds, not in words, but memories. You see a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh.
Oh.
Only darkness.
Oh.
Damn it! That tells me nothing.
Yay!
The memory fades, and the corpse awaits the next question.
Okay, awesome. We weren't called out. That's fine. Continue the questioning.
Tell me who killed you, freak.
Continue the questioning.
No games.
Again, a vision comes to you. A memory seen
See
through
what
the
happens. I had to save, right? I saved.
Eyes.
I saved.
You see a clawed hand opening a holding pod.
Shit!
The murk clears to reveal a face. Yours.
That can't be. You're
God
no
damn it.
soul.
Well, it's fine. I set up a persuasion. It's a mistake. I'm a true soul, remember? We connected. Add a bonus. Guidance. Thank you for being here, Shadowheart. I didn't want you here, now I do. Here's some guidance for you. Yep, perfect. Brilliant. 10 out of 10. Yep, amazing. Yep, give me that bonus. Give me that boost. I am a true soul. It must be a mistake. This dead guy is totally mistaken. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. You're a real true soul.
I am.
I felt it.
I am the truest of souls.
Silent once more.
No, no! I'm not done! Riddles, all of it. And nothing to show for the trouble but rotting squid meat.
I know.
No answers, no killer, and no damn
Doesn't
weapon.
that suck for you?
That damn Trow was right. Can't let her get all of that glory. Seems I ain't done with you. Report to the Drow. Minthara's the name.
Of course. Yep.
She's mounting an attack on that blasted grove. Tell her you'll join her.
Definitely. Of course. Consider it done.
Praise the Absolute.
Oh, good. They approve. Okay, guys. No. Up the ladder. Up the ladder. Up the ladder. Up the ladder. Astarion is inspired. Up the ladder, guys. I need you to go. Oh, wait. Where did he go? No, the big boy left. Wait, where did the big boy go? Wait. Where is he now? Wait. Turn-based mode. Where is he? Oh, he's still there. Oh, he's by his seat. He's by his seat now. Do you think there'll be enough damage? Okay, so what do we got kind of around? What have we got kind of around? I don't think it'll be enough damage. I spread it out too much for the group while they were there. So I think I need to move stuff. So I want all of us up here. Okay, so we'll exit turn-based mode. We'll see we'll see where everyone goes. Let's ungroup. Karlach. I would like you. Can't get here. Okay. I am apparently blocking the stairs. Over here, please. Karlach.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go down here. These guys are running around everywhere, so let's go ahead. Pick up. And let's go ahead. Inventory. Let's put you down over here. Yeah, that seems like a smart life choice. Awesome. All right, let's put the stairs. Okay, let's see. I don't know how well this is gonna go. I don't know if there's gonna be any type of chain effect, but at the end of the day, I don't really care. Save. Fireball. And path is interrupted. Path is interrupted. Path is... Oh, so many paths is interrupted. Apparently I need to be over here. And firebolt. There we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Well, he's dead. We have success. Yay! Hi, Cutthroat. How are you doing today? What's going on? What's up? Has become death. Yeah, you know, just sometimes, you know, you just become death. It's fun. It's all good. All right, can you put protection on yourself? I'm worried about you. There you go. Okay, enter. Let's go ahead and firebolt. That's a 50%. Why not guiding bolt? Here you go. Here you go, my friend. Cool beans. Okay, we'll go ahead and also protect yourself. I'm worried about you. There you go. Okay, you can end your turn. And I don't have an action at the moment because I just used my action to do that. So I'm gonna end my turn. We got this guy. Yeah, are you gonna do a piercing shot to Astarion from down there? Is that what you're gonna do? That did no damage. That did no damage. You can stay there, spider friend. Astarion, why don't you also no, hold on. We're gonna cutting action hide. And it looks like he's not happy about that. Rogue, range, not enough movement. If I go over here, can I get to you? There we go. We're done. Anyway, let's put some water. Oh, it's the fire's already out. That's oh. Nice. Thank you, Edgar. Yeah, that went a lot better than last time. That went a lot better than last time, you know? The door is still closed, right? Yeah, and the door is still closed. So literally no one even knows out here what happened. So, that's good. I'm a little worried about this because Princess Gut is already dead. To dragging you into my campaigns, I'm a little bit worried. So the Princess Gut got killed. Well, the thing is, I think I may have burned any loot that he had on him. So there is that. Send to camp. And then take all of that. So as long as no one opens that door, we're fine. Always check body. Yeah, I'm gonna check the body. Oh, I'm definitely gonna check the body, but I'm just, you know, a little concerned. Anyway, take all. Mind Flayer is empty, but I guess we could try talking, like, bring the Mind Flayer back to life. Ooh, a scroll of Speak with Dead. I do love me some scrolls. Warlock. I got that. And that, yeah, all the barrels are gone. Maybe I overdid it with the amount of barrels. Maybe I didn't need to do that many barrels, you know? Was it, did I do too much? Did I do too much? I'm wondering. Yeah, I think, I think he's gone, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think there's anything left of his body. At all. Yeah, I don't think. Too much explosives. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. There's definitely no such thing as too much when it comes to explosives. Oh, Karlach, can you grab his body?
For me?
Can we like question him back at camp? Thank you.
All right. Still breathing, despite everything. At the ready.
Cool. All right, we got a dead mind flayer. I don't know what that's good for, but we've got one. So, send to camp. Ooh, more smoke powder barrels. Yes, there's some up here. All right, let's go ahead, send to camp. Oh, she didn't question. Yeah, I was like, yeah, of course I can pick up a dead body for you. Of course I can. But yeah, so it looks like there is more smoke powder up here. Send to camp. Nothing in there. Oh,
just another crate.
Just another crate. You're right. Send to camp. I'm just trying to get as much food as possible because I'm definitely long resting a lot. So the more vegetables I get, the healthier our team will be. That's how it works, right? Look at all these veggies. Send to camp. Why are we standing on the crate? Why are we sending to crates? Send to camp. Ooh, look at all that sausage. Yes. Oh my god, goblins have so much meat. Holy shit. Look at all this meat. Take all. Iron gate. Do I have a key for this? Locked. Hey, Astarion. I really want to get in here and get these treasure crates, okay? Sausage. So can you, Astarion, lick-pock this? Thank you. Easy! Astarion's like, why do you even doubt me, my love? Why do you even doubt me? Of course my fingers are talented enough to open such simple locks. Of course they are. I love it. Love it. Wearer gains advantage on melee attack rolls while surrounded by 2 or more foes. Oh, I'm so giving that to my wife. Spring step boots. Oh my god. Yes, yes, and more. Yes.
That's what my engine's made of. Hang on to that.
Ooh, the iron. Wait, the... Oh. She just said, this is infernal iron. This is what my heart is made out of. Hold on to that. So this is very important. I'm going to send this to camp so I don't accidentally sell it. Sending that to camp. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. I am so pumped. This, guys, we did today, you know, you know how I was saying how we're not getting any progress? You know how I was saying we're not going to get any progress? I was wrong. I'm so sorry. You know, guys, you know, I'm so sorry. It's fine. We're all fine here. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and pop these in here. Let's go ahead and have a look. Saloon's Dream. The gems and pearls with the necklace have brilliant shine. Evocation cantrip. Well, you're not wearing a necklace yet. Why don't we get it?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, David. How are you? Thank you so much for those bits. How are you doing today? Let's go ahead and give our wife a pretty necklace. She deserves it. She deserves it. Thank you so much. What's going on? How are you? Yeah, she's got the dead mind flayer. Just chilling in her inventory. I am good, lovely. I am having a grand old time, a silly grand old time, truly. So I currently have gloves of power, strength saving throws. but why don't we give that to you for now? And I'm gonna give you the underdog. Advantage on melee attack rolls when surrounded by 2 or more foes. I think that is a vibe for our wife. Spring Step Boop. When a player dashes or takes a similar action during combat, they gain momentum for 3 turns. Why don't we go ahead and give that to ourselves? But yeah, I'm doing really good. I just murdered everyone with a giant explosion, and it is making me laugh so freaking hard right now. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I literally defeated a nice little boss with a giant explosion. So I just find it really funny. I'm just finding it really funny right now that we finished that fight. You know, sometimes you just gotta finish fights real good like that. Real good like that. It's fine. All right, I'm gonna save because I'm a little bit concerned leaving this room that it's gonna antagonize if they see the dead bodies. Oh, there's a red. There's a red. Why is there a red? Okay. Are you angry at me? I'm just gonna close these doors behind us. See, nothing happened in there, guys. What? Why? Why? No. Why? They know all, apparently. End turn.
Yes.
End turn. Fuck. Okay.
Have to keep
Go in
going.
here. End turn.
Can't stay idle.
It's fine. Missed.
At the ready.
I'm at the ready to close these doors behind me. End turn. And my spooter. Hi guys, just a spooter. End turn. I'm just gonna like spacebar instead of the button. The problem is that's what got me into trouble previously. Dash. That's fine. Go ahead, get in this room. Get in this room. I'm gonna go ahead and heal my girl.
Can't even catch my breath.
Fine. Just close the door. There you go. What I do? Oh, I just wanted to close that. I just wanted to close that so that way I didn't have more people see this fight. Critical hit, amazing. End turn. You're gonna go ahead and bite this guy. What got you in trouble? I have no idea. He was just angry. I don't know if he saw the fight from outside and just didn't raise the alarm bells, perchance. Can you vampire bite for me, babe? There you go. Now you're all happy. See how that works?
Let's go.
Vantage. Bye, and a palm strike. No target. No target. Is it because he's through the door? I wonder. That's what I was slightly worried about. Because I don't want any of the other guys to see, so I'm wondering if I can do this fast enough that none of the other goblins in the area are gonna see. Let's not do fire through our wives' legs, actually. And let's just heal myself again. And the turn.
Will stand in my way.
Warrior drunk. So if I try and close that.
That won't work.
Okay, end turn. Bite. This is my wife. Karlach, you're a little bit all over this guy. I'm not gonna lie. You're a little bit all over this guy. Just putting it out there. Can you come over here and just close these doors? Thanks. And then it's fine. It's just a little bit confusing, you know? Okay. So Karlach, not the time for face sitting. I think one of the guys must have either seen the fight or something like that out here, so he was aggroed, so all we did was step out of the room and they were aggroed. I have no idea. But we did it. Ooh, grubby key. Held by a goblin in a ruined temple. I wonder what that key is for. Ooh, another bomb! Oh, I'm gonna explode so much stuff. Like, don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. Nothing happened. Now, the only thing I'm concerned about right now is, like I said, Princess Gut. That quest is still there. Princess Gut is dead. She got murdered. So do I have to talk to Halsin to, like, be like, hey, she got murdered? Like, how do I progress that? Damn it. Damn it. So they're all aggroed. They know that fight happened now. They know that fight happened now. Okay. That's fine. But it seems to be okay. Maybe. It seems to be okay. Why don't you, my dear, you think we can jump that? Murder hobo. Sometimes you just gotta murder hobo things, you know?
A better position.
The quest just kind of stay there. Really?
Again.
Oh, miss. Sad. All right, let's go ahead and end your turn real quick. A little bit worried. Lack of level 2 spells. Bonus action, spiritual weapon. So it's just gonna float beside us until it runs out of health. Is that the case, or is it for a certain number of turns? 10 turns. Okay, I don't want to do that then, because I don't know how long this fight's going to be. So I'm just gonna do a level, just do an action. Now I understand very much. Let's just do a cantrip. Let's just do a cantrip. Let's get a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Cantrip. Fire. Beautiful. End turn.
Fire, baby.
And then I'm going to have you dash. Because you're my big melee mama.
No surrender.
Get nice and close. Perfect. End turn. But yes, when I killed the big guy, the thing disappeared, which is why I was like, oh, cool, the thing's gonna disappear. Oh, you're up there. That's where you are. Now I see. Well, guess what, bitch? Thank you for telling me that you're there. I'm just gonna real quick guiding missile on you. Okay? Thanks so much. You've only got 2 health left, bitch. Alright. Move a little bit this way. End turn. My spooter. Gonna move forward. End turn. Shadow Heart. If you could go over here, please, and just firebolt this guy. Yeah, there we go. That's taken care of real quick. Oh, was that you, Astarion? I thought that was Shadow Heart. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not realize. Here, why don't you move forward? End turn. I'm gonna have you come here as well. Cantrip. That's a 9. That's a 9. Let's go ahead and try and hit this other guy that's already a little bit less. So that way we can end that turn. I'm gonna have you use your main hand attack on this bad boy. And then your little pommel strike on this one. Perfect. So, everyone's aggroed on us now. Okay, that's good to know. I did not realize that everyone is now aggroed on us. Totally fine. I don't mind. Ooh, we're getting a lot of keys. Oh, a cage key. Oh, is that the guy that has the guy? Okay. So real quick, I'm gonna go on turn-based mode just so nothing happens. I need to pee. So I'm gonna put on a BRB screen really quick and run an ad. So please bear with me. Use this time to grab yourself a water, a snack, stretch, And get ready, because I have a feeling this next fight's not going to go very well, because if she's already aggroed against me, we're kind of fucked. All right, let's hold on. Up if anyone wants to join in for some vanilla Minecraft, with a little bit of just like a one-off Minecraft server for the day. Hi Brian, how are you? Yeah, get those points. Or I could just like vibe and play some modded Minecraft. I should talk with Dazlog, get it, and because he wants to turn our computer into one, so that way.
Nearby.
There's something in here.
Audrey, find that gen pipe. Now.
Well, who wants to bet I'm about to get murdered? What the fuck is happening? The Bofa weren't? No. What? I don't know everything. I don't know everything about Pratchett, for sure. Discworld's just one of the ones that I do know a smidgen. So so it's 3 pieces, so it should be like here. Oh, god damn it. See, this is why I don't read anything in chat. Little stupid ass bitch, I ain't fucking with you. Hi! I just heard that I'm stupid ass bitch is fucking with you. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay. So, these guys are definitely aggroed on us. Okay, so like, do you see the red? We will initiate a fight by going in there. All right. So, I don't think there's any secret tunneling, unfortunately, that we can do this way, right? We can't sneak in the back here. It looks like it's gonna be an interesting fight, to say the least. I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned. Now, but I think that's what we need to do. I think that's what we need to do. We need to take care of this situation before we figure out the princess, like all that kind of stuff. We need to figure out that situation. Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. I am wondering if I should have Astarion sneak, if we should have all of us try and sneak in. Okay, I wonder. I love that there's just the spiders down there, by the way. I wonder if I can push more people in. I'm gonna have you cunning action. Oh wait, fuck you, cunning action.
Step careful.
Okay. My little spooter. My little spooter.
Don't mind me.
My little self that can't walk very fast. Oh, this guy's only knocked out. He's not dead. Oh, because we knocked him out with a pummel strike. So he got knocked out from the pummel strike. Oh, that's awkward. Hopefully he doesn't survive. Like, hopefully he doesn't wake up. Hopefully he doesn't wake up.
No time to dally.
Let's kick in.
I was wondering if I could throw him. Apparently we can't pick him up and throw him. Why can't I throw him? Kind of mean. I wanted to throw him into the pit. Hun, can you please crouch?
Uh-huh.
Are you refusing to hide? Okay. Karlach's just refusing to hide, by the way. Fucking love it.
Time to pack it in for the day, I think.
Karlach, I need you to crouch, please. Thank you.
Best think ahead, or I'm lost.
Yeah, this is not gonna go well, guys. This is probably not gonna go well. I think they heard the explosion and just went, ah, yes, this one's a bitch. Because I know that I cannot Misty Step from over here to here. I think I have to see where I'm Misty Stepping to. as much as cool as that would be, I'm pretty sure we're kind of fucked. Now, there is... Wait. Because there's a lot of ladders, isn't there? Do the ladders go up top? I want to zoom out! The rafters. Right? Oh, I don't think there's any rafters in this room. So if I could get over here, though. So, over here. Over here. Okay, I figured out a kind of plan. All right, group together. Stop being overhead. We're gonna exit turn-based mode.
Let's be on my way.
Oh, shit. I wonder... Fuck. Maybe I can go up on the rafters in this room. I don't know why. I should just like go in and try and fight, but my brain is just like, if I can attempt something not straightforward, that would be the best option, I think, right?
On my way.
I feel like something not straightforward and just kind of going in guns a-blazing is going to be the best option in this game. So I need to attempt it at the very least. Ooh, look! Wait. Let me just peek. I can Misty step right in. Okay. Good to know. Let's have a look around this way.
This calls for careful footwork.
Yep, everyone get nice and crouched. Oh, a chest! I like chests. I love me a good chest. What do you mean can't reach destination? I call bullshit. Bet you can jump there. Hi, guys. Are you hiding? Hiding failed? Fuck. Shadowheart. Are you kidding me?
Can't afford to let up.
Are you... Shadowheart? Are you serious? Are you serious, Shadowheart? Are you serious, Shadowheart? I love you, but what the actual shit? Okay, it's pulled 2 people off. I wonder if I can get them to come this way. Okay, and just... end turn. Shadowheart, like, Shadowheart hype on bees! Who all's gonna come over? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
I got this.
Okay, shit. Nuggets. You. Self, and Astarion. You, Astarion. This is fine. Hi! This game is terrible about followers stepping onto the wrong things. Mine keep insistently walk through the cloud of daggers. Look, sometimes cloud of daggers do the thing they need to do, you know? It's going. Things are happening. Must take a short rest. Sneak attack. Oh, I don't wanna go down. Just wanna go here. Sneak range. Right there. That's 31.
From the shadows.
Join the battle. And then myself. We're doing great, Bombies. I exploded the big guy over here with lots of fire, and got Astarion to loot the treasure. However, shit be cray. It's gonna be fine. We're fine. Totally fine. You stay up there, hun.
Gods, it's hot in here.
It is hot in here, because you're here. 5. Cool, he's down. Oh, fuck, big lady came in. Oh, shit, big lady came in. Can you heal, please, love? Thank you. And I just... Full end turn. Oh, I have so many concerns! Hey, little spider. I'm gonna have you come down here. Okay. 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 Yeah, I exploded a big guy. However, what? Bumbies, what? Bumbies, yes. Oh, yay! Oh my god. Wait, that's fucking exciting. That's so fucking exciting. Is it from the because I know you said you were talking to someone. Oh, yay! Oh, my spider died. Oh, my spider didn't die. Ah, Karlach! Concentration hold person. Who are you holding? Oh, Astarion. Great. So we gotta break that girl's concentration. Guiding bolt. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. That's freaking awesome. I hope you have so much fun.
Let's make this quick.
Fucks. Successful concentration saving. Can you also... I don't know. Drink some water. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate it. I have a tea water thing today. Yes, you were saying that you were talking... Yes. As you were saying you were talking to someone on Tinder, and I wasn't sure if that was the same person or what. But yes, that's awesome. Oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm trying to... No. Don't sweat yourself to death. Remember. People are people, right? Like, as exciting it is, as fucking exciting it is, people are people. They're probably just as nervous. They're probably just as excited. They're probably and they're gonna get to meet you and be excited to meet you because you are a lovely, amazing being who deserves someone to feel excited about you, and they are, and that's what's important. And I'm very excited. I'm so fucking excited about that. 80%. 29. Scene. Fuck it. Am I saying fuck it? Yes. Yes, I am.
What's it gonna take?
I'm really worried about my girl. Lost condi- Oh, fuck. Can you push her? Can you break her concentration? Can't be restrained. Okay. Excitement all around. Exactly! Can you bite her? Seriously? Concentration saving throw successful. Girl, this girl's concentration is intense. Can you jump on her head? Damn. Okay, entering. Fuck you, bitch! Soul branding? What is it? Ha! Ha! Okay, missile. Level 2. Fuck you. And then... I want to throw this on her, but I know I can't throw. But yeah. Yay! What are you doing tonight? Are you going to dinner? What are you doing? You got her a rose? I just saw that! That's adorable! Yes! Oh, fucking yes. And can you please heal our girlfriend? Target is out of sight. Fuck. Can you go here? Karlach. Target is out of sight. Jesus. Okay, jump. Oh, the jump counted as a bonus action. Fuck. So now we can't heal. Right? I guess end turn. See, hopefully we don't die. Hang out in a park by the river, talk for a while, do some coffee. Oh. I think so. We're gonna see a band. Oh! That sounds like so much freaking fun. That sounds like so much freaking fun. Yes! She's dead. I'm gonna push you to this button. Iced coffee, the cooler liquid will help with the sweating! Classic, good point. But yeah, coffee is always, I feel like, is such a good idea always for like, I feel like when I was younger, I had quite a few long dates, like right off the bat. And it was always just like, I like I think it would like it. I mean, and then I reached a point where I just started dating people that I already knew, so I stopped thinking about it. And then, but it would just always be like it just got so much. So I think it's nice to be where it's like nice and short, like coffee date, and then there's the idea for later, and you have that time to talk and meet and everything. And I think that's awesome. I'm so excited. So excited. Lavendered up. Hell yes. Oh my god. Am I gonna get prone? Minus 12 health. Yeah, we're not jumping. Karlach, my baby. Chromatic orb.
Fall by my hand.
Oh. Probably shouldn't have done this. I'm a dumb butt. Oh. I think Karlach's getting electrocuted. Now I feel horrible. Consider dating, then you look at... I mean, that it can be a lot as well. It's true. Can you please heal Karlach? I'm worried about her.
Not allowed to die. Take your heal.
Thank you. And then I'm also gonna have you firebolt this guy.
Down with you.
Miss! I mean, the thing is the dates and everything as well. Oh, I'm doing such top down right now just because, like, being able to see is hard. 13, 21. So why don't we go after the 13? Try and get him dead. That's all we have for that. So I'm going to drink that as a bonus and end our turn. I'm going to have you... 2 health is left. Path is interrupted. Path is interrupted. Are you fucking kidding me? What do you mean path is interrupted? What are you talking about path is interrupted? I call such bullshit. Such bullshit. You were just able to see. What do you mean path is interrupted? Thank you. Like going out, like that's why I kind of like ideas where it's like small things. Like I would already go out for coffee myself, and then going for a walk is really nice. So it's kind of like that's an amount that I would already pay, kind of thing. Oh, well that helped. That was good. Cool. Then end turn. Can you also miss? Oh my god, the misses. Yes! My gorgeous bean! Fuck you!
Interesting. The
Okay.
host is dead, but the parasite is still alive.
Okay. Real quick. Turn-based mode, just so no one walks in while I'm thinking. Map. Okay, so now that we killed the next one, so now that we have all of them dead, the quest is now over. Okay, so the princess one has now disappeared. That is sorted. We can now talk to Halsin. Amazing. All right, that's good. We can exit turn-based mode now. Let's go ahead and loot these bodies real quick. We're gonna need a long rest before we leave this room, or at least a short rest. We're very limited on spells. It's not necessarily health at the moment. Oh my god! Once per short rest, you can encase a target in fairy fire for 2 turns if you miss an attack against it. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Excuse me. Can you... Oh, yeah. Boots of Striding. When you cast a spell that requires concentration, you gain momentum for 1 turn. Let's go ahead. I gave you the Speedy Lightfoot. I gave you the Sidestep, immune to being enwebbed. These aren't really useful at the moment because we're not in webbing, so why don't you take those? Because then you have the shield that has the concentration that we gain a little bit of extra momentum. Spider Silk Armor. Advantage on Constitution saving throw checks. Stealthy gain +1 to stealth checks. Not proficient with light. Not proficient with light. Not proficient with light. But is currently wearing light armor. He's currently wearing light armor, so that should be fine, right? I feel very confused by the proficiency in armor. So he's not proficient in it, but it's fine if he wears it, right? Just saying so Gale will have something to snack on. I have so many of these like stupid flails. He can have these flails. I'm never gonna use these flails. Like, I already fed him recently as well, so hopefully he's okay for a while. Mithra's at ease clothes. Also, I do appreciate you can toggle the availability. I wonder, can I just totally wearing that. 100% done. Absolutely done. Yep. Happening. Yup. So there is the option apparently for you to just show the armor visibility, right? So I still have the protection of my armor, right? But I have the visibility of what I'm wearing at the camp. Is that what I'm hearing correctly? Blazer of Benevolence. When you inspire an ally using bardic inspiration, you gain 4 temporary hit points. No one's a bard here. Misty Step, Saloon's Dream. I kind of wanted to give her Misty Step instead. We're not going to worry about this right now anyway. But yeah, so it's just kind of saying that you're not proficient in it. But it just means that you don't have as much. Oh, we already stole from here. We can steal over here now. Because there was stuff over here. War map! Taking! 10 strokes. Caravan, Goblin stroll to the northwest. Troll house, Knolls to the far north. Forest supplies between the laurel. Can I take this? Steal. Steal. Scroll of Blur. Build a chest. Oh! Seriously, there's so many good boots. What the hell? Scrapwood shield, not worth much, but take it for some money. I have the space at the moment. I can always put it back at a camp. Potion of healing. So I'm gonna do a short rest. However, I do want to say that I just want to like put this out there. I know I don't have enough spell slots. She's got no spell slots right now. None. Can't get here. Oh my god, guys. Oh, real quick. Hun, can you please put water? Can I talk to you?
The eye's glassy black surface reflects your gaze.
Wisdom save failed. Only those proficient know how to use it effectively. Your class gives you proficiency with certain types. If you wear armor that you lack proficiency with, you have a disadvantage on an ability check saving throw. So if I don't have proficiency with it, it could give me a complete disadvantage, or only if I have a not proficiency with it. You can't and there's gonna be like proficient, neither, and then unproficient. I don't know if that's the word. Give a cheerful wave.
You sense no reaction from the unblinking eye.
Can someone else have a wisdom saving throw? Hold on, give me myself.
Stayed interesting.
Actually, do one of you guys have water on you? You do. Can you throw over here, please? Thank you. Okay, there you go.
My faith will guide me.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Okay, Karlach, please come down. Astarion, can you talk to it? I want some wisdom.
Eye's glassy black surface reflects your gaze. As you gaze deeper, you feel a focus, an intent.
Reach out to the presence. This is going to be a horrible life choice. Reach out.
You feel a brief lurching connection, the sensation of falling into your own image. endlessly. Confusion, alarm. Then the presence withdraws.
This is a horrible life choice.
Leaving a dull black mirror.
This is a horrible life choice. It's fine. Lunchtime, and it's 100. Damn. It was supposed to get 30, like 33 here today, but it hasn't yet, so I'm a little excited. I'm not gonna lie. Now the thing is,
can't risk being in open view.
I wonder if there is a way. Oh, we're up this way. Duh, guys. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. But yeah, if you lack proficiency, gain disability, to check, save and throw, attack roll that involves strength or dex. It's always best to wear the. I don't know if any of them are proficient in any armor, though. That's what I'm wondering. as dumb as that sounds, I feel like I'm like, oh yeah, so Astrian's totally gonna be like. That's why my brain is like, it's light armor. It's the best one for people to wear if they're not proficient in an armor. But does that mean he shouldn't be in any armor? Should he just be naked all the time? Like, okay, valid, but are you sure?
Let's have a look.
Are we sure? Sorry. Okay, there's nothing there. Hi, Halson. I killed those guys.
The ringleaders have to die. The very natural order of things is in danger.
Yeah, they're all dead.
Thanks to them.
Yeah, they're all the leaders are dead. The grove's safe. Karlach should be naked all the time, asking for a friend. I miss you.
You did it.
Yeah, they're
you
dead.
Actually did it.
Yeah, exploded a guy.
The leader's dead.
Killed another.
Praise Sylvanas.
It went really well, actually.
That's not right. Praise you, my friend. The Grove owes you a debt beyond measure.
Awesome. Important
Killing's
question.
Never
Oh
my
God.
first choice, but those three were too dangerous to leave
Yeah,
alive.
they're dead now. It's all good. I've done my part. Now tell me about Moonrise. I need your help. Default in DD, almost every class is proficient in light. It's so odd that it's giving. Exactly. That's my question, Shadow. Right? Like it's light armor. You'd think I'd be proficient in it, but did I sneak past all the partygoers? Oh no, the partygoers loved me. When there was a party, they loved me. I had nice conversations. I got the owlbear to finish the race. Ignore the first attempt where I accidentally killed the owlbear, so I decided to start a fight so that way my team would have a total party kill so I could try again. Ignore that. But yeah, the owlbear was safe and I got to talk to the owlbear. Came into the camp all good. Got captured by the princess goblin and almost killed. Someone killed her for me, some warlock. Then I got some barrels and exploded the guy that was sitting on the chair. And then the other lady, we just murdered her. That's pretty much the extent of everything that's just happened. I need your I've done my part. Now tell me about Moonrise.
Let's get out of this pit first.
Halson!
Return to the Grove. I'll make my own way there.
Okay.
I can see to some matters there, and we can discuss what comes next amidst more bucolic surroundings than here.
See that you were in clothes. I know! Don't I look fucking good? Look at that! I look freaking amazing! You know, I just also realized. Here, I'm just gonna toggle that so you can't see my underpants. Okay. Okay. There are choices to be made here. There are choices to be made here. There are so many choices to be made here. What was your underpants? Your underpants are so boring. What were your underpants? Karlach's underwear? A little bit more exciting. Not gonna lie. What were your underpants on? Anyway, continuing on. So many decisions to make. Ooh, more barrels! Can't too heavy. Karlach,
Damn, it's good to be alive.
can you please steal this? Inventory. We have enough space in your inventory to hold that, so that's fine. All right, let's head on out. Is there just water barrels in here? Ooh, there is more steel. We'll send some to camp. There is at least one more barrel in here. Inventory, send to camp. There's a water barrel, normal barrel, chest. All right, so I do want to see what will happen when I sneak out of here.
Let's move.
Using the hole. There's a thing, an escape over here. I want to see what happens when we escape this way.
Better not be cursed.
Better not be cursed. Oh, where's this? Shatters. Oh, is this just? Oh, this is just here. Oh, this is just here. Okay, so the main thing is, should we fast travel out of here? Because otherwise I have a feeling that all of the goblins are going to be fighting us. I'm gonna short rest just to see, just to heal up our girl. Like, I have a feeling that these guys are now like, everyone's gonna be aggroed on me. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to look for a goblin so I can double check. But I mean, we've pretty much gotten everything out of here that I think we wanted to, didn't we?
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Just head over here. I just want to see. Yeah, they're all aggroed on me. You can see on the mini map. So why don't we go ahead? How do I go to like different maps? Is there a way to go to different maps? I guess we'll just leader's dead, society collapse, pretty much. My only question is, do I have to kill all the goblins? Do I have to kill all the goblins for the owlbear to get me? Feel free to spoil this information, because this is very important. Oh my god, look how cute Karlach looks in this outfit! Oh my god, you look adorable! I fucking love you. Okay. Feel free to spoil that. Do I have to kill all of them, or is just the leaders enough? I don't know, but loot. True? But there's a hidden goblin stash here. I now have that information from the map. It's true. So there is definitely loot. I have looted a lot, for sure. And we can always come back. We can always go back. Which honestly might be the choice. We could always go back for the loot. Mostly because I want to see what happens now. Like, so we got Halcyon out, right? So, hi guys, can you let me in?
Goblins are such vile little parasites.
Given your own nature, are you really the one to judge?
Like, how do I request to be let in? Can I request to be let in? I can. Okay, so you just have to get close enough to the door. Is that all I have? Wait, when I was trying to leave before, temple puzzle door. Yes, so I got into that temple, and I have it marked down.
A scout just reported. The goblins' leadership has been decimated. We might escape this place yet.
Yay!
I took a collection from
Lazel
all
approves
of
of
us.
this.
It isn't much, but you've earned it.
And we got paid, bitch! Thank you.
It's not enough, but it's all we have.
Don't make me feel bad.
Halcyon will likely want to thank you too, mind. He returned just a while ago.
Don't make me feel bad for taking your money.
Catching up with Korga.
Yeah, fuck you, Korga.
No armies at our heels. Amazing. We can finally leave. But perhaps we need not speak of farewells. We'll join your camp tonight to celebrate if you'll have
her in a
us.
barbarian outfit is killing me right now. We'll see you there. Awesome.
They'll pay good coin for it, I swear.
Can I talk to animals? Bored ox. Hungry ox. Is Strange Ox here?
Come on.
Is Strange Ox still here? Or did Strange Ox already leave? Because I know Strange Ox wanted to leave.
I'm your lummox.
Hi.
Something's on my mind.
The younglings are a nuisance. But the road would not be the same without them. Thank you.
Let us go. I wish to feel the road beneath my hooves. Taste the fresh grass.
Oh my god, you deserve fresh grass. I literally don't care about a single one of these like tieflings. All I care about are the cows. The cows are the best. The cows are the best. Googling it, all characters except monks, sorcerers, wizards automatically have light armor proficiency as bonus feats. Your sorcerer is not and gets penalties. Okay, so I have to have sorcerer's robes. That's fine. I just hope that I will eventually receive sorcerer's robes as like a thing, right? I guess that's the main thing from it. Can I like take all of your
I'm your lummox.
Can I just look in your crates? I don't need your, to be fair, I don't need your, okay, there's nothing in there. Did I already steal everything from your crates? I already stole everything from these crates. Oh. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll stay in Baldur's Gate long.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate all this stuff. Thank you. It is worth some gold though, so maybe I will take these. Thank you guys. You're a trader, right? So let's talk to Aaron. Aaron.
So it's true.
Aaron.
You scattered the goblins.
I
Peace
did.
can finally return to this corner of the Sword
You're
Coast.
welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just glad I could help. Any excuse to gut some goblins. I just want to trade. I don't want to deal with any conversation. I'm worried that my crew is going to automatically hate me. Okay, so this guy actually has some half decent stuff, so I definitely want to have a look at this. I don't really need any food. It's more if he has sorcerer robes that have a bonus on them and like other things like that. So let's have a look. A ring of flinging. The wearer gains a 1d4 bonus to throw damage. Always could be nice for my barbarian. Let's go ahead. I don't know what this bloodstone is for yet. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. So let's go ahead and get all this junk. Oh my god, wait. How, so can I, so there's no hotkey button to put items in here? It's a little bit frustrating. Acid vial, smoke powder bomb, water, blood, like I don't know. Anyone can squeeze blood from a stone if the edges are sharp enough. I don't know what bloodstones are for. Like a grease bottle. Wait, is it full of grease? Oh, keeping that. Here's some shoes. Here's some shoes. Here's some rags. We're keeping the ball for a dog. Fork. War map. I think I want to keep that. Spider's Lie. Play the Spider's Lie. Not proficient with musical instruments. No, but we have a bard. Drow leather gloves. These are just basic, right? Yeah, like we don't need those. Just simple boots. A ring of no importance. Shield, 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 shield. Double click. Thank you! Thank you. I've been I literally was just like, I couldn't figure out the hotkey for that. Keep the shovel, don't sell the shovel. Boring dagger, boring hand axe. Keep those. Thank you. That was bugging the heck out of me. Shovel. Oh, this is a mace. Sell that. We don't need a boring ass mace. Potion, poison resistance, fire resistance, roaring thunder. Got lots of scrolls. I need to keep as much magic stuff as possible, unfortunately, because we have someone that wants to freaking eat it all. Mass select is poor quality life, though. The mass select works in your inventory, And I know that you can mass select and then do like set as a wear. And then I think when you're in here, you can choose to sell wares, like I think with the in the trade button, but I'm not 100% sure, to be fair. All right, let's have a look at your items. So this is medium armor, spell thief. Once per short rest, you regain a spell slot when you land a crit hit. Dragon's grasp. Deals an additional 1 to 4 slashing damage to burning targets. Nice, pretty topaz. Scale mail. Superior, you take 1 less slashing damage, disadvantage on stealth checks, of course. Scroll of deep thought, scroll of dark vision, scroll of grease. To be fair, I don't have one of those yet. Let's see. Medium armor, light armor, arrow of darkness, scroll of bone shoal, speak with the dead. We already have someone who can speak with the dead. We have someone, I believe, who can read minds. Some things, gust of wind, scroll of haste, chain mail, ring mail. Right, so that's heavy. Tasha's hideous laughter, we have someone that does that. We have some arrows. Bonus arrows probably could be good to have, to be fair. Could be good to have. I may grab all of you. I have so much more junk at the camp, but I have a decent amount of gold. So I'm half thinking I may use gold as well, if I need to. Thieves' tools. Ooh, the scrolls of Revivify. 600 for all of them, I think. Yeah, but I need them. I honestly need them. I've been dying so often. I have been dying so often. It is dumb how often I've been dying. So let's go ahead and take those then. We have so much stuff back at camp, so to be fair, I could just get these, grab the stuff from camp, and bring it back. So I might, maybe I'll hold off. Maybe I'll hold off. To be fair, I have so much shit. So much shit in my inventory. It is dumb AF. I'm gonna sell that. Dumb AF. Oh wait, can Gale eat this? No. Okay, we'll sell it. Never enough loot. Never enough loot. It's true. It's why I feel so bad. So, Absolute's Mercy. If a wearer bears the Absolute's brand, they have an advantage on... So, we do not have the Absolute's brand, correct? We may be able to hear the Absolute and everything else, but we are not wearing the Absolute's brand. So this technically does not do shit for us right now. We would have to accept the Absolute into us and take her brand. Which I think that princess lady wanted us to do, and we did not accept it. We did not accept it. We distracted her. Yeah, and you murdered guy. Yeah. That's fine. I don't care. So technically this doesn't really offer us anything except gold, so here you go. I don't have a bard with us right now. Except I do have one. Oh, I wanted to give this to Astarion. Okay. I never know when I need things, right? Let's equal up the trade and barter. Thank you very much.
May you keep balance.
I did keep balance. I did keep balance. All right, so we did that trade. We'll have to go back to the camp and exchange stuff real quick from here. We're gonna go ahead and you can have these, hun. And then the arrows we're gonna give to Astarion. Padded armor. But here, I'm gonna sell that. Add to wares. We need to give you... Oh, right. We have a dead mind flayer. Forgot about that. Shit. Forgot we had a dead mind flayer in our inventory. Send to wares. Let's go ahead and give you one. And give you one. Cool. Fire resistance, animal speaking. Let's give animal speaking to not someone who can cast animal speaking. And we'll give the thieves tools all to Astarion. He can have them. He is good with thieves tools. This is a sleight of hand check as well, so you perchance should probably also have the trap disarm toolkits. Just thinking. Glorious vaulting, basic poison, antidote. We'll probably have to give other people antidotes at some point. And let's also give a few more healies to our wife, so she has them. And here, you can have a pouch. Extra pouch for you. Extra pouch for you. I'm gonna put all of your scrolls in this pouch, actually, to organize that a little bit. And I might put, can I put arrows in a pouch? No, you can't put arrows in a pouch. Can I put arrows in things? Because I'm thinking I want to put arrows in things. I'm gonna send to camp. Let's see, Sword of Justice. She is not proficient with martial weapons or great axes, right? That's what it's saying. She's not proficient in it. So let's go ahead and send that to camp. Where's that dagger that I had on me? Hunter's dagger. Never mind. Take that. Grab that. Can you exchange these? Thank you. Cool. Right, send to camp. Spells Sparker. Wielder deals damage with a spell or cantrip. They gain 2 lightning charges. I'm gonna exchange this melee weapon for myself. However, I'm gonna keep the rain one on me because it does allow me to do rain. I do not know what Saloon's dream is, so I'm gonna go ahead and give that to you. This one gives me animal friendship. This one gives you speak with the dead. You already know how to speak with the dead, I think. Does she already know how to speak with the dead? I honestly forget. I think she knows how to speak with the dead. I can't remember if I gave you that. I can't remember. But it's fine. It's fine. They're going fast enough you can put arrows in most things. Oh my god, I just saw that. I'm so sorry that took me so long. Oh, I'm so sorry that took me so long. That was good. I'm gonna give you your soul coins. I don't know what happens. They power your infernal engine. Camp supply sack. Alchemy pouch. I want to figure out how to do alchemy things. How do you do alchemy things? All right, let's go ahead and... Oh, someone wants to talk. Hi, Karlach.
So, hey, we've got this soul coin, right?
That's worth something.
Thing is, I think I can use it.
Can
My
you?
engine can, anyway.
Okay.
Zariel used to top me up every now and again when she wanted me to go after an especially wicked target.
Okay. Got a coin slot in your heart or what? Soul coins just that though contain people's souls. You're not sure you should be using. Let's go find out. Go try now. Got a coin slot in your heart or what?
Sort of. Next time we
she would
find
like that
ourselves
joke.
toe to toe with something we want to squash, drop a coin in. See what happens.
Intriguing. Next time we're in battle, we'll make sure you get one.
Fuck yes. Now I just need something to sink my teeth into.
I'm sorry, that was just so cute. Fuck yes. How many coins per hour? She's so excited about it. All right, let's go ahead and have this party. Oh, no, wait. Let's go to talk to Halsin first. Let's go talk to Halsin first. Oh, here's the strange ox. Hi! You're still here. I thought you were trying to leave this place. Moo. Okay. Sounds good, bro. Sounds good. She's the best. The little dances. I literally was having a conversation with Volo at the camp, and you just see Karlach dancing behind during the conversation. Just like, oh my god. How are you so freaking cute? Hey, Halsin.
I thought I had been a good teacher to you.
Let's have this conversation. Hi, guys. Just a little gnome here. Hi, Halsin.
You took it upon yourself to undertake the Rite of Thorns. I ought to exile you from this place.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes.
Instead, I shall listen to the explanation that you owe me.
Damn.
I owe you nothing. Goblins swarmed us like roaches while you stumbled after the past. You chose to abandon us. I chose to protect us.
Silence! The rite has been ended.
Good.
I will allow you to stay, but consider yourself a
Dude,
novice
she's not gonna be happy about this. Did you tell Volo?
You have
Kind
forgotten
of,
the
yeah.
ways of the druids. Our place in the natural order. You shall learn it all once again, right here.
He's looking into
Backslide, and nature's fury will crush you.
As you wish, Master Halsin.
One. Dude, she's gonna backstab you. She tried to imprison a child. You'll have your hands full with her. She shows great spirit, to put it mildly. No need to be so harsh. You were too lenient. It's bad blood to tieflings and druids. You'll have your hands full with her. She shows great spirit, to put it mildly.
She shows great insolence. But time will humble her. And the grove still needs her. You will soon see why. But enough of that for now. I owe you my thanks.
Okay.
The grove stands. Nature prevails.
Nature prevails.
And again, I am in your debt.
I want to go talk to that pig.
Speak to Wrath. He will reward you for your efforts.
I just look over, I'm having a serious conversation about how this snake lady's gonna be a snake and fucking backstab Halsin, and he's like, it's fine, we need her eventually. And I just look over as Nature's Fury Karlach, because Nature's Fury could crush me anytime. I'm just like, of course. It's like, I'm trying to have a serious conversation about the possible future of the freaking druids. Look, I grew up with Nickel. Of course, we got the same. I'm so into this, Bumbies. I'm so into this. It's so good. Look, when we were peak teenage, like annoyance sass, I feel like it just it rubs off on you, right? What about my problem? I need help. I hope this grove here is worth the bloodshed. What happens next?
The journey to Moonrise Towers, and all the dangers that entails.
Are you coming with me?
But
You're coming with me?
that's tomorrow's problem. Take some time for yourself tonight. Rest.
I will.
Celebrate.
I will.
Come morning,
I'm gonna talk to my crew.
I'll be by your side.
Hell yeah. Amazing. 2 journal updates available. So how's our journal? Shit, that's not our journal. How's our journal going? All right. Completed quests. We've rescued Volo. All right. Helion's heart. We found infernal iron. We should take it to Damon. Who's Damon? Do we know Damon? Who the fuck is Damon? We promised Shadowheart to find a way to alleviate her pain if we could. She appreciated this considerably, so she wants a way to alleviate her pain. The raid, Minthara died before she could lead an attack. Hell yes. Halsin thanks and said Wrath would surely reward us with their efforts. Who's Wrath? Guys, I'm not. Okay, we need to have a party. Dror Ragslin spoke about the artifact we carry. He's trying to gain information about its whereabouts from Dead Mind Flayer. Must be powerful. We should find out more about it. We have the Dead Mind Flayer. Embrace your potential. The Dream Visitor told us that the True Soul Parasite could enhance us if we absorb its potential. No, fuck you. We need to talk to Zevlor. Zevlor is the guy with the dog, right? Hold on. Tiefling Smith, who was set up in the grove, but they're leaving. You won't see him till later in the story now. Fuck. Okay. Hi, Tusk. Hi, Tusk. You adorable horny pig. How are you?
Well, at least the sun is nice.
Aw, you're having a good relax. You're no longer excessively horny.
Bask in its warmth.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate that you're not talking about rutting constantly at me. I really honestly do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I saw. Yes! Can I take from your garden?
Mind if I do?
Can I take from your garden? I would actually appreciate that.
Before it's too late.
Just for the future. Dagger root. Oh, hi, Bird. Are you stealing gems? Bird.
I'm concentrating. Does this look good?
He looks so
Is
good.
the coin in the middle?
You're doing such such a good job. Deception, leave it out. It's too dull. Kick at the bird, try to scare it away. Stop fussing, it looks fine. I'd leave it out. I wonder if I can get this coin from it. Am I about to steal a coin from a bird? Am I about to steal a coin from a bird? Am I about... F5. Who knows if this is going to start a war. I'd leave it out. It's too dull. Animal friendship and guidance. This bird's just trying to get some. I know, but it's too dull. It's too dull of a coin. Hi, Psycho. How are you? It's too dull of a coin. He needs a better coin. It's fine. He needs a better coin for his nest. Okay? He needs to just leave it out. It's totally fine.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
I am right.
This is
I know
better.
bird nest. I'm now friends with the bird! I don't even know if that did anything, but I'm so excited. I'm so excited. You did such a good job, Topaz. You did such a good job.
No. Yeah, where is it? I'll put the coin right here.
Oh, yep, we took it. Cool, sounds good. Becoming Snow White. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't steal from the poor bird. I definitely didn't steal from the poor bird. Nope. 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 No. Let's go through the door. No. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. I'm gonna start a war with the birds. No. We're friends. We're friends. Is Wrath who we had to talk to? I don't remember who we had to talk to.
You done it. You brought Halcyon back.
I did.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No,
Klepto, I can't help
thanks is not enough. May Sylvanas bless you for all your days.
Thanks.
I cannot imagine taking on a camp full of goblins.
It was fine. It only took 2 days. Someone like me is pretty simple. Think nothing of. I'm glad Halcyon is safe. It was full of blood and ash. Think nothing of it. I'm glad Halcyon is safe. Or the reward. Reward or Halcyon is safe? Halcyon is safe. 2 in the chat. Here for the reward. 4 in the chat. What happened to your clothes? Oh, I stole my girlfriend's underwear. 2. Think nothing of it. I'm glad Halcyon is safe. Don't worry about it. I just stole my girlfriend's underwear. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it, okay?
As am I. The grove will be whole again.
Yeah.
And I promised you a reward.
You did! Oh, good. He remembered on his own. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Take this
Oh,
room.
yes! Okay, so we got the Goblin cache to get to, and now the Druid cache to get to.
Pedestals inside our library. When the wolf glows brightest, everything in the vault below will be yours.
It's not her underwear. It's okay. Underwear is the wrong word. It's her lounging clothes. It's her lounging clothes, okay? It's not her underwear. It's her lounging clothes. All right. Hi, Silver! Hi, Silver.
The wolf focuses on you.
Hi,
calmed in your
Silver.
presence.
Oh, I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much. I'm so glad you're calmed by the presence. What was I supposed to do with this? So when the wolves glow, I need to do... Who the fuck are you? Thank you, Ginger, for the hydrate. What did he say? I have the Rune of the Wolf. Can't use this right now. Was it in here? Or was it here? Or was it... Oh, it's over here! Okay, I'll go over here, guys. Found it. It's over here. Here. Maybe. When the wolves glow brightest, the treasure will all be yours. When the wolves...
A parasite. Take it. It might be useful.
What? Where? Where? Okay. Hastily written note. My dear Nettie, I entrust you with a circlet to open the library. Wear it always. If you need to enter the vault, talk to Wrath. He has the room but won't give it to anyone, so it'll be a good reason to ask. Protect my research while I'm gone. Take care of the animals. Don't give fish to tough it. Notes on drop parasite. Okay. Yeah, so there's something. I mean, can I... So it's letting me take all these. What if we need tentacles? What if we need eyeballs and tentacles? You don't know. You don't know if we need eyeballs and You don't know if we need eyeballs and tentacles. Can I, like, put this on? Like... No? I can't put a pipe on? I would really like to have a pipe in my mouth. I feel like that'd be funny. Okay, so I need to... Oh, shit. Rune of the Eagle, empty socket. Rune of the Bear, Rune of the Elk. I'm assuming the empty socket? Empty socket with the Rune of the Wolf. Combine. Amazing. Okay. And then... Oh. Well, that's open now. Is that the stone door that I have to go through? Okay. Oh! Look, there's stuff. More mugwort. Look, I'm just stealing eyeballs and stuff. Don't worry about me. Stone tablets. Stone tablets. Books. I love myself some books. They're not... They said I could take everything, right? On Death and Resurrection, soul coins, a treat. I already have that book. I already read that book. But, oh, see? They're not mad at me. That's the secret tunnel place. Ooh! Bullwug trumpets. Isn't that the secret tunnel where we came with that the caverns? Like the back entrance where we could escape if necessary? I think that is. Secret tunnel! Literacy, yeah, you know, books. We can use them for trades. Where the wolves grow the... this one, maybe? Secret tunnels! Secret tunnels! Stealing tablets from the druids. Oh my god, I'm gonna have so many books, guys. So many books.
Anything of use?
Said something about the wolves glowing, didn't he? Halsin's journal, though. Extraordinary things. While meditating in the forest, Nettie are ambushed by goblins. That's not sure, rather disturbing. The drow's death, a parasitic creature emerged from the corpse and tried to escape. So I have so many... I just love how Shadowheart's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna jump up here, guys. Like, don't worry about it. Like, don't even worry about it. So... we put the thingy in. Oh! It lit up. Okay. Okay. Watch the VOD. I took a nap, but I'm so lost. I killed a bunch of goblins and so that way it freed Halsin. Do I gotta touch all of them?
Well,
yes! So do you remember? Yeah. So do you remember the druid encampment where like the lady with the snake and stuff, where that dog where the wolf dog Silver that I got really excited about? That's where we are right now. Our reward is apparently going down the spiral staircase, and I'm allowed to take everything there. That's what he said. I can take everything in the hidden vault. So I am. Harper's. Okay, can I take this book? Pick up. Books are worth money. Poison resistant, toxin, wyvern toxin, antidotes. Oh, healing potions, potions of animal speaking, Scrolls of animal friendship, scrolls of hold person. That could be nice. Nothing in the vase. I'm assuming vases can be probably worth something, so I could take these vases. What is it? Sorrow.
A beautiful glaive. So why does touching it give me a knot in my stomach?
Oh yeah, you did miss. I was talking to a bird and I was asking if the gold coin looked better towards the center of his nest or like on the side. And so I used deception and told him that actually he shouldn't have that piece of gold in his nest at all. So he's like, you're right. I shouldn't have that piece of gold in my nest. It's not shiny enough. And so I took it. Anyway. Don't worry about it. You stole from a... It's fine! It's fine. The bird didn't want it anymore. It's fine. The bird didn't want it anymore. Anyway, we got a robe finally. Resistance to cold damage. So yeah, let's swap that out. This is why I'm gonna end up murdered. This is why I'm gonna end up murdered. Like, honestly. Add to wares. Biggest lie, told the community it's fine. Do you care later on the bird asks you to commit war crimes? Exactly! He's gonna ask me to commit war crimes. I can tell. I can tell. He definitely wants me to commit war crimes. For sure. Add to wares, bottled eyeballs and blooms. And tentacles, add to wares, a war map. Can I like give that to someone? Add to wares, a rancid note. That Slobberchops druid who's nosing around ain't some tomb robin adventure type, calls himself Halsin, ugly name for ugly bastard. Who? And especially now that the Absolute's taken a shine to us, it says there might be something rotten inside him soon enough. There's a lot of rancid meat down the pens. We cut him open. Whose note is that? Wearing a wolf hat and a wolf vault. Yeah, I'm just wearing a wolf hat and a wolf vault. That's what it is. It's what it is. Add to wares. Okay, real quick. Tab. Let me go ahead and give these scrolls to our girl. Here you go. Your packet of scrolls. Like we're finally getting a little bit better armors and stuff like that. I still want a better armor for our girl. We don't really have one for her, to be fair, at the moment. So that's something we kind of do need to look into. I don't know what armor she's not proficient in light armor. Like, she's a barbarian, right? So are barbarians supposed to be wearing armor at all? Did you trade staff for a whip or something? I have a different staff now. It is now a spell sparker. It's still a quarterstaff. She's a barbarian. No armor is better. That's what I was trying to figure out. Like, I truly have no idea how that works. So all I'm hearing is at ease close is going to be her outfit. No? Fine. AC with and without armor. Where AC? Yeah, so it's just... Huh? Huh? In all seriousness, I truly have no idea. Like, she's happy with her medium armor. He's happy with I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's happy with this light armor. I don't know what to do with our girl right now, for sure. All right, I think that's everything in this vault, unless there's some, like, other secret. Oh, a druid note.
On it.
Did we read that? Emerald Cave Enclave once saw help even if I asked. The land is wounded, the rot is deep everywhere. I can't wait help to come, perhaps not face the darkness alone. The higher AC, the less likely you are to be hit. Yeah, I just, because we were talking about there being, what's it called? Advantage and stuff like that. disadvantages and everything. It's like, well, I just trying to figure that out a little bit. For sure. For sure. We got, what was the weapon that was in here? Sorrow. Sorrow. Rare glaive. Sorrow for lash. Transmutation cantrip. Is anyone proficient in this? No one's proficient in this. 380 gold though. Extra reach, two-handed. Okay. Score.
Need to
Here, let's
find
get
a way
out.
forward. Seems simple enough.
But yeah, so the higher, yeah, the higher AC you're less likely to hate. That makes complete and utter sense to me. Total sense. I think my brain is also just like how, oh look, another bird! A healed bird. Healed bird. Okay, hi burp. Portrait of Loesch. Mugwort, dragon root. Can I just... Healed bird received condition on antidotes? Can I read it? Recipe made published by notes.
What else do we need?
Recipe for antidote. Salts of mugwort. Suspension of bullywug trumpet. Oh, score. And we, okay. Oh my god, wait, we actually have the recipes now. So, okay, so. Guys. Belladonna. I can make these things. Extract. Extract. Salts. Mugwort salt. Rogue's morsel. Okay, hold on. I've gotten distracted. Ashes. Ashes of balsam. We don't have enough for... Oh, we do? Okay. Dragon root. Sounds good. 10 out of 10. We're making all the things. Tons of things. Bullyword trumpet. Fuck yeah. Marigrass. Hell yeah. Why not? So we now can make antidote. Potion of Featherfall. Can you go away, please? Recipe unlock potion of mind reading? Stop. But potion of healing. I can now make potions of healing. Greater potions of healing. Potions of mind reading. I've got 2 elixirs. Peerless Focus. A spellcaster cannot maintain their spells is about useful as a chocolate kettle. Fire resistance. I can... Hopefully... Oh, we gotta get that. Barbarians get extra HP with no armor. Is that what it is? Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me have a look at that. Oil of accuracy, simple toxins. So I can make antidotes now. I can make antidotes now, so that is good. Yeah, it looks like you can literally just like... Oh, fuck yes. I'm so pumped. I'm literally like... I was wondering how the crafting worked in this. So let's actually just extract all ingredients. I don't need the ingredients for anything else. So let's just extract everything that we have. I feel like that's totally a vibe in every way. Yeah. Oh, excellent. Brilliant. So yeah, let me have a look then. So with her armor, HP... Is there a way to read that? Character sheet. Just trying to figure out from here. Level, experience, con, skills, character hit points 41. No, or just, it stays the same. Stays the same. Interesting. Is proficient with light. It says she's proficient. Why did it not? I have no idea. Anyway, I'm sorry. Apparently she is proficient. Apparently she is proficient. Just letting you know, she is proficient. It was all a lie. It was all a lie. She is proficient. Don't listen to anything. It's fine. Hi, Silver. I love you, Silver. You're such a good boy, Silver.
Another stranger come to vex me.
Oh no.
What will you do?
Oh, because I'm Karlach right now.
Grab my tail.
Oh, because I'm
Shout
Karlach.
until my head hurts.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. I just want to give you my spell.
No,
don't worry.
wait.
Karlach loves you too.
You
Don't
smell
worry.
fresh.
Karlach loves you too, Silver. Don't worry.
Safe.
We're both animal
You can
lovers here.
stay, if you must.
Don't worry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I forgot.
Blood.
I forgot.
Never mind.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not obsessed with the animals in this game. I'm not obsessed with the animals in this game. It's totally fine. Don't worry about it, okay? Like, all the animals are just more characters for me to meet. That's what it is. It's totally okay. Right, so we're back here. There's the idol. Our bird that we enchanted. Oh, bear! Oh, hi, Tuffet. Who are you? Oh, look at this bean. He's asleep.
I'm...
Post mini heart attack. I got so worried. Such a good bear. I should move. I need to use the elevator.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Oh, so sorry, bear. I didn't mean to wake you up. I appreciate you. Thank you, bear. You're such a good bear. Oh, you went back to sleep. Oh, that's such a good bear. Oh, that bear went back to sleep. Oh, you're such a good bear. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, can I use this? How do we use it? Ah, lever. Guys! Guys! Astarion, are you kidding me? I swear. Can you please get on the elevator? Astarion, right now. Karlach, get. Thank you. We're gonna be ending up leaving all of you behind. Got most of them good enough. Like, honestly, Tap, it is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Chaotic beans, all of them. Absolutely ridiculous. How are you doing today? Starion's giving cute but head empty. It's truly. All right, we should probably go to sleep now. Oh, look, a dead guy. Awkward. I'm just gonna use the telescope real quick, okay? I'm just gonna ignore your dead body.
You peer through the telescope.
Oh, it's the dragon! From Lae'zel! From Lae'zel's thing that we saw in perception squint, perception focus, trying to get a clear view. Oh, whatever. This isn't really that big of a deal. We're not gonna use any extras. Okay, cool. See? So apparently we're allowed to fix the telescope. But Cupid head empty. Telescope's taller than me.
Sweetie.
Brian, welcome on in, Raiders. How are you going today? I'm just dealing with a telescope right now. It's totally fine. I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Raiders. How are you going today? What is happening? I hope that you had a good stream. What were you doing? What was happening? Baldur's Gate! Oh my god, how's your playthrough going? I would love to hear all about it if you do not have to raid and run. If you do have to raid and run, please feel free to take care of yourself. But everyone that just came in with that raid, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer. I promise I'm not playing a barbarian or a druid, despite my wolf hat today. I am playing a forest gnome. I'm just in love with a barbarian, and both of us can speak to animals, and we're gonna get married, and it's gonna be wonderful. Don't even worry about it. Anywho, you just started, like literally just started. This was your first stream. Amazing. How are you liking it so far? Again, if you have to raid and run, please make sure you take care of yourself. If anyone has any questions for me about my playthrough, do not be afraid to ask. We have not just started. I've been playing for a while, but I am still kind of towards the beginning. But I have a feeling this will probably be a spoiler for you if you've kind of just, like, as you said, just started. We're at the first camp that you kind of get to, but we've already left, come back, done some quests, and are back again for like a celebration for finishing quests kind of thing. As you do in D&D and in life, right? Like you get the quests from the NPCs, you go do the quest, you come back, and then there's a celebration for you being a badass. And they're like, how did you kill those things? It's like, because I'm awesome. That's how I killed those things. Because I'm so freaking cool. But yeah, okay, amazing. Well, I really hope that you're enjoying it. So if you do need to raid and run because you don't want spoilers, please feel free. I'm literally just looking through a telescope right now. I got a success to clear the telescope, so I'm pretty sure this is something you could do if you want to find this telescope in that first camp. A lot of wandering around. Ignore the blood, and you'll see some cool stuff. It's not a spoiler. It's there. I saw it. Is it still there? No, it left.
You see a dragon circling like a bird of prey.
Also ignore everyone's outfits. Move the telescope to the left. Yeah, it's fine.
The telescope points to the left.
Yeah, we're totally fine. Spoilers don't hit you as hard. Well, that's good. I definitely am someone that I don't like massive spoilers because I feel like it affects how I play the game. But I also know I have goldfish brain, so it's fine. Move it to the right again.
The telescope points to the right.
Okay, so these are all things. There is time. Spoilers can't be deflected. Yeah. Let's go ahead and leave. That's all stuff. So if we had come up here before, that probably would have been more important. But we didn't. We did not come up here before. So technically, none of that was new information. None of that was new information. None of it. I get it. None of it. Hi, Zevlor. Might need glasses. It was a bit fuzzy,
We're ready to head
right?
to your camp. Are you?
It's because she's so short. It wasn't adjusted for her height. She's like on the cusp. But now you know. But now we know. This thanks to TikTok. I've been getting a lot. To be fair, most of my spoilers on TikTok are who you can romance and what happens when you try to romance them. So I'm not. Luckily, I have avoided a lot of like in-game actual fighting spoilers and stuff. But you know, it's fine. Yeah, I'm short for my height. Exactly. We're ready to head to your camp. Are you? Yeah, let's go right now. I'm set.
Excellent. Lead the way.
Ooh, I probably should have done more trading. I really hope nothing important happens at the camp. I really hope nothing important happens at the camp. Hey, wife.
Would you look at this place? All these people happy because of us.
Yeah, because of you.
It's nice to be somewhere where good is still possible.
Aww.
And with good potations too.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Fuck yes. I'm celebrating my freedom and our friendship and these folks' bright future besides. All I need now is a fire retardant lover to get lost in till sunrise.
I am not a fire retardant lover. I am not a fire retardant lover. I am not a fire retardant lover. Guys, one or two. One is, did you have parties like this in Avernus? And two is, I think I've drummed enough courage to tell you how much I like you. I have a feeling that she is not going to be down. This is very early on. However, I really want to try. I really, too. I think I've drummed up the courage to tell you how much I like you.
I like you too. A lot. I'm sure you know that by now. Oh, gods. You know I want that more than fucking anything. I'll come find you when the others have gone to bed. Wait up for me.
Stop! We did not just...
Yes!
Oh my god, she's so cute! Oh my god! She's fucking adorable! Oh my god! She's so fucking cute! She was so excited! Her little yes! Oh my god! I'm gonna cry! Hi, Tooth! Welcome in!
Come on, Alfie. It's fine.
I just have the best wife in the whole wide world. Look how cute she is! I just love her so much.
We raised our bows.
Hi, Leaky!
Something like...
Alright, we're gonna have to talk to everyone because we're having a party first, but then we're totally gonna romance this hot fire babe. Take that potion resistance. Can I take a fire potion resistance before I go to bed? Thank you, Bumbies, for the clip. Okay, so I need to know.
Think of it. No more caves.
No more caves.
No more tents.
No more tents.
No more running away.
No more running away.
We'll be in a city.
Yay!
With roads and
They're all
markets
happy.
and
Okay, we have to plan for this. We have to plan for this, guys. We need to make sure that we can romance our wife. We need to make sure we can romance our wife. I'm on a train. It's a miracle I can hear you. Oh my god, the train's super loud today. Oh, mugwort. Can you take that?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Tense of Rockin'. Don't come in. Hi, Shadowheart.
Everyone seems to be in high spirits.
The highest of spirits. I'm in a great spirit.
Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for?
Refugees?
Exactly right. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove.
Dixon Dallas, song for karaoke.
Yeah, we came through for
Fuck
them.
yeah, Bumbies.
We saved
Good
their
life choices.
lives.
I appreciate it.
Odd.
It's a good life choice. Not so odd. We did the right thing. Aren't you ready to try to prove? Don't get used to it. We need to clear the path forward. Sounds like the wine talking. Not so odd. We did the right thing.
That's more easily said by some than others.
That's true.
But nobody's here to debate right from wrong. Share a bottle with me?
Hi, Rain. My experience of BG3 so far, thinking my game is broken because I can't read. So, Shadowheart wants to share wine with me. I already have a date set up with my wife. So, I don't think I can technically do that, right? So another time? Look at Scratch behind. Another time. Yeah, she wants to get drunk with me, so another time.
As you like. Try not to tire yourself out too much.
Oh, don't worry. I totally am trying to get all the lore with every single one of you. However, I'm pretty sure some of you, like, I think Lazelle likes monogamy. I'm pretty sure. Oh!
You know, I never pictured myself as a hero.
He's already got a tiefling in his camp. He's already got a tiefling in his tent. Guys, he's already got a tiefling in his tent.
Now that I'm here...
Guys, he's already got a tiefling in his tent.
I hate it. This is awful.
Saving lives is awful. You did good things. Suck it up and enjoy yourself. It's not that bad. Think of all the goblins you killed.
True. That was fun. Still.
More than fun in
I
that
would have liked more
his
for my
tent,
trouble
right?
than a pat on their head and vinegar for wine.
Tell tiefling in your tent, you're just pleased to see me. Yeah, whinge all you want. I'm having fun. Take his bottle, try the wine. True, the goblins would have been thrown. Take his bottle, try the wine.
It's a heavy, rich red, dry and sharp.
See what I mean? Awful. All I want is a little fun. Is that so much to ask?
Once a year, do you have a little fun? That better not mean I want to kill something. What could be fun? We could spend quality time together. Knowing you, it probably is. Tiny, literally, please, if you are doing a playthrough of this game, and you try a short person playthrough. It is hilarious. Every serious cutscene, crotch level. Like a group of people, and you just see crotches behind you and your character, and it is the best thing in the whole world. Making our way around tonight. Why does it feel like they all want to stop? Oh, no. I bet he is not down. If I said we could have some fun, I bet he would laugh in our face. Knowing you, it's too much to ask. I'm a popular gnome. You need to be sassy. Remember, you need to be sassy with Astarion. You cannot be straightforward with him. He will not appreciate. He is a sassy little vampy elf, okay? He, like, again, knowing you, probably is.
Don't be so sour. I like a good time as much as anyone.
Are you sure?
You know, we could always make our own entertainment, darling. Get a little closer.
Told ya.
So to
Fucking called it. Just putting that out there. Fucking called it. Do not be straightforward with these boys. Do not be straightforward with this boy, okay? Just saying. I'm not sure. Let me get back to you. He wants a piece of the gnome. I'd rather bet a goblin, darling. Absolutely not. Maybe if you say please. Again, I have my wife waiting for me. Tonight, so I'm not sure. Let me get back to you.
All right. But don't take too long.
That's fine. I will come back to you another day. I know that another spoiler I have. Another spoiler I have is that I know that my wife is okay with polygamy. She'd be down. So, just saying. You'd go 1. Oh, I probably should have asked you guys what would be a good option to do.
I have seen the Kithraki tear a screaming
If
Neogi's
Lae'zel
legs
also
from its
flirts with
belly
me,
to
I
fashion
swear
into
to God.
blades. Yet they could not match your nerve today. It was enough to drive me to madness. I smell their blood on you still.
I swear.
I smell your sweat. I mean to taste it.
Anyone else have this good of a time? This easy of a time apparently flirting with every single one? Okay, let's... Dude, what's in the wine? What's in the wine? I need to talk to Dazla because he's already had this party. I need to know if he's already gotten everyone to fucking hit on him. I don't think he has because he doesn't talk to his NPCs. Get half the spicy writers on Book Talk, 100%. Continue, Lae'zel.
You know the fortune of my company.
I do.
Another fortune yet stands before you.
Oh, really?
A warrior's flesh.
Oh,
rarely tasted.
Oh, is it?
Think if you must. The chance will pass come light of day.
Cooking meatballs. I don't want to miss anything good. I mean, meatballs. BG2, there was a lot of party development. So funny. Hey, Zevlor, are you into me too?
You have no idea how good it feels to see these people smiling.
Lae'zel scares you.
The singing we could probably do without. But even
again,
so,
like I said, pretty much all the spoilers that I've gotten have to do pretty much with the romancing. Literally, any spoilers I've gotten have been dirty scenes. 75 to 95% of them. It's ridiculous. So Lae'zel, the main thing I got spoiled with her is she wants to be in control, but if you roll well during the scene, you can take control. Anyway, hey Halson, how you doing?
Go on now. Don't waste a night like this talking to me.
Yes.
We'll discuss your problem tomorrow.
I thought I might have a drink. Stop. 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 I think one, I thought you might care to have a drink with me. 2, there's other things we could do besides talking. 3, but I'd like to get know you some more. 4, take your own advice, why don't you? Go on, mingle. I'm gonna do 4. Take your own advice. Go on, mingle a little.
Later, perhaps. Don't worry about me.
We don't kink shame here. It's just funny that you can roll to try to take the lead with Lae'zel.
It's just what I need after being locked up in the Goblin's dungeon. Go on, enjoy yourself. Seek out some wine before it runs dry. There are a lot of thirsty people.
There are a lot of thirsty people here, Halson. There are a lot of thirsty people here, Halson. You are right. You are correct, Halson. There are thirsty-ass bitches in this camp. Cue the clips of all of the flirting that all these bitches have done, okay?
Aha, there you are. Come now, settle in.
Settle in.
I do hope you have partaken of something bracing. This may well take us all night.
I have other things to do. By this, you mean... Oh, does he mean my eyeball? Volo's not into me, right? He means the worm in my eye. By this, you mean...
Why, your naming, quite obviously. That ballad was but a crude preview.
The ballad!
Without its crowning jewel.
Dude, I'm hanging out with my wife tonight. Fuck off. No, I'm not hanging out with you tonight.
Iconic.
No.
But not too much of a mouthful.
I'm hanging out with my wife tonight.
We don't want to exclude the common folk after all.
No.
I intend this tale to enrapture all.
No. I'm hanging out with my wife tonight. Don't have anything in actual work. I already have a name. What about Grovekeeper? Goblin's Bane has a nice ring to it. Volo's a bard. He'd be into rock if it was a shape plant. How about Goblin's Bane has a nice ring to it.
Not to meddle in your side of this partnership, but Slaying goblins is not exactly the stuff of legends.
Oh my god, I know
it?
I'm not creative.
After all, I'm quite certain I once saw one expire from the strain of spelling his own name.
Awkward.
No, I'm afraid that won't do.
Can I leave? I want to make sure I'm not spending all night with you, Bard. I have a wife. I have a girlfriend. I'm not hanging out with you. I'm talking to everyone because I just want the opportunity to talk to... Oh, are you hungry again?
Beautiful night, don't you think?
I saw
like
the arcane hunger.
Appreciate the majesty of a celestial canvas.
No.
It's a view I would once have shared with my companion, though definitely unaccompanied by such revelry.
Mm-hmm.
She preferred it when we were alone.
Oh.
Curled up before a crackling hearth with some ancient esoteric tome between us. Ink
esoteric tome.
Glinting in the firelight.
Glinting, of course, the ink glinting. Are you, it sounds, fun.
Oh, not everyone is comfortable being alone with their thoughts. So I never felt alone with
I don't know what to do with him.
In my hand. Or with her for company.
I mean, that's nice.
I speak of Tara, my Tressim.
Oh.
Assistant, my constant companion through all the ills and tribulations my hubris has thrust upon me.
Okay, so another lover.
She'd be most impressed by our efforts saving these tieflings.
You did nothing, Gale.
Proud,
I mean, yeah,
even.
Exactly, Gale. Proud.
And I've given her little to be proud of recently.
Aww.
After I was afflicted with my condition. And locked myself in my tower for an entire year.
Aww.
I was inconsolable. Wallowing in my self-inflicted tragedy. I'd given up on myself. But Tara never did. It was her encouragement. Her research that led me to my treatment.
Okay.
Once we knew that magically infused items were the key, she went out to find them for me.
So Gale has never gone and found his own items.
Saved my life. After so long being cared for by someone else, it feels good to have repaid the favor. Not directly to Tara, but to
I mean,
these
that's
poor
all
tieflings.
nice and all, but seriously, it just makes it sound like you've never done anything for yourself. What's up with the hair? I honestly think she's too short for the cutscenes. Like, this hair, because of the length, I think it's just doesn't... This hair specifically with the short characters is not clipped well. Hopefully they'll update it in the future as they kind of go through the characters. But yeah, I really think it's something with how it's clipped with how her height and then the length of the hair. So if you're doing a short character, choose a different hair. Because it's a bit much. She must be very smart to have done all that. Is that a real animal pelt? No, Viking, it is not. It is a cheap-ass replica. However, it brings me warmth in these Canadian winters. How you doing, Heckin? What's going on? I know, we are not a true barbarian. We are a forest gnome. We are not a barbarian. We're just in love with a barbarian. She must have been very smart.
Smart does her a disservice.
Oh my god, the longest talker.
Right, though, somewhat held back by her lack of opposable thumbs. Remind me of her somewhat.
How are you doing today? What's going
There's
on?
a
Welcome on in.
steeliness in you. An unwavering tenacity.
Unwavering
To
tenacity.
be frank, quite dire odds. Wish
Yeah,
you were
dealing
here
with
for me to
you.
make a formal introduction. But I would never ask her to undertake such a journey.
Okay.
She's safer at home. Besides, she was always telling me I needed to spread my wings, so to speak.
She was done with him.
mortal friends
She was done with him.
Mistress coat.
She was done with him. She was just like, please leave.
Hello,
sweetie. Tins! Oh my god, I was saying please leave. It's fine. Hi, how are you? Welcome on in, Tins. Welcome on in, Raiders. What's going on today? Hi. I hope you're doing well. Welcome for anyone who just came in with that raid. Please tell me your favorite thing about Tins, the streamer community games. Thank you for shouting out Tins. And how is your stream? I appreciate you so much, so much. And Heckin, Denmark, I made a hood. Oh, okay. Valid. Yeah, I'm not that far north. We're still pretty close to the border here. Even though it gets -40 a lot. But yeah, welcome on in. For anyone who's new here, hi, my name is Kara. I'm a variety streamer, but this is my first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. It's a lot. I am loving it. I'm glad you had a nice and chill stream. It is a lot of fun. I'm playing a forest gnome, wild magic sorcerer. I'm still at the beginning. I'm still in Act 1. I'm still at the beginning of the game. I still have a lot to do before I carry on to the next stuff. However, we just finished a big quest and are having a celebration with the people that we rescued and saved and everything, right? So if you're trying to avoid spoilers for that first act, especially if you're already past it, awesome. But if you are not past it, I definitely understand. I will give you a heads up. Apparently everyone at my camp and all my NPCs want a piece of me tonight. I've had to reject many of them so that way I can try and hook up with my wife. I mean my girlfriend. I mean my barbarian lover. I mean my girl. So just so you are aware, I am going to be trying my best to be having a romance scene. We have no nudity, so you are still safe for work, but just as a heads up, I am trying my damnedest to get with my wife tonight. Okay, thanks. I still want my ears to be warm. Yeah, that's valid. Everyone's Canada close to the border. Yeah, that's true. Lae'zel? No! Karlach! No nudity. Boo, I'm out. Look, look, it's fine. Karlach, give me my freaking fired love. Grinding out the new dating sim. Apparently, literally every single person. We're gonna see if Gale also hits on me. Bad luck on that front. Wait. So remind you of your pet. How romantic. What if she doesn't like me? You don't have any friends. What if she doesn't? You haven't met her yet. She's the best. So if you're having a cutscene where you're talking and Karlach is in the background, she does a little dance to get her little energy out. Like she's just like, like she's so fucking cute. I love her. I'm telling, like, please. She's just a delight to have. End up with Lae'zel. Oh my god, she's not bad. Lae'zel, honestly, all the NPCs, I'm not starting to not hate them. Gale is the hardest one for me to not find sus in any way. Oh, by the way, Tins, I know it's usually late for you if you raid in, so please make sure to take care of yourself after stream. If you have to just go, never fear. No judgment whatsoever. I just want to make sure you remember that it's all good. But Gale, I'm finding the hardest one to like trust a little bit, even though he's actually the one that seems to talk the most. But you know that whole like keep talking so you don't say anything too important. That's usually what I end up doing. So yeah, I have a character who's trying to woo Gale, but you're on off with him. Yeah, it's just like that. I can't tell how I feel about it, so it's very much just a little roughness. I feel it's the best way to put it. Best way. So Jinja wants me to go. You don't have any friends? Let's try.
Sadly not.
Oh!
If I'm being entirely honest, my social circle is rather small. More of a dot. Or a pinhead. I've got acquaintances, certainly. Plenty of colleagues. Friends? Those are precious indeed. I hope, though we've only known each other for a short time, I might be able to count you among that number.
Of course, I hope it might be more. It depends. What do you like about me? That depends. Look. You don't have to try and move Gale. That boy's thirsty. Apparently, everyone at this camp is thirsty as fuck. So I don't know what to say. I'm just apparently just fine. You have a good rest. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the raid, love. I really, really do appreciate it. That depends. What do you like about me?
Were I
Gale
to recite that
approves.
list, I fear we'd be here at dusk tomorrow. Many things, I assure you. But a conversation better saved for another time. With my condition as volatile as it is, I fear any undue...
That was actually really cute.
Excitement may tip it over the edge, so to speak. Go! Indulge in the frivolities.
That was actually
They're good for
real
the
cute.
heart. And mine will be all the lighter to see you enjoying yourself.
Gale, you okay there, bro? You okay? You know you have arcane hunger tonight. Do you need an item?
Don't worry about me. I'm quite content to enjoy.
Okay. She's dying. Fuck. Gale. I just see him dying on the side. He's gonna watch as he could. He's literally just straight up dying. He's okay watching, seeing you enjoy yourself. Hold on. Before we go to bed, we just gotta scratch, because this is...
I like these people. They're joyful. It's contagious.
Oh my god. I'm just checking with Karlach real quick. Okay, real quick.
Can't wait for bedtime. See you soon.
Question. So, wait, we about to have a romance scene? Question. Question. Just checking. Let's see. Basic elixir of fire resistance. Do I have to use it before bed? Just asking for a friend. Gale sus now. It was like, look, he's got it was a line. It was a line. But you're just like, really? Like, what do you like about it? He's like, if I were to do that, if I were to recite all the things I liked about you, if you would last until dusk tomorrow. It's like, hell of a line, mate. Okay, well done. Anyway, I have 2. Should I take it now? Before bed? Asking for a friend. A friend is me. Just checking in. Naturally, of course. Why not? I have 2. It's only 26. I can buy more, right? Safety first. Anyway, let's go to bed, guys. Please!
Buzz of celebration quiets to a soothing hum as you approach your bunk. Your hand was sought by several, but there is only one night ahead. Whose company will you seek? At least for tonight.
Karlach. So it actually only has Karlach or Gale, because I told the other 2 no already, right?
Your heart skips a beat.
3.
What treasures might this night bestow?
The hair! Stop! This hair is taking...
Hey, a soldier. I think everyone's asleep. May I?
The hair is ruining this for me.
I've been waiting for this all night.
The hair is ruining this for me.
Isn't it mad? How good life is.
I know what you mean. When I look at you, it's all I can think about. I admire your optimism, but is it that good? Not... One. Karlach appreciates a straightforward woman, right? Karlach appreciates a straightforward woman, right? I know what you mean, but when I look at you, it's all I can think about how good life is, right? Karlach appreciates a straightforward woman, right?
Thank the gods. I was afraid I was the only one. 10 years is a long time to be trapped in the hells. 10 years without a kind word. A touch. When I look at you... alive.
It clicked off the screen. I'm so sorry.
Gods, I want to ride you till you see stars.
Let me turn this up for you guys just really quick, okay? Let me turn this up for you really quick, okay? Thanks. I just choked on my speech. Oh, God. I'll be in my bunk, ma'am. 1, you don't have to ask me twice. Let's go. 2, you don't mince words, do you? 3, Karlach, I like you, but we hardly know each other. Fuck off. 3. 4, we need to find the solution to the infernal engine problem first. Fuck you. 5, I'm not interested in you that way. Fuck you. You don't have to ask me twice. Let's go. 1. Fucking 1.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't tease you. Or myself.
Don't you dare! Karlach, I took the fire-resistant potion! I will do it again!
I can't.
Did you bang a bear like Carl?
I won't burn you.
How about just 1 kiss? I know some magic that might help me help. So I shouldn't have taken the potion. I shouldn't have taken the okay, so 1 is how about just 1 kiss? 2 is I know some magic that will help me handle your fire. Let me see. Maybe, so it's either 1 or 2. But yeah, I have not banged a bear. I'm trying to bang my barbarian wife. 2, we all want 2. I know some magic that might handle your fire. Let me see.
Sleep on it, maybe. If you've thought of something by morning, I'd...
God damn it!
For now, it's enough just to know you care enough to try.
Guys, I will long rest again after this if necessary. I 100%. That's...
I trust you enjoyed your evening.
No!
After all your efforts, it was well deserved.
No, I did not enjoy my evening as much as I could have.
It may be some time before you're afforded another such night. There is much to be done, and I promised I would help you however I could. I'm certain a cure for you can be found at Moonrise Towers, but
Karlach!
It's complicated.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to try this morning. It's fine.
It's extremely perilous.
The whole camp can know my love. I don't care.
Accustomed to navigating
danger. Throw all that tables.
Fine.
We should have tried for a kiss.
We're catching up on our puppet master.
We should have tried at least for a kiss.
And the hunt ends at Moonrise Towers.
What's the dangerous about it? Moonrise Towers it is then. I'd better make haste. I was expecting more from you than a lead towards some distant dangerous prospect. That's it. Just okay, so let's take a moment and breathe. Unfortunately, we did not get with our wife last night. However, we can currently look at her glorious thighs right here. Because we are a gnome and therefore at crotch level for every cutscene. Anyway. So unfortunately, we have to move past this. We will try talking to her again this morning. He'll be fine. Let's... Third favorite dinosaur. I heard that works. She would so have a favorite dinosaur. Carl. She has a teddy bear at her tent named Clive. She dances sometimes when she has energy to get out. And she's just super cute. She would 100% have at least 3 favorite dinosaurs if she knew what dinosaurs were. Because she is adorable and I love her. Just little dances. It's really great. Okay. So we're learning, catching up with our puppet master, and the hunt ends at Moonrise Towers. What's so dangerous about it? Let's get a little bit of information.
To get to the towers, you'll need to pass through a terrible place.
She's so nervous. She's definitely nervous.
This curse shrouds everything in shadow. You will not find life, light, or anything natural there.
Is it too loud now after that scene? How's the talking? Is it too loud?
They become shadow beings, tormented, dangerous souls.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, thank you. Sounds like I have no choice. I need to find a way through. What do you suggest? The Absolute's forces can tolerate such a place. There must be a way to cure myself. Sounds like I have no choice. What do you suggest?
You could go overland, along the Risen Road or through the mountains.
Okay.
Easier at first, but you'll run into the Shadow Curse eventually. You could also go under. There is a tunnel somewhere in the ruined Temple of Selûne.
Okay.
It leads to Moonrise Towers through the Underdark.
Okay.
Long ago, a man called Ketheric
Is anyone retaining this information? Because as soon as he starts talking, my brain is currently going.
Dark Justiciars. I must see for myself.
Aridan and his lot were looking
Vigo
for a way
from Ghostbusters
down there.
2. 100%.
They were promised riches if they retrieved a relic called the Night Song.
But I think meetings. Oh no, Bumpy.
From this stronghold, Ketheric's
yeah, my girl is
could
like
access
super
both
tough
the
for
Temple of
gnome.
Selûne and Moonrise Towers.
Totally down to fight.
But he was defeated before he could launch an attack. If you can find this place, I'll wager it will reveal a more direct path to Moonrise Towers. And maybe even bypass the worst of the Shadow Curse.
Fuck yeah. Shot a pointy hat. I have them all in their like nighttime outfits. Hi Ben. I have them all in their nighttime outfits, and you can't wear hats with their nighttime outfits. I'm still trying to decide what outfits I prefer for them. It's fine. Batman Burr. He's monotone. Yeah, same Jinja, same. Fen, how are you doing? I have not watched it yet, but Fen, I did add it to my to-watch list. The movie that you said yesterday. It sounds like Underdark is... I never thought I'd say this, but it sounds like the Underdark is the safer route.
Anything is preferable to risking
Shadowheart
the Shadow
approves.
Curse. I would like to join your camp, if you'll allow me. I can offer my skills, my counsel. I've long sought to return to Moonrise Towers. It seems our fates have aligned.
Yes! Halson's in our group. Home defense strategy. Grab your girl, shake her a few times, toss her at the intruder if they survive. Let's go then.
I advise you start in the Temple of Selûne. If you find the Dark Justiciar's hidden entrance,
wait, the Temple of Selûne, is that in the Goblin encampment? Isn't that where we just were?
One of the adventurers had a clue to help find it. A dwarf called Brian. It might still be found on his corpse, wherever
Hi,
the goblins
Bumbies.
left it. May Sylvanas guide us.
Hey, Karlach. Karlach? Hi, Karlach. Hey.
Oh, hi.
Hi, ma'am, who left me hot and dry? I don't trust him. Oh, he's the one that's with the bear, Carl. So if I'm just letting you know right now, if you want anything to do with bears, you gotta have Halson with you. Just putting that out there. What does the infernal engine do to you and your Rex Prison? Karlach, I'll be able to touch you properly. Okay. I'd like to try cooling you down somehow. What's it been like to not touch anyone for such a long time? I'd love to be able to touch you properly. Karlach, I'd love to be able to touch you properly.
Where would you start?
I'd start by tracing every curve of your body with my fingertips.
You give me chills, baby. No mean feat at my temperature. Gods, we better find a way to cool me off soon. I'm not sure how much more of this I can take.
I don't know how much I can take either. No, come back to me. Come back to me, Karlach.
Oh,
don't leave me. I'd like to try cooling you down somehow.
If you have any ideas, I'm all for it. Give me all you've got.
I have the meme idea. 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 Okay? I have the meme idea, and I need to do it.
This is clever. Might even work. Come here.
Oh, she bent down! She bent down! She went on her knees for me! Oh my god!
I'm dizzy. And you? Are you all right?
No permanent damage, and absolutely worth it.
I hope that's true. Because I'm hoping for seconds, thirds, and fourths once we find a way to cool off this engine.
Believe me, it's my top priority. I'll let you guys chew this one. Believe me, it's my top priority. 2, I miss the feeling of you already. Fuck 3, we'll have to see where we are by then. Fuck you. So believe me, it's my top priority. Or 2, I miss the feeling of you already. 1 or 2. 2. Oh, go with 2. I love you so much.
Gods, me too. That was amazing. But it is what it is, isn't it? I may not be able to have any fun, but you're still free as a lark. I don't mind sharing you with the bookworm while I'm indisposed, by the way. I'm sure he can keep you entertained until I'm more approachable.
Oh, if I had said yes to the other 2. Oh, okay, so because I wasn't sure. Because you can choose at night, but when you go to bed, if you start romancing people. Because you can choose, we should have said yes to the wine. We should have said yes to Astarion. Lae'zel, I have no idea if we can say yes to or not. Like, she said, I will come for you if you want. It's like, okay, bitch, whatever. So I think you can say yes to all of them, and then you choose at night if you want. So now I feel kind of bad that I said no. You can say yes? Okay, I wasn't sure, because I feel like she cut it off. Yeah, she's okay with... you're the only one for me, Karlach, believe me, you can count on it. Let's just take things as they come. So the thing is, she is okay. So, how about, so 1, you're the only one for me. 2, I mean, she's the only one for me. I'm sorry, I don't really care about the rest. I might because of lore reasons, and also entertainment reasons, and also because why not? But she's also the only one for me. So I don't know which to put here. 3, let's just take things as they come. I feel like that's a little bit like, she's got the best Beyblade collection. I think 3 is valid. Like, let's just take things as they come, I think is fine. You can count on it, I think is fine as well. I'm wondering if you count on it because she's just like, I'm sure he can keep you entertained until I'm more approachable. you can count on it. Like, I'm wondering is if that's like when I'm definitely gonna be hooking up with Gale. Yeah, that's just it. Like, I guess you're the only one for me. Let's just take things as they come. It feels very, all three of them feel very okay. Like, I feel like we're not going to damage our relationship. Do one. I feel like no matter what, we're not going to damage our relationship with her. So let's go to our upbeat self, which is 2. Also, Commander, you changed to 2 and Fen did 2. 1 or 2. Yeah, I feel like any of them would probably be fine. Like, I feel like even 3, let's take things as they come, would probably be fine as well. You can count on it.
I will then.
Stuck! The AI was stuck for a second. Sorry, the AI was stuck for a second. Okay, real quick. Oh, God. Okay. We got a kiss. The screen frozen? Oh, is the screen frozen? It looks okay for me. It looks okay for me. I feel like if you went 1 and then did full around, it might be... That's true. That's true, Fen. Yeah, so it's kind of just like being straightforward. That is a very good point. You are 100% accurate. All right, let's just get prepared for the day. Wild magic until the end of your next turn. Each spell you cast restores sorcery points. Oh, cool. I mean, yay, but also I don't have any turns right now. So I lost that condition. Kind of stinks. All right, so real quick before we go anywhere, I'm just making sure we have everything we need. We're probably gonna talk to everyone because I could go for a good meal too. There we go. Yeah, might have just needed a refresh. I'm so sorry that it froze. All right, so you can talk to animals now too. You're good to go. Astarion does not need anything. I think you're all good, right? Yes.
Let's get going.
Let's get going. Let's talk to people first. I just want to see if they say anything.
Yes.
So about you biting me. Okay. So that was the camp. Also, he cute Astarion. Wait, where's Will? Oh, we didn't talk to Will. Where the I know. I will take care of you in a second, hun. Oh shit, guys. We fucked up. We didn't see if Will wanted to bang us. Do we still have Will? Where's Will? Oh, I'm so upset. Is Will gone? Where the fuck is Will? Where's Will? Guys, I lost Will. I lost Will. Where is he? Do we still have him? You lost your Will ages ago. Oh, hold on, Gale. I will give you an artifact. Where the fuck is Will? Guys, you are ready for this moment with your lady? Heck yeah. Guys, I lost Will.
Or it may become volatile.
Yes, I know. Can't help you, bear with me. I'll give you a magical artifact. Where's a really dumb one? I don't care about. Speedy reply. None of us can use scimitars, so... Ooh, I don't want you to use that. So yeah, you get the scimitar. No one really... Yeah. Yeah, here you go. Have fun.
Thank you.
Bug based on what I'm reading. Oh, thank you, Commander. I appreciate looking that up. This guy has the coolest hat. Oh, I gave him the hat. None of them come with hats. It's so sad. You have to give them hats.
It is a strange experience.
You just struck out. Oh, you have to feed him magic.
I can't. Lost soul is spelunking through the darkness that is me, only to be sacrificed on the dread altar of the heart.
Aw, poor baby.
This doesn't feel quite right. I mean, it never feels right, but it relieves. This doesn't relieve. Oh.
Gale, what's happening?
The magic isn't having the effect it should have. It's not like the last time, like a rainstorm that quells a forest fire.
What?
It drizzles. The embers still sizzle. The fire
So are you gonna need more
undefeated.
every single
I'm not
time?
certain what's going on, but nothing good. Please, I need to think. I need to retrace my steps to a glade of calm and think.
Wait, so
Thank you for the artifact. A great deal of trouble it was too. A great deal of trouble indeed.
So are they not working as well each time? Backed up, or need some toggle. Yeah, you're coming in blind. Like, don't even worry. I totally understand. Same. Absolutely same. So I'm just like, because I've played for at least a little bit. Nerd porn, it is elaborate nerd porn. You're right. 100%. All right, Scratch, I'm gonna give you a scratch
Dog
before we
is
go.
unable to speak through the small bag he
What's in your
holds in his
mouth?
mouth.
What have you got there, Scratch?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
Oh. Tim, well, I'm gonna give you pets. Thank you for the present. Save and reload based off on a reading if he's not by the river. Okay, I'll go by the river and have a quick look. Yeah, it must be Volo. Volo might be taking up his space or something. Shit talking dogs. Yeah, I kind of made sure my character has talking with dogs because that's who I am. Wait, a silver spoon? All the water next to Karlach. Storage box, Mugsworts. Ball? I already have a ball. What did you give me? What, is it already in my inventory? Did he give me, so he gave me, did he give me a bone? Did my dog just, my dog just gave me a bone. Why does he get because I think it's speak with animals. So I think speak with animals. Oh, there's Will. God damn it, Will. I wanted to see if you wanted to bang me. But I forgot you existed because you weren't at your tent. Hi, Gadris. God damn it. Well, now I'm just sad. Yeah, there are cats, but I don't think you can have cats at your encampment. I think. I'm not 100% sure, honestly. Anyway, so we kissed our girlfriend at least, so that's a positive. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome. But I think the echoey... another sediment needs your help. Another hand. Just begin. I think the echoey is the talking to animals. I think every animal that you talk to is kind of echoey because I think it's more mind to mind versus quote-unquote actual speaking. I think so. I'm not 100% sure though. Let's go ahead and leave camp. No, Will unfortunately is cursed. He broke a, what was the word? Contract with the evil lady, and he's got magics. Oh, look, it's a pig! Hi, Tusk! Tusk, how'd you get up here? Is it because the elevator's working again?
At least the sun is nice.
Oh, you're such a good...
You should try it.
Yeah, I think all the animals have that.
Lay down and bask in its warmth.
I think all the animals have that slight echo to them. Oh, shit! I wanted to grab more items from the camp so I could sell them. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. We need to go back to the camp. I forgot. All right, real quick. Where's my chest? Traveler's chest. All right, let's go ahead and grab all these random ass items that we have here. Sort by type. Food. Rotten carrot, rotten items, more food. So rotten items, we're gonna put pick up and add to wares. Food. And I think all these are weapons that I don't care about. Pick up and add to wares. Circlet. I will keep that because I think it's Shadow Hearts. Oh, can't pick up because it's too heavy. Okay, real quick. Shoop. And then shoop. And then because I have the Mind Flayer parrot. Okay, those aren't that heavy. What do I have on me that's so heavy? Oh, that's what I have on me that's so heavy. All right, cool. I should have enough space now for stuff. Tyler Kirk can look. Astarion! Astarion is a vampire, to be fair. So you are correct in that regard. He is a vampire. Patched together sack? What's in this? What did I put in here? What is this? What? Hold on. What is elixir? Drink to increase your armor class to 16 and replaces effects from other elixirs when drunk. Here, you can have that, my love. What is this? When healing another, the where? Here you go, dear. Oh. Let's put that there. Here's a hat. Amazing. Look how fucking beautiful she is. Look how beautiful. So incredible. Amazing. And anyway, I'm gonna get rid of that. Okay. Here. Here. Oh. Whose underpants did I steal? Pick up and add to wears. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Welcome on in. This is totally, ignore everything I am doing for sure. For sure. I'm just, you know, grabbing at things to sell. Apparently I've picked up random people's underpants. Totally okay. Lots of fire barrels, some sausages, dye, dark mind. Oh, we still have a dark mind? Cups. Apparently someone's clothes. Cabbages, cauldron, ingots. I don't know. Broken loot. Broken loot is 25 gold. What the heck? Lots of bloodstones. Oh my god, I have so much stuff in this inventory. I have so much stuff in this inventory. What the hell? Stuffed bear. It's worth the gold. Loafers. We can definitely trade a lot of this stuff, hopefully. Shaft of a broken spear. Scruffy vagabond clothes. We got that spear. I feel like I need to do something with it. Pot lid. Plate. Pig's heads. We can eat those. Mug. Metal fork. Malachite. Knife. Ink pot. Infernal iron. Incense. A heavy stone. Why do I have a heavy stone? Yeah, so here's the head of a broken spear. Can I, like, make a spear? Grease bottle I want to keep. Goblet. Gas retort. Garlic fork. Fish. Shoes. Eldritch rune. Really good bad clothes. Cups. A cooking pot. Loafers. Pick up and add to wares. Oh my god. If you throw an ink pot at someone, it blinds them. Oh, that's actually helpful. Thank you. I did not know what those were for. That's actually really, really helpful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amazing. Locket, jewelry, gloves, and pick up and add to wares. Okay. I think we're okay for the moment, maybe. Oh my, I still have so much more stuff. Damn. Guys, it is, okay, let's just bring this stuff out and let's leave the camp and let's see if we can trade some stuff and then we'll go. You can fill bags with things as throw them as well, like such as bombs. Oh! Okay, that's actually really cool because I know that I was looking at that before. Because I know with the pouches and everything, I was trying to organize my stuff. So I have like a pouch with like scrolls in it now for Shadowheart. Just trying to organize it because it just felt like such a mess. So I know that you have some stuff for sale, but honestly, none of it really tickled my fancy that much. So I'm gonna go down here real quick and just see if there's... So I know there was a couple people down here. Hitting an enemy with a sock full of nickels. You gotta have that sock full of nickels. It is very important. It is very important for sure. Wasn't there?
Master Halcid's home.
Oh, did they all leave?
It might have been better if he'd stayed away.
Did they all leave?
Come now. He took in those strays and then he just left. He went to
So I
make sure
should
those
have
strays
before
could
they
go.
left. Oh, is there no more traders anymore? So all the tieflings, they're gone. The tieflings are officially gone. So I have to find them now. Fuck nuggets. Hey, Aaron. I should have traded them with before I left. They were probably still there.
It'll take a while for us all to recover, but you've helped us take the first step.
I want to trade if you have anything good. Let's see. What do we got? We of course have Absolute's Talisman Aid. That's what I sold to you before. Ring of Flinging, the gate where it gains a bonus throw damage. We have the Warboard, Hedge Armor, Spell Thief, Dragon's Grasp. So let's, if we go to trade, sell wares. I don't know if I wanted to do that. I got gold from that, right? He gave me the gold worth it for the sell wares, right? I might have to go back and check. I did a thing. I think I sold all of my wares for gold. So I think I now have the gold version. Not viable for your kit at the moment. No, I sold my wares. So you make things be aware. So all of these are things that I put as a ware, and then I sold the wares. No. So it's not extra stuff. It's things that you set. It's things that you set. It's not the extra stuff. I'm pretty sure. I'm not 100% sure. Honestly, I'm not. But I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's stuff that I set. Right? I hope so. All of it? Hope that's what I did. I'm not 100% sure though. Because I'm a little bit worried. Hi, True! You can set, yeah, you set it as aware. It sounds so funny. How are you doing today? I really hope that's what I did though. Because Lord knows, I'm a little worried right now, but I think that's it. Hope the fantasy game's going well. Yeah, I got a kiss from my future wife. I got a kiss from my future wife. It was amazing. It was the best day. I'm gonna put these on here as well. Actually.
May you keep balance.
Kisses are dope. Kisses are dope, but it could have been more. Please ignore me. Just ignore me if you can. All right, so yeah, so see how all of these are marked? Hi.
It'll take a while for us all to recover.
A scale from 1 to banging a barely. The lady was a solid 8. She's a solid 20.
Of course.
Out of 10. Let's go ahead. Ignore me for a second. I'm just trading all of my junk weapons. Don't worry about it. This is so ridiculous. Luke Goblin tendencies, I'm fine. It's fine. What do you mean? Look, this is, it means I don't have to spend money the same way. It's great. However, it does mean I have a lot of stuff, but it's great. How are you doing today? What's going on? Okay, rotten food. Rotten carrots, rotten eggs, rotten cheese. Okay. That's 946 gold. Not much wish I was playing. I feel that. I feel that. Yep. I'm so sorry. Hopefully soon. Are you just like busy at the moment? 960. Let's equal that out with 120, 200. I'll grab one of them. Yeah, and then even that out. Banter. Mbata. Thank you. He only has 281 gold. You're throwing items away for free if you sell. Oh, I'm not selling. I'm trading. No. Shadow. So what happens is I can put all of my junk items and then put the items that I want with it. So I was getting the Scrolls of Revivify, some Thief Tools, and a healing potion with it. You're making sure. Oh, yeah. No, 100%. Don't worry. So at the top of the screen, I'll bring it back up because I still have more stuff. I still have more stuff to sell because I have a lot of junk. Don't worry. I will show you what I mean. It's actually really neat. I like it a lot, the function that it has. I'm probably making a... Wait, shitty Pokemon. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. It's like, yes, rotten food. I'm collecting. So when you talk to the traders...
It'll take a while for us all to recover. But you've helped us take the first step.
I know.
Of course.
So what you can do is up at the top, it will show you how much you've put in and how much that's worth, and how much his side is and how much that's worth, right? So I can... Hold on, just going through all of my items here. You can just sell your wares, but if he doesn't have enough straight gold, he will not be able to buy it from you. So in the barter section versus the trade, you can exchange. So at the moment I have 249 gold's worth of items. Awesome. I'm gonna... Here's the bone that my dog got for me. Yeah, that's good. So I do want some of the good items up top, but I really honestly need a lot of healing potions. So I'm just gonna grab all the healing potions. I'm going to grab the Thieves Kit, the Trap Disarm. I'm gonna grab all of those. And then I'm gonna have a look up here. So at the moment I only have 250 gold items up here, and then 400 here. I really want to get this for my wife. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Alchemy, I have dabbled in that. I pressed the button, realized I could make salts, and made the salts, but I haven't made any potions yet. But now I know what to do, right? I was very confused and didn't understand how to make it before, but now I at least understand what I can do with it, kind of, right? Which is always nice. Leather armor, hedge armor, chain shirt, scale mail. This is a medium armor, superior metal, 1 less slashing damage, disadvantage on stealths, padded armor, spell thief, dragon's grasp. I think we're actually okay with all of these. So I'm gonna go ahead and even the trade out. So we are gonna spend some gold on this, but we did get gold from him first. Bartered that out. Thank you so much.
May you keep balance.
May you keep balance. So when I look here, the only thing is I don't think you can organize the inventories. Oh, there we go. Sort by type. Okay, awesome. So I have 4. I want everyone to have an antidote on them. 1. Oh, sorry, Astarian, you apparently don't get antidotes. However, you can have all your thieves' tools. You have 2 potions of greater healing. I'm gonna give 1 here and 1 here. You have a nice cool hat. Oh, grease scrolls are for you, my dear. Any scrolls are for you. This ring of flinging is for our future wife. Ring of flinging. There you go. We have... So why... Yeah, we're fine. You are overloaded because you're carrying a dead mind flayer and fire wine barrel. So you're honestly fine, truly. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't even know what to do with this weathered chisel set, so I'm gonna send that to camp. We've got some water, smoke powder bombs, the mysterious artifact, these mind flayer parasites. I'm gonna send back to camp. I do not want them in my inventory, honestly. I don't need that drama in my life. I have this war map that I don't know what to do with. Does everyone have a scroll? Okay, you don't have a scroll of Revivify, so here's a scroll of Revivify. Now everyone has one again. You play as an undead character and they were healed by drinking poison potions. Oh, because they're undead? That is so much fun. In all seriousness, that's so much fun. I freaking love that. Like, I always want there to be silly things like that. I feel like it's just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, Tay. No. This needs to go in your pouch. Where's your pouch? How did I get your pouch? No. This is for you, darling. This is for you. Can we not fit anything else in your pouch? Scrolls of grease should go in the scroll pouch. There you go. Okay. Don't know why that took so long. You need things to do stuff. Fire resistance. I apparently wasted a potion of fire resistance. Not that excited about that, I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted to use that, but I think so exactly like you said, Muffin. I think you can, yeah, so we can make potion. We apparently cannot make a potion of fire resistance right now. Which oh, we can! Oh! We need more dragon eggs. We need more dragon egg mushrooms. How do we need to find more dragon egg mushrooms because we need more potions of fire resistance. Anyway, let's go ahead and have a look at our map. We have the hidden goblin stash over here, right? Need it for the devil lady. Exactly. We have... There was some... Oh, there was a loot over here by those goblins. We have the goblin camp itself. We need that. This is... Yes. So the temple... with the putt, like where we were before that I wanted to come back to. I literally have something set. There actually is. That's how we get to the Underdark. Okay, that's good to know. We still need to do the Githyanki for Lae'zel, but last time we did that, literally they were pissed at us. They were not happy with us at all. The guy took off on his dragon and we started a huge fight. So I do not know how that's going to go. I'm actually a little bit worried about that. This is where the missing shipment was oh my god. Okay, so we have the missing shipment. We have the... I feel like we need to go to the goblin stash first. Well, Auntie Ethel is there. There's something to investigate here. How do I even get there? So I think next time. So tomorrow... Do you think about the potion of revive? Yes. Okay, so... So Muffin, I'm not gonna lie, our first night didn't go well. She basically was just like, yeah, talk to me if you can think of something. And unfortunately it didn't go well. So, but it's fine. We started our romance with her. It's fine. I'm gonna continue it tomorrow. Every long rest, I'm gonna try my best to continue my love for her because my love for her is so strong. Should have dropped your mixtape. Yeah, exactly. But tomorrow we will continue. Show her my... I will show her my love. So I think the hidden goblin stash. Let's go ahead and fast travel to the Bladed Village so that way we're closer and that gives us an idea. I don't want to go through the Underdark just yet. Apparently we can go through the Temple of Saloon, but I want to do some of these other things. I have a feeling that that's going to be a big kind of end to this section going to the Underdark. I have a feeling it's going to be a big end to this section, and I don't necessarily want to end it right now. There's so much stuff to do, so much to romance. Apparently she's happy with us, like checking out some of the other like people in here. So let me do a new save. Goblin, Loot, and Ethel? Can I question mark? Damn it. You can't question mark. So that's perfect. I think that works really well. So we are pretty much set up to go tomorrow with the with our story. I cannot believe so we kind of got everyone to romance us. We said straight up no to the wine with Shadowheart and to hanging out with Astorian, and we couldn't find Will, but I bet